Okay, so I think we are back. So that was just really unfortunate timing. Literally going to explain the game again. So I'm going to do my best to recall what I just mentioned. Rewind. Rewind the brain. So let's see. We were talking about how we originally played Etrian Mystery Dungeon. So I thought we should eventually go back to the Etrian side of the Mystery Dungeon series, or at least the Etrian Mystery Dungeon series. And we were talking about how they re-released the game for the 3DS. Instead of Etrian Odyssey 1, it's Etrian Odyssey Untold, the Millenium Girl. The idea being that it adds a whole new story mode, and it introduces 2 extremely overpowered characters, and every other party member is named. I'm not allowed to create my own characters, etc. So it's more story focused than just the classic mode, which is how I think the game was originally. I played a little bit of the original. I recall the original being kind of wonky with difficulty, and that is generally the complaint if you hear the old GBA style games, is that for the most part, like what would be that game's standard difficulty would be like this game's expert, but even then it's not quite a 1-to-1 for sure. So overall, this game will be a bit easier, so we're going to be able to kind of experiment a bit more. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be a free game by any stretch of the imagination. If we have a bad party comp, we will just straight up lose. So, we'll see. I mean, I guess we could compensate with levels, but we still have to care as we go through. I will say, I don't think this run will involve a very well-known trick online with item duplication. We're going to avoid it. We're going to go for no item dupes. We're just going to play the game as mostly intended. And I think I'm leaning towards us potentially picking the classic mode, because I think chat does like to kind of create their own character, and I feel like that's a good way to get interactivity. But I figured I'd poll just like real quick whoever happens to be here, which I think at this point might just be Chris. He might be the decider of whether or not we're going to go into the story mode, where we'll see more dialogue between the characters, and it's okay. And I would say for the most part, the only thing we're missing out on is there are extra dungeons, and I think that's to compensate having less party members. So the game will be a bit shorter on classic mode, technically. So I see Chris is already looking to create a character, and by all means, we're going to do it. Now, if you were going to ask me what character classes there are, my answer to you would be, I barely remember. It has been a long time. This might as well as be like a 3/4 blind playthrough. I am aware of some things, but not a whole lot. So I think in just a moment, we'll watch the intro to the game, which is not really relevant since we won't be playing as any of those characters. But hey, at least we get to see them, chat. That'll be like our introduction to the story mode. Let's go ahead and switch it over to what I need to do. Or, apparently my Stream Deck does not have that button, so I will do it manually, and I'll have to remind myself to add that to the Stream Deck. I see the chat is slightly off-centered. Let me fix that before we go further, because that will bother me for sure. Give me 1 second, chat. Something like that could be okay. I'm just gonna refresh it. And welcome to the intro of the game. Chat says very anime. Oh, it is very anime for sure. Okay, so we're just gonna make sure some basics are working. We're gonna take a look at the options together. How's the sound, chat? Is it too low? Too high? We are putting it on hyper message speed though. I'm gonna let you know, chat. If I'm skipping battle animations, it better be on hyper. I think I'm gonna be auto battling too much at the beginning of the game, but I'll put it on fast tentatively. I'll also put the standard animation on fast. Okay, so I didn't really talk about the real mechanic of the game, and I feel like for the most part we should be here. I'm just trying to remember what things I need to set on or off. I think this is fine. So what's actually kind of cool is you can hear the old version of the music and the new version. I feel like the first time we go into an area chat, we're gonna listen to the new version of the music, and we'll revert to the old maybe when we're backtracking. I believe I can change this at any point. So for those not familiar with the series and why we'll end up crossing over with like the mystery dungeon in that sense, is in the bottom right you might notice there's a big black square. That is the second screen, because this is on the 3DS. And we will actually be populating a map as we go. So you might have seen a little bit, it mentioned something about the auto map style. So the idea behind the game is that the floors you go to, so think of like a dungeon as just multiple floors, and the floors just keep going and going and going. There are basically points of interest and different material spots we need to go to in order to get material needed for equipment. And so the goal of the game is basically to not only find the exit or solve any puzzles or dodge any mini-bosses, but it's also to potentially map the entire place. I'm going to leave it on the auto map for now with everything on. We're still going to add stuff to the map manually. And so we can leave our own little warnings and such. And I think it might be cool to just go back to it at some point. We'll be seeing a lot of features of the map as we go further into the game, for sure. But I'm going to let you know, chat, I'm not going to lie, it is a big reason I love playing this game. I really like that for this style game, it really makes me... No, we don't have any demo data. It makes me actually want to explore and look around. And I do not feel that way about a lot of RPGs. So we're going to have to stir our imagination with characters of our own making. Hello, classic mode. Hopefully the text size is okay for the chat. I did try to make it about as big as I could. There's like a little teeny bit of screen overlap, but it generally won't matter because there's usually black borders on this thing. Classic mode, you'll create your characters to experience the adventure. For all new features and enhancements, we recommend playing story mode first. Now, for those that are curious, if you do play through story mode first, you get the extra dungeons, you get all the characters, but in order to really enjoy them, in like a classic mode, you can transfer those characters from story mode to classic mode. Sadly, if you do classic to story mode, you don't get to play with the classic mode characters, which is kind of annoying. But honestly, I think we're only going to play through once, so I don't think this will make a big deal. But for people that were curious, I am 95% certain that's how it is, because I recall when I beat story mode, it talked about transfers and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna lie, we will put it on picnic difficulty at one point, and it's not for the reason you would think. It's more for like a cheesy XP exploit. It's not because the game will be too hard. We're gonna leave it on standard for the most part, since I actually am really curious what the game is like on standard. Because technically, I've never played classic mode on standard. I will say, when I played originally, I kept it on expert 80% of the game, and then I realized, oh wait, you could change the difficulty literally at any time that you're playing, and I'm like, that would have saved me so much time. Because there are the bonus stuff, like at the end of the game, is horrible on expert. So I would have appreciated knowing that before I went through some of the post-game stuff. Now, yeah, we'll just leave it on standard for now. The recommended difficulty for first-time players or RPG enthusiasts. I'll more or less consider myself a first-time player. I barely remember the game. This difficulty, you have one more chance to continue an event your entire party is defeated. I think the picnic difficulty is unlimited continues, and standard is 1, expert is none. Now, expert will also increase like things like enemy health, damage, etc., etc. So difficulty does have a couple of things outside of just roll stats. Yeah, it can be changed through the options menu while in town. Yeah, I missed this in the tutorial chat. Oops, I skipped too hard. You can blame me for that. Let's see what characters we're allowed to make. We're at the forest entrance to the brink of the maze. In this small, isolated town of Etrian, very original, an underground forest was discovered. The Radha, governors of Etrian, issued a proclamation throughout the continent. Any able-bodied adventurer was invited to investigate the forest and explore its depths, but no matter how many came to investigate the dungeon, none gained the renown they sought. Well, that's because they suck, chat. As more adventurers tried and failed to conquer it, it came to be known by a new name. The Yggdrasil Labyrinth. Ha! Chat, if you thought this wasn't Ys, joke's on you. Joke is on you, chat. Of course it's Yggdrasil. Foolish you. You should have just assumed. Of course everything is related to Ys and or Valkyrie profile. I know, every time, chat. You are the latest adventurer to journey to Etrian in response to Radha's proclamation. You have but one goal. Explore the forest to win fame and fortune. Etrian is at hand. Now, it says forest. I'm going to let you know there are basically biomes as we go into this dungeon, so we're going to be seeing more than just trees. Don't worry, chat. Anyway, we're now in the town of Etrian. So it's going to force us to go to the guild here. Hail, noble travelers. Did I accidentally put it on the classic music? This sounds like the old version. That's fine, I'll fix it later. I haven't seen you before. If you've come to explore the labyrinth, then welcome to the Explorers Guild. Since you're new here, I'd like to set you up with a veteran group, but not many guilds are recruiting. Short-sighted treasure hunters care too much about petty trifles to do any real investigation. In any case, if you've got guts, you can make a guild entirely made up of newcomers. Yes, we will be doing that. There are loads of people just sitting around twiddling their thumbs, eager to join any guild that would make them proud. So you're gonna make a guild? Hell yeah, we are, chat. Great, let's get started. Write down what you would like your guild to be named here in this ledger. This name may someday be known throughout the world, so think carefully before committing to it. Nintendo Online frowns heavily upon you putting swear-word names as the guild name, and you will be banned. There is a chance that your character and guild names will be seen by others through data exchange. Why how fourth wall of you, guild master? Please do not use names that will offend others or include personal information. See, chat, I knew. I remembered that much. We're gonna go with my... Oh, that's right. I can't use the D-pad. Wait, it's a 3DS game, chat. We gotta type it out, so you get to watch my awkward typing. Okay, chat. There's only one guild name I ever do in this series, and we're playing as the best. Chat, we are always the best. We will never not be the best. Deal with it, NPCs. Is this guild name acceptable? Hell yeah, it is.
Consider him registered.
The best, huh? Not a bad name. Well, what's better than the best? Guildmaster. By definition, it's the best guild name. And literally. Now that you've got a guild, try getting some adventurers to fill your ranks. If you're bold enough to explore the labyrinth yourself, you can register your own name as a member. Having more adventurers gives you more options and less of a chance of dying down there. That's actually not really true. I'm going to just state this. Generally speaking, if you don't want to have a incredibly hard time, you will play with a very small number of characters. Sometimes you don't even need any more than 5. Like, that's it. It's just, you take your 5, you take it all the way to the end of the game, and you win. The extra party members are more there for reducing level resets for optional bosses and for farming. But for actually pushing in a dungeon, it is a terrible idea to have a large party. Terrible. You need to focus on 5 people as soon as possible. If you dilly-dally, it's going to make the game really hard. Give it some thought and make sure you recruit a variety of classes into your guild. I think it's okay to recruit a variety of classes, but not for the reason he's stating, and hopefully the game will get into it in this play session. Let's see. I guess 5 members is a good number. Well, I would hope so. I would hope it would recommend the number of party members you can have at once. That's not too many and not too few. Yeah, you could solo this game, I guess. I'm sure it's possible. It would just require a nightmarish amount of leveling. Anyway, let's register some guild members. Add a new adventure to the best.
For which one?
Okay, so I'm looking at the classes we have. Okay, good. I was worried the Ronin and the Hexer would be locked off. I really actually want the Hexer. I'll be honest with you, chat. This was a class I didn't play with before because I was still new to the game, but I am fairly convinced they are broken. We'll get back to them in a moment. So we have the classic soldier / the lance necked. I think we talked about last time how to pronounce it, and my brain is completely forgotten. I'll read the descriptions of each of the classes, and Chris will probably pick his character at some point. Those skilled at melee combat with swords or axes, they're well balanced with a variety of weapons and armor. Weapons, sword, and axe. Well balanced fighters on the front line. We have the survivalist. Specialists in forest survival. Their deadly arrows and extraordinary speed can save the party in a crisis. Weapon, bow. Described as speedy fighters who are effective on either line. Now, I kind of remember what each of them do because I played a lot of Etrian games, so I could probably give like a really broad overview in a moment, but let's go through the basic one. Yeah, ninja did not exist in this game for sure, so Chris will have to think about it. Protector, holy knights sworn to guard others with their lives. Their shields are invaluable tools for surviving the labyrinth. Weapons, sword, and shields. Defense specialists at the front line. Dark hunter, their long whip is useful in weakening their foes. Proper use of a Dark Hunter greatly expands your options in battle. Weapons, whip, and swords. Special attackers who shine on the front line. Medic. Healers who treat the party wounds. Their combat is limited, but they are highly useful regardless. Special skill, healing, curative specialist best placed on the back line. Chris is like, my world is shattered. Also, why does that alchemist look like a ninja? Wait a minute, did they steal the ninja profile from the other games? That suspiciously looks like the ninja, chat. Like the head, not the rest of the body. That suspiciously looks very ninja. Those who study the laws of the universe to gain control over creation. Alchemists wield the elements against their enemies. Special skill alchemy, well, I would hope so. Elemental attackers of the back line. We got the Troubadour. They strive to support their allies with song and dance. Their true strength is the ability to bolster the party. Special skill, Balladry, support specialists on either line. We got the Ronin. Foreign masters of the art of Bushido. They see death as a part of life and so neglect defense in favor of offense. Weapon, katana, vigorous attackers on the front line. And finally, the Hexer. Their forbidden arts use curses to control minds. As so few are fit to master the practice, they are quite rare. Special skill, curses. Weakening specialists of the back line. Okay, chat, so let's talk about something the game doesn't really explain to you. And those are the real party roles, right, chat? So, generally speaking, you need at least one DPS on the team. Lance Connect, really good frontline DPS. They have, depending on the game, they have the ability to follow up allies. They have the ability to lower their defense in order to boost offense. They are the heavy hitters, period. They will not do a lot in terms of support, but they're going to be the raw damage, including potentially AoE against enemies. The Survivalist is kind of like, they kind of filled the DPS role, but more interestingly, they can fight on the back row. So you're allowed to have a really tanky and beefy back row, and the Survivalist is actually yet another DPS you could slot into the team. Now, what the game doesn't really say about the Survivalist that I do remember is that they have bonuses for using items, and their high speed does make them good as like a item-based healer, which I don't think the game makes entirely clear. Like, they do get more than just speed for it. They get like item effectiveness stuff up, etc., etc. I think they can mark foes, if I remember correctly, and they're probably crit specialists, if I had to guess. Protector is the classic defensive unit. Most parties at some point will end up taking a Protector, even if they don't start with it, because they have the ability to resist elemental damage, including providing that resistance to allies. They can provoke, so they could force all enemies to attack them instead of allies. And generally speaking, they are pretty hard to kill. They're always going to have high defense, they're always going to have high health. The fact that they can also equip a shield means they also get more defensive bonuses than some of the other classes. So this is your classic tank role. Really great for drawing aggression away from weaker targets. Dark Hunter specializes in something I think the game really should have mentioned here, and that is status ailments and binds. So what is the difference between a status ailment and a bind? Well, you might remember from other RPGs, status ailments, you know, your typical silence, your poison, etc, etc. Now, binds are a new thing specific to the Etrian series. So there are 3 different binds, and all 3 are extremely important and highly recommended you take somebody that can form a bind in the first place. So you have a head bind, which will stop enemies from spell casting, and I think also potentially lowers their mental resistance. You have the arm bind, which stops a lot of foes from having their AoE melee attacks, and it reduces their damage. And usually you have the leg bind, which stops their more mobile skills, which requires a little bit of knowledge to know what bind you should use if you're curious. That's where some of the difficulty of the game comes into play. And I think it also reduces their speed, potentially accuracy. I'm gonna err and just say speed at the meantime. So these characters are extremely good. This character is also able to poison, so we will probably be cheesing certain fights completely with Dark Hunter, because poison is bullshit strong in this game. Like, I kid you not, we could probably kill like the first few bosses of the game with just poison. So like, I'll put it this way. The Lance Connect on his like powered up form might do like 100 a hit. Poison on a boss is gonna be doing like 500 to 800. It's really absurdly good. The downside, of course, is that poison is not consistent and you have to land it. But if you do land it, you're doing as much as like 5 offensive units. So it's like moderate risk, very high reward for sure. Now, the downside to them compared to the Lance Connect is they will also generally have worse defense and worse health. So these are units you probably need a protector for so that they don't explode. Lance Connect is like fairly tanky, and as long as they have somebody buffing them, they generally don't need a protector by themselves. Medic is your classic, you know, it's pretty much your white mage character. They really don't have that many offensive spells, if any, depending on the game. Sometimes they get like club techniques where they can potentially seal attacks, but generally speaking, they're going to have things like regen TP, enhanced healing with spells, AoE spells, the ability to cure status ailments and binds. Kind of what you think it would be. I don't think they're anything kind of out of the ordinary. Alchemist is literally like your Black Mage and like your Final Fantasy, so they're going to be flinging the 3 core elements of fire, ice, and lightning. And they're not bad. They have some other specialist things, like if you specifically hit enemy weaknesses, they get a bigger damage multiplier than the other classes. But yeah, they're just like another, they're another back row damaging character, so them and the Survivalists are like 2 different forms of DPS you could get. Now, it's also important to note that elements do matter in this game. There are some enemies that are very resistant to multiple types of weapon attacks, so it is important to kind of know that. And actually looking at this, I don't see it mentioning things like clubs. So normally, if you want to think of it this way, chat, bow is usually like a piercing attack, sword and axe I believe are slash, and club, which usually goes to the medic, is bludgeoning. Some enemies require bludgeoning to kill, and I believe the Protector is one of the characters that could technically use bludgeoning. I'm not sure if in Untold they can do that, but definitely in the future games they have access to that damage option, which is unique to them, and they don't really have any penalties for going sword versus club either. Whereas the Lance Connect, I also want to describe, if you have a sword or an axe, their abilities completely change. So one is more single target focused, one is more AoE. I think the sword is the more AoE and the axe is the boss killer, if I recall correctly. We have Balladry the Troubadour. This character I'm probably gonna pick and make for my character, I'm thinking. So this character is not really great at anything in particular. They kind of just fill a really good 5th party slot. They have things on them that are important to know, like XP boost for the party. They have things like every step I take in a dungeon gives me TP. They have things where I can completely remove encounter rate, more or less, at max rank. So this character is kind of like the guide character. I can put this character in the offensive party or like the exploration party. And no matter where they go, they're going to be useful. Now, are they going to be the DPS by themselves? Hell no. Can they tank? Hell no. Can they heal? To some extent, but they're not going to be the... Well, they could be technically the best healer if I really have nobody else. But generally speaking, they're going to try to either offensive buff or defensive buff with their singing and kind of stack the abilities. And then other than that, that's about it. They don't do a lot of damage by themselves. They're mostly just your standard attack and debuffs kind of character. Ronin is kind of a... it's kind of like a even more offensively geared fighter. So these characters potentially do need a protector. But they do a lot of damage for sure. So they have stances. So the Lance Connect kind of burns their TP and that's it. Ronin can enter a stance for a certain number of turns, and that unlocks their ability. So they're always going to have Katana, but the different stance they take will determine, you know, what actions they can do. They have some interesting abilities, like if you're using them to roam and you're going back to weaker areas, they have the ability to just automatically kill weaker enemies. So these are very interesting characters to put in like an exploration team. I don't think I usually put them in my main party, but I think they can handle mini bosses pretty well. And they're very good for exploring older areas, as I said before, because they could just potentially auto-kill an entire encounter, which is phenomenal when you're playing with characters that are weaker than normal. And finally, we have the Hexer. This character can debuff as well as do binds. So they have a little bit of overlap with the Dark Hunter. Dark Hunter is more like the melee version of the Hexer. The Hexer and the Dark Hunter combined are actually a really good pair because the Hexer can extend debuffs as one of their curses that they could perform. And I believe when the Dark Hunter uses poison, that counts. So Hexer is able to extend the Dark Hunter poison. And between the two of them, honestly, we could probably clear most of the bosses in the game. They'll also be able to weaken the enemy attack, which goes really well with the Troubadour buffing ally defense. So between the two of these, you have a really tanky party. And then obviously, if you have a protector as well, then it's not super likely you'll die or need a healer. So I think a really solid starting party that's a little unconventional is probably something like Protector, Dark Hunter, maybe the Lance Connect or the Ronin as your other frontliner. Then you just have the Troubadour in the back line and the Hexer. I think that's actually a pretty solid starting party. So I guess I'll make myself first. I'll give Chris more time to think about the classes. But I feel like that's a pretty good overview. I don't know which character really embodies me. I mean, I could pick the female character. But, I feel like this guy is smiling too much, so we're gonna pick this character, chat. Oh, I don't have the ability to change their color. Interesting. In some of the other games, you could pick the profile and then change the character color. Yeah, I'll be the old man.
Does everything look right? Consider him registered.
Or another register? Sure. Make you the dark... Oh, see... See, that seems like a really Chris face there. I'm not gonna lie. The character on the left here with that smirk, it's either him or him. I feel like both of them are very Chris. Now this guy... See, Dark Hunter is the Chaos Bringer. Like, Alchemist is the straight-up murderer. Dark Hunter is the cruel, cruel torturer. I'm just letting you know, Chris. He doesn't care. 110% that smirk? Hell yeah. Let's pick this character. This'll be Chris. Yo, he's living his best life. Look at the smirk.
Does everything look right?
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna poison you for like 100,000% of your health. Deal with it. I guess we'll honor Kirk. I think Kirk last time was a Lance Connect. Guess I'll go for this one. That one's okay. I just feel like it's the wrong color. We'll go for this one. We'll make Kirk this character.
Does everything look right? Consider him registered.
Let's see, who else would I know? I think I'm gonna go with the classic. And name her Anne, because that's what we did in the other game. let's see. So I have almost my whole team. I feel like I forgot somebody. Who did I forget? I did Lance Connect, Dark Hunter, Protector, Troubadour. Oh, the Hexer. Ping would want to be a Hexer. That's true. I'm thinking so. I feel like for Reen, we'll probably make this character Emma. But we'll get his opinion when he's here. We'll put Ping in the chat. That's a good point. So let's give him the full name. There we go. Yeah, I'm thinking so, because I'm thinking Reen will end up being the samurai character. But I'm gonna wait for him to be here, because I'm gonna make both of them when he's here. So I just want to make sure. I forget what hair color Emma is. Like, I remembered. I'm pointing out, you know. I kind of remember that. But I think Yantos wants to be a medic. So I think we have technically almost every role covered. I think we're only missing an alchemist. And I will probably name the alchemist Brittany, I guess, to honor somebody else that also supports the stream. But we'll see. Or Try. I could have Try as one of the alchemists, actually. So if he ends up watching, I'm like, let me know. I feel like there's a lot of good candidates for that, but I'm not going to worry about them at the moment. I think I got the party that I want.
What, you're backing out? Ah, it's you.
Let's talk about formation.
Make sure you think this through.
I don't really want to be on the front line, but I guess I could be.
Alright, hold on a second.
Now, technically...
Make sure you think this through.
Let me think about this.
Switching things around, huh?
I technically should have somebody else in the front line. I think Chris is slightly better in the front line than I am.
Make sure you think
Oh, the other one is just arrange the party order. That's fine. I'll go in the back row for now. I don't need to do anything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something like this.
Alright, hold on a second.
Again, we'll be making more characters, but I'm not in a rush. That's everything. You're ready to begin. Hope you could shake things up in the town and clear out some of the dead weight.
Well then, watch yourself out there.
I'm looking forward to the day the name of the best guild is known far and wide.
See you around.
Hold on, chat. Let me, No, I know about the book. It's fine. Actually, that's not where I do that. It's customize. No, it's not. Okay. Customize is just where I change my party member. Yeah, party is fairly straightforward. I don't think that needs an explanation. Can you really not change the sound while you're in game? Oh, I see it. It's a Y button at the top. My bad, chat. Yeah, I did not mean to swap that, for sure. Put it back on new. The best, I know. So let's go to custom. This is how we put points into our skill tree. So we get to decide how we go. When we get further in the game, there will be like a class level up and we'll get more abilities. So I'm trying to think what we should have for now. Oh, parry makes me immune to frontline damage. Yeah, we're taking this immediately. Yeah, provoke is really solid. This is kind of really great. We're not going to focus on too many of the... Oh, we can actually get more. Oh. Yeah, also the Protector has some healing magic, technically, but we're not going to worry about that. Hell yeah. I want provoke up as high as possible. We have Kirk. We'll probably have him focus on sword mastery. Or I could wait a bit. Yeah, as I said before, some of them are better at AoE. The sword has a lot of AoE ones. They have a single target skill, don't get me wrong. Oh wait, actually. War Cry is actually fairly solid. I might pump him into this for now. Let's do that, actually. Yeah, it doesn't exactly explain it, but generally the buffs that have like a drawback, like if I lose health, or if they do anything else other than just directly buff me, they are stronger than just regular strength buffs. So it is kind of important to take note of that. Oh, Chris is having such a good time. I can already see it. I want Viper as soon as possible. Like, no joke. This thing is so done. Oh, you have a thing called Ecstasy? Damage raised with each bind it has. Climax. Drains hit point and may instantly kill low health targets. I mean, technically, I could focus on the sword, but... No, it's whip time, baby. It's whip o'clock. Oh, that's right. It automatically teaches me those? That's so unfair. Oh, I don't even have to put points into this? Chris is such a cheater. Okay, so... Eventually, I want to get Holy Gift. I'm just seeing if there's something else that I want. I want 1 point in Song Mastery for sure. I can raise like defense and attack. That's not too terrible. Oh yeah. Frightful y'all. We'll need this at some point. I'm gonna start leveling this now. So this just lowers the encounter rate, and I'm like, yes, please. we will need this eventually. So my goal is to rush this as fast as possible to get Holy Gift, but it's gonna take a while. I forgot to mention I can also add elemental damage to attacks, so I could potentially make up for the fact that there's no elemental damage in the party. It's not a big deal. Now, because I have 4 melee characters, I do have to be kind of conscious of my party order. But generally speaking, I, as the Troubadour, am not going to be doing damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter, honestly. I'm just going to be there soaking experience for a while. It's a y'all, apparently. We'll go to the inn, because that's where the save point is. Home of the Long Crow, the Rooster Inn.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
We cater to adventurers who explore the forest.
By all means, take your time.
Please make yourself at home. Yeah, we're gonna save.
Sign in over here, please.
We could revive people. We could talk to them for plot reasons. Is this your first time in Etria? Sure feels like unlike any other place with all the adventures here. Maybe have a look around. Sure you'll find something of interest.
Come back here whenever you're tired.
We'll go to the store, Shaleka's Goods. He goes, hello. Are you the new guild I heard about with only new folk? Well, if you need items, weapons, equipment, I'm your girl. You can sell all your items you find to the forest to me, and I'll make them into new equipment for you. My store can't go on without all you adventurers. I'm counting on you. Purchase weapons and armor at the goods store. The number of types of items you can buy will increase as you sell more resources found in the Labyrinth. Selling your items, you could quickly sell several at once by selecting sell items and pressing the Y button. Okay, the Y button, good to know. Also, by pressing the L and R, or sliding the image in the bottom screen, you can page through your party. They come in handy when you're changing your party's equipment. Okay, generally speaking, I'm going to avoid the touch controls. We'll see how it goes, chat. These functions will be useful when you shop at the goods store, so be sure to remember them. Thank you, useful shortcuts. Selling in bulk is actually super important. We'll be doing that for sure. I will not be using the stylish chat, spoilers. I like that it showed the story character there.
Which one you want?
So already, chat, we should probably get a new weapon. If we're able to. So I could get the Scaramax, which is a better dagger. Or they could use Spear, apparently. Interesting. I might switch him to Axe temporarily. Let's get our damage up.
Here you go.
Let's make sure Chris's whip is at max. Hell yeah, whip o'clock.
Here you go.
My damage doesn't matter. Ping's damage doesn't matter. Get a spear in the front line, I think.
Here you go.
Yeah, I want to make sure the front line can actually do some damage.
Is that all you can? What you got for me?
Now, we kind of have limited money here, which is a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna see if we can make our front line a little tankier, too. Actually, what items do we have access to? Just Medicas? I'm gonna be real honest with you, chat. I think we might end up purchase 10 Medicas. I think I'm gonna do that. We don't have any healing, which is a little scary. Hide Belt gives HP 20. Ooh, that could be useful. We could get some basic equipment, but we'll see what we could purchase later.
Thanks for the business.
Okay, so let's go point for point, just so we can get all the areas out of the way. Let's go to the empty estate, a mansion. A palatial estate. It seems no one's here. There's no point in staying here, so you return to the plaza. We had the Golden Deer Pub. Etrian's finest ales.
Hey there.
Welcome. Don't think I've seen your face in here before. This isn't just a place to eat. Adventurers can sign up to do quests here too, though you can't just yet. Every adventurer's gotta go through Radha Hall before they're officially recognized. Until you get recognized by Radha, I'm afraid I can't let you do any of the quests here. Once you're legit, come and see me again, alright? Be looking forward to it.
Sorry,
Unfortunately, no
kiddos,
requests.
But I'm fresh out of requests.
Gather information, talk to the other adventurers. These are kind of like the flavor text, but sometimes they give useful hints. Let's talk to an adventurer in shiny armor. You're new here, huh? Then let me tell you something. Newcomers first fight a troubadour wood fry to build strength. The deeper you go into the labyrinth, the tougher it gets. So fight weaker enemies to make yourself stronger. Thanks, Captain Obvious. But those guys are tough enough to me. Oh, you're terrible then. No wonder why you're not in the best guild. Hello, my old man. Hey, you're a new face here, huh? Looks like you're ready to take on the labyrinth. Have you been to the goods store yet? Beginners should start by buying items there. Weapons and armor are a must, but you should also buy medica, medicine to heal your wounds. NPCs, we are like 30 steps ahead of you. But to tell you the truth, I've never set foot inside the labyrinth myself. I've heard a lot about the forest just by hanging around this pub, and I like giving people advice. Well, that's because you're an idiot. If there's anything you don't understand, why don't you try asking around here? Okay.
You want to ask around?
Finally, man of many piercings.
Hey there.
Hey, you, yo, have you heard? Have you heard? No, we haven't heard. An adventurer told me there are doors down Labyrinth that don't open. Plus, the doors are different colors, so maybe they're different keys. Thanks, Detective Dogi. But guilds are making sure to mark the doors on their map, even if they don't have the keys. This is actually really important because we will be backtracking to earlier floors, including the first few floors of the game, specifically to open those locked doors. That's actually not a bad tip, I will say. Adventurers are thorough. It's crazy, huh? Me, I mark the doors as walls and just forget about them. Yeah, if you want to fail the game, you can do that. We're gonna ignore
I'm
this.
counting on you.
Let's go to the Explorers Guild.
Ah, it's you.
Let's talk to him real quick.
Well,
You want to give the Labyrinth a try? Go say hello to folks over at Radha Hall first. Can't get to the Labyrinth without their
be
approval.
quick.
Sure.
See you around.
Let's go there, chat. Radha Hall, no soliciting. Welcome to Radha Hall, center of Etrian's government. I'm sure you're a new adventurer here to explore the Yggdrasil Labyrinth, like all the others. Unfortunately, we do not permit people who have only recently created their guilds to enter the Yggdrasil Labyrinth. If you wish to officially become adventurers, you have to complete the mission we give you. Able to accept jobs called missions at the hall. By accepting and completing these missions, you'll receive a variety of rewards. The game should probably specify this. These are the plot quests. You need to do these in order to get further into the dungeons. The pub is more of the side quests, and those are perfect if you're revisiting areas for levels or looking to get all the items. It's just another way to get more experience, just to distinguish between the two. A new mission has been made available. Select accept missions from the menu and start the mission. Yeah, we're gonna
You'll
do that.
accept the mission, yes?
Actually, let's talk
Was
to him
there
first.
something else? Ah, it's you.
If you want to be accepted as an official adventurer in this town, you must complete the mission I gave you. Sure.
You'll accept the mission, yes?
New adventurers must be tested by mapping the first floor of the labyrinth. Meet the soldier on B1F for details. So because we have very limited healing supplies, I will be using most of my TP actually to avoid encounters. Right now, we need to find resources, and it's ideal that we get as much of the map in as possible in one attempt. Now, we weren't given any items to leave the dungeons, so technically the only way to leave is to go back in through the entrance that we took, which is scary, because potentially the first floor will take a while to get through, so hopefully we did not make a terrible mistake. I'm hoping with the medicas we'll be okay, chat. New adventurers must be tested by mapping the first floor, blah blah blah.
So you
Accept the mission.
Allow me to explain.
Your mission is to create a map of the first floor of the labyrinth as initiation. Those who cannot accomplish this elementary task are better off staying out of the forest. Explore the first floor and map everything you see there. This method will be useful later. Here's the map to start you off. Fill in the rest of the details as best you can. We attain map.
You are free to leave.
Now, go to the forest and get the details from the soldier on the first floor. Your destination has been marked. You can kind of see, like, we'll be filling in the tiles as we go. We'll also zoom in the map, for sure. That way Chet can read it a little better.
Well,
right now it's just zoomed out so you can get a vague idea of where I need to go. And I guess we'll save again. You know what?
Welcome to the
Let's risk
Rooster
nothing, chat.
Inn. Sign in over here, please. Come back here whenever you're tired.
So the drawback to buying weapons and things like that is that we will get access to better items as long as we can dig or chop down wood or take herbs, for example. But we have to get to that point. So I'd rather just get enough damage to hopefully one-shot some of the forest enemies. Okay, let's go to the Labyrinth. Let's see, chat. Is this team terrible mistake? Let's find out. Let the adventure from the selected stratum enter the Labyrinth? Yes. So all my TP will be going towards reducing encounters. I want to explore and hopefully complete this mission before we put any serious time investment here. And we'll grow the first hope-filled step. So you might notice in the bottom right of the top screen, there's a blue indicator. That's letting me know, as you'll come to understand later, if there's any mini-bosses nearby and how close I am to triggering a random encounter. So I like that this game warns you when you're getting close to a random encounter, which is really, really good at the game. And I feel like that alleviates a lot of issues I have with turn-based games. Anyway. The Yggdrasil Labyrinth. One task must be performed before challenging its depths. Do you have some skill adventuring? Some 3 skill points should be available to you. Game, we're way ahead of you, it's fine. Spend them on skills useful in the Labyrinth, open the main menu with the Y button. Not custom to allocate skill points, but think carefully before doing so. Or maybe be aware of this, in which case this advice is happily unnecessary. Indeed it is. If so, then hesitate no longer and begin your adventure in this lush green forest. It should say, of death, is what it should do. So a common strategy you might see me do is looking around. I'm actually filling in the map along the bottom. Let me zoom in the map so you can see the map a little better. And my goal is to basically fill in as many tiles as possible. Yeah. So one strategy you'll also see me do is that you can sideways walk in this game and fully expect me to do that. Okay, so this is an exclamation mark, chat. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mark this, and I believe I could click on this later. I gotta remember the tools for this. So I dropped an icon there. I forget how to do a text bubble. Second, chat. It'll come to me eventually. Oh, here it is. So I could just mark this as like first quest, for example. What'll happen is that on the map, it'll tell me if I'm facing it, and we can mark points of interest that way. So the game, we've set it up, it will automatically map the floors and walls. It will not map doors or exits. Speaking of which. Okay, so it already did the stair icon at the bottom, so we're good. It's important to know where you came from, chat, I will just point out. You walk the narrow path, green rail around you, see a soldier standing guard. You must be the new guys. The router told me you'd be along. You'd be along? What a weird statement. Welcome to the forest. A few questions for the soldier spring to mind, but you wonder if you shouldn't let him be. What a weird statement. Ask what he's doing here, leave quietly, ask about the labyrinth. Okay, let's ask why he's here. Soldier answers your question slowly. My orders are to make sure no one, you for example, gets into the forest without permission. You want in, start the way everyone does. Make a map of the floor we're on. I'm sure they told you back at the Radha, everyone goes through this initiation. That the soldier points to the map of the forest you hold in your hands. In this game, you must draw your own map on the lower screen using the stylus. Take care to recreate each square exactly as it is in the dungeon on your map. Oh yeah, you can mess up the map on purpose, by the way, chat, but we're gonna turn on auto mapping to reduce that. Yeah, it's just explaining the controls, it's fine. So one thing I'm not sure if it'll get into here. Oh, see, it just talked about how to place a memo. I was trying to remember what it was called. Yeah, we already did that. Fully demonstrated. You understand how to draw maps? Yes. So there's one other important feature. You might notice that there's some weird kind of buttons along the bottom. So if you see these arrows, actually you can't see what I'm pointing out, of course. But if you look at see how I'm switching the tabs here? There's a row of buttons above that are 4 different arrows. That's the auto pathing. So if all you want to do is resource material gather and leave the dungeon, you can actually draw a path from the entrance to the gathering point and then loop it back, for example, to a different location. And your character will automatically go there as long as you hit the big play button. So it does remove some of the tedium of some of the backtrack, because it does expect you to make a couple different trips on different floors. And that's just a really useful way of going forward. We'll talk more about the other icons as we I guess, come across them. But I figure I'd talk about that one, since I'm not sure when that'll come up. Let's ask about the Labyrinth, since we're here. The soldier looks around him once again before answering. We call this the Yggdrasil Labyrinth. It's a pretty strange place. There's a weird adventurer called Adol who keeps harassing me. The ecology here is completely different than the one in the world above where we live. It goes down so deep that no one has seen the lowest stratum. Spoilers, we're gonna see the lowest stratum. If you plan on exploring down there, then make sure your guard is up at all times. His speech delivered, the soldier loses interest in you and returns to his post. Damn. You hesitate, unsure whether to ask him another question or let the matter drop. We're gonna leave quietly. Let's leave the soldier alone. Alright, so we can't go any further until we map more of the world around us. So I'm gonna turn every now and then, and literally the reason I want to do that is to make sure those gray tiles are filled in. The game doesn't explicitly tell us this, but the game will reward us for getting a basically 100% map clear, but also some features of the map don't unlock until we explore a certain amount. It looks like we have some kind of event here. So tentatively, I'm gonna put, I could put E for event. I'm gonna put exclamation mark for plot. Question mark could be like random events. Not sure. This is where we get to decide. So let's see what this actually is. I actually don't recall what icons are intended to be used for what, but I feel like since this is a mystery, I'll put question mark for now. While walking through the forest, you find something furry at the trail's end. Initially thinking a creature, you lower your guard upon realizing it's a boot. Could it belong to an adventurer? You weigh the options of picking up the dirty boot and leaving where it is. Uh-oh, chat. Do we ignore it and leave, look around, or pick up the boot? I know, chat. Now, I will let you know, some events in this game will troll you. Some of them are beneficial. The only way to know is to use a guide or to have played the game before. Otherwise, it's a guessing game. So feel free, chat. If you feel like it's a trap, we can look around. If you feel like it might be free equipment, we could pick up the boot. Chat says pick it up. Let's see what happens. You gingerly pick up the dirty boot. It's rather heavy due to the ivory-colored stones its previous owner hid inside. We attain Pyrazine. Obtain a new item. To marvel at the stones, the ground begins to shift unnaturally. The dreadful monsters who likely killed the boot's owners ambush you. Annotation. Boot. Attack. Okay, let's get into combat. Let's see how much damage we do. So, I'm not sure when the game will go into it, so we have a boost gauge. Every class has a special boosted class skill. I believe we can use boosts multiple times per encounter, and it is a special ability specific to the class. So I think the Protector makes you immune to damage. The Lance Connect, I think, is a AoE attack. I think. It's been a while, chat. It's different every game, too, which doesn't help. Chris, I think, is boosted odds of ailments and binds, so Chris is more likely to poison, I think. We'll be taking advantage of his bind for sure. Oh, I can actually attack from the back row. That's interesting. Oh, I think I forgot to give Ping some skills. That's fine. We'll just do full attacks this time. Ooh, we're taking some serious damage. Let's use Provoke here. Hello, Charmander of the Night. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm gonna raise defense. Okay, maybe it wasn't needed. Never mind, wasn't needed. Yeah, the early game is a little rough for sure, especially without a healer. Wow, we didn't kill him in time. That's unfortunate. Beast Bone acquired. Discover a new creature, Clawed Mo. Discover a new item, Beast Bone. Hope you're doing well, Charmander of the Night. Guess I'll heal Chris for now. What we're gonna do, I know I can use skills outside of combat. It's fine. We're gonna reduce the number of combat steps, or number of encounters for a little bit. Hopefully you are doing well. We're just mapping some dungeons. We're doing our classic sideways walk in Etrian. Make sure we get as much mapping as we can. As I said before, I'm gonna find a gathering point. I'm trying to remember where it is. I think it's actually near the entrance. I'm gonna look around for it. I'm gonna try down here. Like, I have played the game before, so it's like not entirely blind, as I said before. Hello, Simply. Hope you're doing well. Attack of the wood flies, chat. I'll just let them auto battle, actually. Okay, easy clear. Speaking of which, make sure I actually gave Ping an ability. I thought I did this already. I think I looked at it, got excited, and forgot. Curse Mastery is pretty good. I think I actually want Stoning Curse as soon as possible. I remember this being a little cheesy. Go for that. Curse Mastery also increases the chance of us applying status ailments, which is good. So yeah, early on in the game, we are running a little risky. So we found the exit there, that's fine. Forget how to see if I'm under the effect of a spell still. 30 turns, okay. So I guess I have to check the menu, okay. So I said before, I mostly just want to explore and hopefully not get into too many fights. But like this fight, I might actually just escape. If I can. At least our boost gauge is building. Nice. Okay, we fled. Good, good, good. Yeah, we're like slightly too early for me to consider something. Oh, I see a shiny point. That's a good sign. We see a mystery door. Go ahead and interact with the door. Mysterious violet crystal entwined with ivy blocks your path. It seems you cannot proceed. So we're gonna mark it with a closed door icon, chat. And it's important we denote what color crystal this is. Let's go ahead and type that out. Okay, so we're gonna have to come back when we get a key of some sort. And it looks like we're at our first gathering point, so we have an ability to make money now. Time has advanced in the game. There is a day-night cycle. Right now we're at 10 a.m. Okay, so this is a chopping point, so I'm gonna go ahead and use these scissors. Dot to dot dot to dot dot dot. You found hardwood. You could technically list what it drops. I did not mean to move that. That was a mistake. It's not super necessary, but it helps later, I guess. If I need to find it later, at least I might be able to eyeball it. Now, there are rare materials in addition to common materials. Right now, we have nothing in Chop, but we're not really going to benefit from good loot drops. As I said before, my goal is to explore as much as I can without needing to heal again. I think we're getting to that point, which is not too bad. I could probably do this encounter. I don't care about the butterflies so much. I just want to make sure the main damagers are dealt with. One thing I also want to state in general is that it might be worth keeping these things alive if they don't do a lot of damage, because we could build more boost gauge that way. Okay, we got some more sellables. Not too bad. But we are far off from where I want to be money-wise.
Oh wow, look at the pretty butterfly.
Something like that, chat. Something like that. Another dead end. I'm not really sure what to mark this with. I guess I'll do question mark again. How injured are we? Use like another medica, I guess. Oh wow, it doesn't give you a thread as a starting item? That's horrible. That's actually horrible. To continue down the path, you find red fruit growing in the wall of trees. It hangs just within reach, seemingly daring you to pluck it and take a bite. Consider for a moment whether or not to eat the fruit. I feel like more often than not, I feel like skipping it, we'll never know what it does. So I think for the most part, if it's an option of eat it or leave it, we're probably always going to eat it. This might be TP recovery, or it could be poison. Let's find out together, chat. Who will eat it? I will, because who cares? Root sweet juice to slide down Ziggy's throat. What's a healing item? Heal 15 HP. Okay. I'm just gonna denote what it does here in case this event is reoccurring. Okay. That is way too many people. We're leaving. How else are you supposed to know what they do unless you leave? Did we really fail at a leave attempt? That really sucks, actually. That actually really sucks, because we could lose a party member here because of that. I'm gonna really hope that Kirk doesn't die here, because they also headbound our protector. I'm gonna lower their damage. Oh, I got so lucky they spread the damage. I got so lucky there, chat. I'm not even gonna lie. I should have died there. Okay, so Chris has his boost skill. Oh, but it doesn't actually describe what it does in the menu. I'm gonna have to look in the in-game menu. I think, as I said before, it enhances his bind rate. So I'm just gonna take this opportunity to heal. This is fun. So very deadly early encounters for sure, since we are very early in the game. Are you kidding me? Chat, really? Really? Muffy 1 XP? Oh my gosh. Actually getting trolled. How many times do you see that in video games, chat? Like exactly 1 XP. Unlucky. Okay, we still probably pull y'all on, which is good. So I found the bottom of the map. Okay. Another gathering point, it looks like, which is good. I really don't want to do this encounter. Can we please not? Can we please leave? Why is everybody failing to leave? Ridiculous. We're gonna boost. Well, I guess I'm gonna pray. Apparently escape only wants to fail for me, which is kind of a problem. Please don't die. What I was worried about. Man, chat, we got so unlucky. I failed every escape attempt. That is really bad luck, by the way. I might actually have to go back because of that. How annoying. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna brute force every encounter then. Yeah, I forgot how bad the retreat rate was in this game. Like, seriously, we only had 1 successful escape attempt out of, like, 6. Pretty bad. Okay, at least we leveled now. Make my life a little easier. Speaking of which. Yeah, I want to reduce encounter rate. We have to actually escape this dungeon at some point. I need to get to Stoning Curse as soon as possible, so... Go for... Leap? Yes. He's dead. That's unfortunate. I'll put 1 point in Axe Mastery because it's free damage. But I think... Where's the Strike Chaser? I think I want War Cry eventually. Enough skill points. Okay, we're gonna raise Whip Mastery. I want Viper as soon as possible. And... I think that's it. Well, I'm gonna try, chat. We're gonna see what happens. Another checkpoint. Step into a dead end at the far edge, covered brush and brambles. An old rucksack seemingly abandoned by past explorers lying at your feet. Okay. Brutal. Sure, we'll pick it up. Inside, you find a number of coins, 100 yen, and that's it. Okay. Yeah, I think more often than not, chat, we're always gonna do it. I'd rather know if we're gonna get punished or not. And so far, it sort of punished us, but not really. How many steps do I have? Oh, no. We need to reduce encounter rate. I'm curious if this is explored enough to consider as a clear. I mean, I explored a lot of the map. This might still work for us, fortunately. You walk and reach a clearing filled with blooming flowers. The names of flowers sway in the wind, and you catch the scent of their fragrance. You contemplate whether to rest and enjoy their sweet smell or leave immediately. Let's rest, I guess. Then relax in the fragrance. However, you aren't the only creature or scent. Freaking rack to pack worms. These are extremely poisonous, breeding out as venom flies. Oh. Knowing that escape is futile, you brandish your weapons and prepare for battle. Well, that sucks. I got baited, chat. Sleep is a lie. Well, we might party wipe here, chat. Not ironically. Sleep. Bad. I was hoping it would at least recover our health before the combat if it was gonna do that, but it didn't even heal us. That was very rude. I guess I'll boost and boomerang axe and pray we kill something here. I don't think any of this is useful. I guess I'll go for the headbind. I don't have any defensive things I could do, so I'm just gonna attack. And I'm gonna hopefully put them to sleep. Had no effect. Oof, chat. Bad luck. Bad luck. We'll go for panic. Wow, every spell is missed, chat. 0% luck confirmed. I mean, I guess I got the poison wing. That's not how I wanted it for sure. Okay. Well, this just got very risky. I have 4 healing items left, chat. We're gonna do our best though. I do remember the start of the game being kind of unfair, so this is kind of to expectations, to be honest with you. Okay, so we found Ivy. Okay, we'll do, this was a gathering point. Mark it with that. Okay. Ooh, bad encounter rate. Oh, I really don't want to do this fight, but I feel like I can't run from it. We've had terrible luck. I'm gonna try to bind their, not their legs, back up. I want to bind their arms to see if I can stop them from attacking me. I'm gonna use a healing item on Chris, hopefully he lives, and hopefully one of these actually works. Come on, Chris rate. Okay, we put the far left one to sleep, so I could ignore him for a little bit. I think I could just melee attack this guy and he should die. Oh, Kirk being slower than normal is not helping. We're having yet another close call. This is so risky, chat. I think I'm gonna leave. Pray I can actually leave and not die here. I'm actually down to my last healing item. That's crazy. Okay, he's sleeping. He just woke up. Let's just melee. Alright, we're leaving, chat. I'm not messing around with this. Although I realize I don't have the thing that reduces encounters, so this is really dangerous for me, actually. Now, we're gonna pray here. We're gonna pray I don't get another encounter. Or at least not more than 2. I don't think I could survive more than 2. Okay, we're halfway there. That's not too bad, that's not too bad. Okay, you know what? Of all the encounters we could have had, this is fine. Oh, live, ping, live. We need your DPS. There we go, chat. we're living on the edge here. 1 HP. Please get me out of this dungeon. A horrible dungeon. Oh, Simply's climbing the ranks. Oh my gosh, please. Please no combat. Please no combat. Oh my gosh, we barely got out of there. Risky. What can you do with the points? If you do ! store, you could purchase to display things like sound effects, or if you want to become VIP, or if you want to request a character, by all means, you can make yourself in the game.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
So we are going to Oh, it's just 5 for a revive? That is actually completely okay. I'm okay with that. Let's rest the day, chat.
Show you to your room.
Okay, out of curiosity, was that enough exploration, or did we have to talk to the other guy again?
What brings you here to Rada Hall? Was there something else? You have a report to make, yes?
No, we need to do
You are
more.
free to leave.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, what an adventure start, chat.
What you got for me? Thanks. I got some new goods.
Got a new bow, new spear, gem ring.
Is that all you came? What you got for me?
Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and sell everything. Kinda need the money.
Some new goods.
New Fang Whip?
Take a look.
Maybe. Five increase of damage? Maybe. I forget, can the Troubadour use any other kind of weapons? Oh, the Troubadour can actually use a bow. Interesting. I might equip myself with the bow then, so I can actually do some damage. Because I am dealing less than normal. And me being able to use this is actually kind of big. I'm just gonna go for the regular bow. Well, no, I need to do more damage. Okay, so we're gonna do that for now, and ping's damage doesn't matter. I think I need to buy more healing items. Yeah, what a brutal start to the game, chat. I would have loved to have purchased some armor there, so I take less damage, but it is what it is. Anyway, let's try this again. So if we have to go back several times, I fully expect it, for sure. But we're gonna start off with the please less encounters. Until we get consistent items, I really don't want to be in encounters constantly. Speaking of which, we'll talk to this guy to see if we explored enough or if he wants more. So we haven't explored enough of the map. The one thing we have to pay attention to is there are shortcuts in the game. You can tell by looking at the scenery. I think there's a shortcut here to showcase this. Sometimes you can interact with it and it opens up a new area. Another dead end. Okay. Usually it has like some visual indicator, so it's not like completely hidden. Like I want to say yellow flowers are an example. Something we might be looking for. Generally speaking, if you see kind of a weird passageway that doesn't go anywhere, it's best to just kind of look around. We're gonna provoke. I'm gonna boomerang axe. Christus needs to do damage. I just need to attack. And we'll do... I guess stat down? Yeah, like right now we're not outspeeding the enemy, which is kind of a problem, and that's why we're taking so much damage. Okay, I did 32 in the back row. That's actually pretty significant. Please level. Thank you. Being tankier here is gonna help for sure. I don't even have a shield, I think. I would love this, but I don't have a shield yet, technically. I mean, I guess I could learn it for now. Yeah, I think we're gonna go for parry, I think, really soon, just so that I can become immune to their damage. I'll go ahead and use another Medica. So far not finding anything hidden passage-wise. Kind of looking around. That doesn't mean... Oh, actually, speaking of which, there's treasure chests here. Continue to the forest, you reach a clearing. Squarish boxes are lined up before you. It's possibly left by fellow or former adventurers of the Labyrinth. Then, too, they must be part of the treasure room in the little Labyrinth. The boxes sit ready to be opened, offering no clues to their nature. Well, we're gonna go check them out. How are we doing stepwise? Oh, no. Right, chat? No. Encounter rate? While exploring, you come across a large box. If you'd like to open it, well, there's really no reason to say no most of the time. We got something called Analysis Lens. Let's mark that here. Oops, I keep grabbing that. Not do that. I don't feel like spelling it out, chat. We're just gonna abbreviate. Let's see, what else is here? A nectar. This is a revive item of the game. Which probably would have been useful earlier. We'll keep it for a boss, though. Fire Talisman. Ooh. We'll be saving that, I think, for a soon... Like, not the first boss of the game, but pretty soon. So this is going to allow the Hexer to do damage. It's a consumable, but it does moderate fire damage, and it doesn't cost TP. So the earlier we use it, the better, honestly. I do recall we need to acquire things like Small Fangs for quests later, so I'm going to make sure we have some Small Fangs for later. But I feel like we were so money-starved that I don't think I could have held it if I wanted to. So I'm only missing a really small portion of the dungeon at this point, so this guy should probably let me in at this point. We'll go to the bottom right just to clear the map, I suppose. Please don't kill a character. Man, curses are so inaccurate in the first game. Holy, right, chat? I think it's missed every single time. Like, this is actually kind of sad. Fortunately, we've leveled again. I was like, did they do something weird where luck is not factoring into hexes or something? Because it is the early game. I wouldn't put it past it that they didn't do that. Because it feels really off compared to the other games. Like, my success rate is like 0, chat. I have landed 1, I think, out of 9 attempts. Like, those are pretty bad odds. And considering this wasn't rank 1 when I did it, that's kind of sad. But anyway, we're still gonna go for the Stoning Curse. And then I'm gonna pump Curse Mastery, since I think that's the only way I can raise it. Unless luck is actually working in this game. I'll try this. Blinding is okay. I think I'd rather panic so they lose their turn. I'm gonna face the wall here, mostly just so I could fill out the map. We're gonna crab walk, chat. For any secrets I missed here. Time has passed. Ah, path is too narrow for you to squeeze through. This is a one-way path, so I'm gonna denote it with an arrow. Do we have to figure out how to get to the other side of that eventually? That's important to know. Another chat. Let's put a question mark here. Walking through the narrow trail, you find a trickle of water near the end of the trail. The clear, cool water seems extremely tempting after your arduous hike. Hesitate, unsure whether to slake your thirst or to pass by the water. We'll take it. We'll take a sip. Cupping your hands in the stream, you bring a sip of your water to your lips. Excuse me. The clear, cold water quenches your thirst. Oh, it's healing. Oh, it's TP. Okay, I'm glad we did that. That is useful. We have used some TP. Feeling much better after drinking the spring water, you decide to move on. I think some events will refresh over time, so if you come back like after a day, I think they reset. Monsters take a little longer to reset, and by monsters I mean the big bosses we haven't seen yet. I think I'm just gonna Boomerang Axe as much as possible. Chris can't poison yet, which is what I'm really looking forward to. Yeah, I want Shelter to be as high as possible. They're doing so much damage to us, chat. I'm gonna try one more time. I hope this works on something. Oh, it finally worked. Good. Good, chat. We earned this. I'm just gonna attack. I'll use items outside of combat. Nice. It hurt itself in its confusion, chat. Okay, we're finally acquiring some items. We're not quite burning at the rate that we are using. We still don't have a lot of healing, though. We do have to be careful. Speaking of careful.
Perfect mayhem!
Wow, 51 raiders. I can't say I saw that coming. Thank you so much for the raid. We're just trying out, only one emote raid, apparently. We're just trying out Etrian Mystery Dungeon, or not Mystery Dungeon, Etrian Odyssey Untold. And it's kind of a rough start, for sure, but I think we'll get there. So, welcome Raiders. Our goal is to not die, but it's a little tricky. I think I'm gonna provoke here. We're gonna hopefully one-shot this enemy. I have no idea what the game is, but it looks cool. So for people that haven't seen the game before, we are actively mapping the bottom right / the bottom screen of the 3DS game. So as we go through, we're denoting special events and things like that, and we are forming our own teams. So we just pick people that happen to view the stream, and they're trying to help us clear it. But we're very early in, and the game is a little high difficulty at the beginning. So we're doing our best not to die, hopefully. Hello, Try. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's a lot of different classes. I'm trying my best to not get killed by the starting enemies. They are serious business. So as we fight enemies, we'll get materials. The materials are used to get new items. And I'm low on healing again. We're probably gonna have to leave very soon. Yeah, very, very soon. But fortunately, I think we've explored everything here. So no special events of note there. So you can see we've basically mapped this whole area. I did little notes, so I'm typing those notes whenever you see those little red triangles. So I think at this point, chat, our goal is just to make it back to the staircase and not die. It's a very admirable goal. We have some kind of door in front of us that requires a key we don't have. Oh boy, moment of truth, chat. Okay, it's just these. Okay, we could deal with these. The clawed moles are a big problem. They do really high DPS. Yeah, we gotta make it to the staircase. It's a big question whether or not we could do it. And so far our curses have not been working that much, but it's better than doing nothing. So I'm gonna go for it. Okay, we put an enemy to sleep. Excellent. And then we murdered it anyway. That's fine. Yeah, let's just do auto here. This should be fine. Yeah, the wood flies are not very threatening, and they're kind of free items, honestly. We did lose a party member very early on, so if you're wondering why there's a level discrepancy so far. Yeah, this game does not mess around. And speaking of not messing around, I'm going to reduce the encounter rate, so I hopefully don't die on the way back to the staircase. And actually, ideally, I've explored pretty much the whole dungeon, so I'm hoping this guy will let us go past. Oh, okay, this is a free encounter. This is good. We'll take this. We need the XP, for sure. So we will take this all day, chat. So enemies don't drop money. We have to sell their body parts for items and or money. Let's see. Did we appease you, O soldier of the test? As you stride through the forest, you meet the soldier still guarding his post. Once he notices your presence, he hails you cheerfully. Got your map all in order, have you? In that case, you've got my permission to proceed. We're not proceeding. Get out of here. The soldier stands at one side and waves you through as if passing the torch to you. You want to report your success to Rada, but the thought of going deeper is also tempting. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, we're like, bye. we're out of here. Strange Journey looks different to what I remember. Oh yeah, we're out of here, chat. Oh, we're taking the free win. Let's go report the quest.
What brings you here to Rada Hall?
Actually, before I do
You are
that,
free to leave.
Try, you gotta answer the important question.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want your character to look like?
Which one?
We're thinking you're probably gonna be the alchemist, aka like the black mage of the game. So we have only 4 character portraits. The first game's a little limited in how much you can control the character's looks, but better than nothing. Let me know, Try. I'm thinking you like the one with the glasses. You want to be this one? Okay. We'll add you in. Hold on. I gotta type it out, chat. An alchemist could be useful. Uh-oh, your name won't fit. I'm gonna put Try.
Does everything look right? Then consider him registered.
There are 9 adventure slots left. Nah, we're fine for now. This is
Ah,
fine.
it's you. See you around.
So what's kind of nice is that I think if we finish this quest, I think I will get XP. We'll find out in one moment, chat. Let's
What
hand in the
brings you
main
here to
plot.
Rada Hall?
So we've passed the tutorial, even though we had a character death. Just don't tell the guildmaster that, I guess. Yeah, nothing new
Was
to
there
accept.
something
Let's
you
report
have
the
a report
mission.
to make, yes? 'Yes? 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 '
You better give us a lot of money, chat.
Indeed.
We received word from our soldier that you've completed your map. Well done. We acknowledge and recognize your status as true explorers from this point on. You belong to the best guild, correct? Let me give you the standard reward. Take this to the goods store. She'll sell items necessary for your adventures. Stock up there and work hard to explore the labyrinth for us from now on. I don't know about that. We got the note. 500 money? Oh, thank you, chat. We were desperate. We were desperate for some cash. Okay, so it doesn't look like it goes to our spare party members, but 900 XP is very serious. That is a big head start to actually surviving that dungeon.
Well then.
Okay, so this is gonna make the game a lot easier. Thank you. Let's go to the goods store. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello?
Oh yeah, that reminds me. You get permission from the Rada. Show her the letter. Without it, I wanted to sell you my wares, but I promised Rada and I'd stick by it. Here it is, the Ariandel Thread. Okay, this is the most important item in the game, chat. The fact that it started us off without this is kind of crazy. So, as you probably saw, the only way to leave the dungeon is to literally walk out of the dungeon. This thread will let us warp out from anywhere within the dungeon and leave. Now, as we get further into the game, there will be warp points we can take that will basically act as the thread. However, if we are on like floor 3 out of 5 of a particular biome and we are out of items and we don't have a thread, GG, it's over. So we want to make sure we have one of these in our inventory basically forever. Ariandel Grande threads, something like that, chat. Tell everyone to take some before they leave for a trip down to Labyrinth. Don't go thinking they're free. How many you want? I think she charges us quite a bit for this. So we're gonna hold off on selling some items. I mostly just want to restock some medicas. Oh, it's only 100 in this game? Okay, that's doable.
There you go.
Okay, we're gonna come back to her.
Thanks for the business.
We're gonna come back to her. We're gonna make sure if we have anything we can hand in right now for XP, we're doing that immediately. Let's go to the pub. Back safe from the mission, I see. Well done, the best kiddos. I can finally talk business with you. If chat is curious, we named the guild the best, so they have to keep calling us the best for the rest of the game. Here at the Golden Deer, I hear all sorts of problems that only adventurers can solve. Gathering materials, wiping out monsters, you name it, I hear someone sobbing about it. And when I do, I pass the requests on to kids like you. You're welcome to take them on. Adventurers can accept tasks known as quests here at the Golden Deer Pub. There are many types of quests, each with its own reward. Select to accept quests from the menu, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, let's accept some quests. Leathersmith favor. An Etrian artisan desires 3 strips of soft hide. I don't know if I have that. We'll accept the quest for now, though.
Ah, that one.
Decided to take the request, have you? Good, I've been hoping someone would. This job has been posted by a leather crafter who lives here in Etrian. There's a high demand for leather goods in the city, so we can all use the leather we could get. I know. Apparently we're like, hey, are you coming of age? Why don't you just go into the deadly labyrinth of which very few return? I'm sure it'll be fine. You can obtain soft hides from the beasts that live in the labyrinth. Did we actually get enough? We did get enough. This is why we didn't sell our items at the store, chat. I will 100% just hand it this quest right now.
Thanks.
Okay, we could finally get our first armor of the game. That would be kind of nice. Good job. I'm glad everyone's safe. Keep up the good work. We tamed Jerkin. And we should also get a lot of XP for this. Yeah, decent amount of XP.
Which one are you interested
Okay, certain
in?
shops requests. Requested 1 measure of hardwood from the forest useful constructing walls. That is unfortunate. I think we sold that earlier.
Ah,
We'll have to get more later. Okay, adventurers can learn the techniques chop, mine, and take to allow them to gather materials from the labyrinth. Using those skills at various points around the labyrinth will help you collect various useful things. One of the things you could attain using these methods is hardwood. If you all plan to make livings as adventurers, you better do well to remember that. Unfortunately, I think I did sell it, so can't complete that quest instantly. We have an adventurer getting on the year's wishes for holy water that can only be found within the forest, and he gives us 5 healing items. Actually pretty tempting.
Ah, that one.
Decided to take the request, have you? Good, I've been hoping someone would. This job comes from a former adventurer. Wants you to bring him some holy water from the forest. Said you could get some from the place on the far east side of the, I'm gonna say like, Biome 1, or Biome Floor 1. I'm not sure how to read that quite yet. So we've been there before, that's in the southeast corner. Be careful not to lose your footing on the wet ground. That place healed us, so that was kind of nice. Request from the inn. The owner of the Rooster Inn seeking someone to collect a certain item for him. Reward analysis lens ×2.
Ah, that one.
This job is from the boy down at the Rooster Inn. He said he'll explain the fine details in person, so why don't you go see him and ask about the request?
I'm counting on you.
Okay, I just want to see. Can we do anything with the mansion yet? Damn. The mansion is going to be very useful later on in the game,
Welcome back.
and it will make the game a lot easier. But unfortunately, we haven't gotten far enough in the dungeons. Let's see what this guy wants. Oh, welcome back. Huh? Quest? Oh, so you're doing it. Thank you so very much. Now down to business. Do you know that you can make fertilizer from beast fangs? It's kind of weird. I'm gonna say I did not know that. Sure. By heat treating fangs of animals and then smashing them in little bits, you can make good fertilizer. That's kind of brutal. I use that fertilizer to grow vegetables, but I'm almost out of it. So I need to collect 3 small fangs, so I can make more. Ooh, excuse me, chat. It's small fangs from the tree rats. Okay, I think I have enough. We'll see if we do. I know it's a hassle, but please get them for me. Let's talk to him again. What's the matter, everyone? Could it be you already have the ingredients I need on you right now? Yes, let's hand it over. Thank you very much. Now I can make some fertilizer out of this and keep raising vegetables. What vegetables? Why do you raise vegetables? I guess I'll go with... Why do you raise vegetables? Let's learn more about him, chat.
Well,
I go into the meals I serve to my customers. Running the inn is a lot of hidden costs, so I need to save money where I can. Oh, sorry, I may have said too much. Word for this job is at the pub, so please go get it there. Thank you for your hard work. We're gonna stay at the inn
Very
real
well.
quick. We're gonna be very lazy and just decide to sleep
then
until the
allow me
next
to show
day.
you to your room.
I'm sure this is totally fine. Listen, chat, we did like 2 hours of walking in the dungeon. We need to sleep the rest of the day.
Well, be careful out there.
Okay, so let's go back to the pub and hand in that quest,
Hey
and
there.
hopefully we should have enough XP to not
goes
die
the job?
instantly. Some of the vegetables, vegetable man.
Hey, thanks.
Okay, so we have to chop wood one more time, and then I think otherwise we got almost everything in one try, which isn't too bad. Good work, everyone. So you finished the boy's request? He's been busy lately with all the adventurers in town. Well, so have I, haven't I? In any event, here's your reward. Okay, I more want the XP, I don't care about the items. Yeah, there we go. Everybody's level 4, that's important. Being able to outturn an enemy is so crucial to not taking damage.
Fresh out of requests.
See, anything new for gathering information? Oh, there is some new stuff. One-armed drunkard. Okay. You want to talk about me? Forget about it. After all, I'm just a liar. Sit next to the man? Sure, we'll talk to the one-armed drunkard. Looks at your gear, you're still new. Run into the danger of the forest yet, have you? When you're in the forest, you'll see enemies that you can tell are strong just by looking at them. That monster's blocking your way. Take a good look at how it moves. Whenever you take a step, so will it. Keep doing that and you can figure out the monster's patterns. I know, no illustration. I'm disappointed too. If you're careful, you might be able to slip past without fighting. Okay, so since we are very early in the game and the game difficulty is very high, it is warning us that there are mini-bosses that can appear on the map. And anytime I move, they will move. They have different patterns, so sometimes they move 2 to my 1, sometimes they have delays, sometimes when they see us, they immediately charge, but then can't turn around. So we have little puzzles as we go through the dungeon to not get murdered instantly by a very strong mini-boss. But hopefully we'll eventually kill all of said mini-bosses. But I don't think we have quite the right tools yet to kill them. Ugh, my drink's starting to get to me. I'm talking too much.
You wanna ask
Anyway.
around?
Leggy Dark Hunter, what a description. Hey, is this your first time exploring the forest? Let me tell you something good then. There are monsters that drop rare materials if you defeat them in a certain way. For example, if you defeat a woodfly without weapons, you could get an undamaged insect eye. Oh, that's actually, Okay, so we have a good reason to bring Try into the party here. So if we kill them with elements, we could get a new item. That's actually useful to know. I love special stuff like this. Doesn't knowing that make you feel special?
You wanna ask around?
On-clothed mixer. Excuse me, good adventurer, I'm a medicine mixer. Do business with the shop in town, making items for her. Find insect eye, bug scale, and red fruit. Please bring them to me. I think we have 2 out of the 3. Oh, he's just saying he could do that. Nice. Do my best to make analysis lens, potions lift binds, and oil to add elemental effects to your attacks. Oh yes, the materials. You can defeat them by defeating monsters, but you can gather them in the forest too. Search those spots, you could get a whole bunch of materials. They say that some rare materials require special skills to gather. But that's fine, we already know about that. Boy taking notes. You're an adventurer, I see. Do you have some business with me? I see. The best. Chat, every time they say it makes me smile. My name is Stuart. I'm a scholar studying the monsters of the Labyrinth. There's nothing keeping a child from being a scholar. All you need is a willingness to learn. Anyway, I'm familiar with monsters of the forest. Take the claw beetle, for example. With his rock-hard shell, he's literally the first wall beginning adventurers will run into. His shell may be strong against physical blows, but my studies show that he's weak to elemental attacks. A guild with an alchemist should have nothing to fear. And so ends my lecture. Yeah, let's leave.
I'm counting on you.
I guess at this point we could sell our items.
Hello?
Hopefully we could get something out of this. Forget if there's a mass selector if I have to do this manually. Looks like I do have to do it manually.
Go on. Take a
Ooh,
look.
we got a whole bunch of new equipment here. I think it is worth actually arming ourselves to some extent. Speaking of which,
You want to put that on here?
what can we do? Can he wear the heavier armor? He can. We're gonna go from tweed shirt to a jerkin. Upper body clothing made with beast leather from the forest. I would like to take 7 less damage when they're doing 30 something to me. I would appreciate that. I could see if I get more rare material, I could get slightly better armor. Boot might not be a bad idea, but I want to see what else we could get here. Ooh, interesting. I guess the shield isn't a terrible choice here. Although I have to think about it. If I want to put Try into the party, I need somebody to leave temporarily. Maybe I'll make Pingley for a little bit. And we'll come back with him. We'll just level Try for a little bit, I think. I think that should work. Anyway, let's go back to giving her a shield. That way I can actually use her abilities. So defense-wise, we have a lot of options here, which is kind of nice. Agility +1 is actually kind of important, because she's getting outturned really hard. I think we're going to do that for Burke as well, and also Chris.
There you go.
As I said before, getting outturned is terrible. Should probably give Chris some real armor if I'm able to. Oh, he's not able to wear anything. Oh, he can actually equip a shield. Interesting. Well, I guess Chris is a cheater. Oh, wait, that's 5 defense and 1 strength? Oh, but it's a hide glove. Oh. Okay, we'll give Chris a shield for now.
There you go.
That way I don't have to use as much on healing items. I think this will mostly pay for itself. I don't really need to worry about my defense at all. They shouldn't target me often. Let's go to the Explorers Guild. Let's swap out some people.
It's you. What'll it be?
I could retire people, but that would be rather
Keep
premature.
it quick. What were you thinking? Sure you think this through?
I should always be in the back line. I'm gonna put Chris in here for now. Well, Kirk, as always. I think we need just a tanky front line to get us through. Let's level Try a little bit.
All right.
Hopefully Try doesn't explode when things look at him, since he's 3 levels under leveled. Oh, game, don't worry about equipment menu. I've been doing this for a while. Not a lot I can really do with him at the moment. Let's make sure we give him spells, though, because that would be a silly way to not be able to do anything. He gets 1 of every element, not bad. We get analysis, TP up, top skill. We're okay. Return formula. And lets me return without using a thread, which is interesting. I might have Try actually focus on this, so he might end up just being an item gatherer. That kind of works for me. So I could have him learn the AoE spells, but I'm not in a rush for that. I think I'm actually going to have him TP up and learn the return formula now. Oh, he can learn Flee? Oh, Try might be my Explorer character for sure. Oh, if I could get guaranteed exits from combat, yes please.
See you around.
Absolutely, chat. You know what? We made some progress. Let's go ahead and
Welcome
save,
to the
and we'll
restaurant.
venture back into the dungeon.
Sign in over here, please. Come back here whenever you're tired.
So we should go back to the chopping point and try to get those quests out of the way for sure. So rule number 1, always reduce encounter rate. Okay, there we go. So we know that they wanted holy water that was over here. We're gonna have a nice little journey over here. Oh, we'll just do standard attacks for here. I don't need to waste my TP on this kind of fight. Again, at least our front line is looking pretty tanky, which is kind of nice. A bug scale. That is the nice thing about having a real front line. They could just deal damage, and I don't have to worry about them too much. But ideally, I want my back row characters to level a bit more. Okay, so they're talking about the stream. Got holy water. I could check again for TP recovery, but we barely got into any fights. This is fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna try to split their attacks a little bit, so something like this. And I'm gonna assume they're a flying monster, so they're weak to thunder. Let's see if that's a good assumption or not, chat. Ooh, not quite able to kill. Can I have everybody defend except for Chris? I'll have him whip, and I'll just defend with the back row. Let's try ice. Okay, so that should net us a unique item. So we did learn about that from the pub, which is kind of nice. Hey, chat, we got a rare item. I do like that rare items require, like, unique ways to defeat enemies. I think that's a really interesting condition they put in the game, rather than just, like, pure RNG for the most part. There's still RNG when it comes to the gathering points, but it could be worse. Let's hopefully get hardwood here. Indeed we did. And all the hardwood is requested, blah, 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 blah. So we're gonna make sure that we're gonna zoom in on the map. So we can... I think... Oh, I can unlock this, I think. Oh, I don't want to draw on the map. I'm trying to remember how to move on the map. It's been a while, chat. Oh, it requires the slide. I don't think I have that set up. That's unfortunate. Unless this works. No, it doesn't work. Okay, I'll have to set that up for later. So what I'm looking to do, chat, is... There's one more gathering point to the south of us. We're going to go ahead and do that just so we get extra material. Then we'll leave again. And then from there, I think we'll continue with the story. Ideally, Tri will level by the time we get over there. Oops. I don't know why I turned around there. So let's just leave it on auto battle. I think our front line is now tanky enough that it doesn't matter. As you can see, we're starting to outturn them. So I'm also not getting struck as often comparatively. So this is really good. I think that I think those quests really, really sped things up. So now the game is no longer 3 hits from death. We could take at least 5 or 6. And that's if the enemy even gets a turn. Oh, time has passed. Ooh, preemptive attack. I want to say we get something if we bind his pincers. I'm going to try to do that. So we're going to have Chris use a special technique here. And then we'll maybe vault it, because it looks kind of metal-ish. Alright, easy kill. Unfortunately, we didn't get the bind, so I'm not sure if it's an item or not that we require. Wait, that's at hardwood. Wait, was that another chopping point? I'm not sure. I thought this was a gather point. I don't really know. Might have to correct that later, I think. Let me drag it. Oh, no, it's not gonna... You know what? We're not gonna fuss with it for now. We're just gonna leave that little note there, since I'm not really sure what that item is supposed to be. That note can just exist slightly off-center. It's fine. Alright, we'll just auto-battle this. This should be fun. Our party does enough damage now that I don't think it matters. Hey, try leveled. Excellent. Beetle Whisker? Sure. Okay, feeling a lot better than the start of the game, chat. I think we have everything we need. We could just have a nice little pleasant journey through here. I might set up an auto path to walk this place so I don't need to do it. I'll think about it, chat. But for now, we'll just let auto battle get through. The importance of getting those levels is, like, I go from needing 2 to 3 hits to kill them to just 1, and now I'm outturning them due to the boots giving extra agility. So definitely well played, well thought out. We didn't even use any Medica, so this was pure profit this time. Let's hand in the request so that way Tri can level a bit.
Sorry, kiddos, but how goes the job? Hey, thanks.
So Therica A, I think, is just to... It's either ailments or removes binds, so it's just like a cure item. Okay, so what is our... So we're gonna get 3 of those, but more importantly, how much XP? Ooh, we have level 5 party members now? This is looking really good, chat.
How goes the job?
And we're gonna get 5 more Medica.
Thanks.
Perfect for pushing further in the dungeon, so we don't need to purchase any of that. The client was the first person to discover this water in the Labyrinth. He's attacked by monsters at the verge of death when he crawled to the water for one last drink. Then he suddenly felt a surge of inner strength. He's able to make it back to town on his own. This looks like normal water to me, but to him, I'm sure it's holy water. Sure, he'll be happy to see this. Thank you, everybody. Still, maybe that water really does have mystical powers. I'm just kidding. Okay, 5 Medicas. More importantly, more XP. Tri almost leveled again. Excellent. Any new information? Okay, nothing new. Probably because we haven't advanced to floor. Fair enough. Let's go sell our spare items.
What you got for me?
Goodbye, all those items, chat.
Thanks. I got some new goods. Go on. Take a look. Is that all you came for?
I don't see anything here that would be super useful. I don't know why it's stuck on Ping's character. The other people in the party. Oh, because I hit the other. Okay.
Which one you want?
I was just curious. For the back row. Is he allowed to? Okay, he can't just use a gun. Thank you, Akane. Definitely appreciate the follow. We are figuring things out as we go along. So it doesn't look like he can really equip much other than the dagger, which is a bit disappointing. Well, he could learn the, he could have a staff. Let's do that because it gives him technique and also special damage.
There you go.
So I think so far we're looking pretty good. I can't get any of these rare items yet, which is unfortunate. We might improve Chris's whip, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, might as well us.
There you go.
We have a little bit of cash left over.
What you got for me?
But you can see we're running super tight and super low on cash.
Thanks.
I want to leave a little bit in case things go poorly. I have 15 Medica. Fine, we're gonna have 20 now.
Thanks for
Alright, John, we need to push, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, let's actually before we push. Did I save myself enough money for the inn? If not, I feel silly. Yeah, I did.
Very well.
Hey, chat, we're gonna sleep until the next
Then allow
morning.
me to show you to your room.
Here we go. Reset everything. We're good to go.
Sign in over here, please.
Never enough
Be
Medica,
careful
chat.
out there.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, I cannot read Japanese, but I do appreciate definitely any viewership. But I think going forward with this party, let me think what we need to do. I guess we could just go straight to the exit. Hopefully this will unlock the dungeon more for sure. There is an area to the left we haven't been to. And what kind of violet is this? Oh, it's white. Mind. The locked door, let's add it to the map. This should be good enough for us for sure. I feel like we've explored most of the map, so we should hopefully unlock the ability to teleport to staircases very soon. It'll help us out quite a bit. So easy pill. We'll end up leveling ourselves in a little bit. I'm just waiting for Tri to level, so that way I could just kind of mass level. Since you completed the map of floor 1, you found the stairs down here. The floor jump feature is now available. The floor jump feature allows you to skip past any floor you've completed the map for. Now that completing the floor map has enabled floor jump, you can access them instantly. Just set the stairs before you change in appearance and color. Yep. Indicates the floor jump is available. Touch the stairs to warp to them. It's unlocked with precise mapping. There are other features as well that could be useful in your investigations, so use them as your playstyle demands. Yeah, that's fine. We'll be using this to spare ourselves. So as long as we keep routing, we should be good. Oh, there's the auto path I was talking about earlier. Yeah, we'll be doing that to some extent later. Right now, I don't need to do that. So for example, I could draw from the entrance to the staircase here, if I really want to. Just to get into fights while on my path to deeper in the dungeon. But right now, I don't need to do that. But it's nice to know it's there. You can also go in reverse. So that is useful because if you draw a path as like a one-way to an item, you could just use it to immediately go back. So that is useful, being able to reverse it for sure. Emerald Groove, the verdant in between. Let's rotate in place, see if there's anything we could see. There's a suspicious set of flowers here. Small crevice is visible in the wall before you. Perhaps a person may fit through. However, it appears impassable from this side. It looks like we have another one-way. We can use that to potentially return here as a shortcut. We're gonna have to keep in mind that there are a lot of alternate paths. As I said before, the walls give clues. Oh, I kind of remember this place, chat. We are gonna be in danger very soon. As you continue your adventure, a ferocious roar echoes through the forest. When you look in the direction the sound came from, you find a beastly monster. Led on an eerie cry as it kicks the ground with its sharp hooves to threaten you. A dreadful enemy unlike any you've seen is fast approaching. The down on the map is a type of enemy known as an FOE, Formido Apuganatra Exsequens. It's an FOE. John, I'm not going to call it by its formal name, it's an FOE. For every movement you take, it makes one as well, considering any actions. So it does give me an indication whether or not it's going to attack. We can take a look at its temperament. So right now it's aggravated. So we want to probably keep track of those indications. And given that it's red aura, it is much, much, much higher level than we are. So challenging this is probably instant death for us. Once we get poison or petrify, I think I do want to try killing these. But right now, I think it's safe to say we will die if we fight this. Fail the chance of encountering an enemy your distance to an FOE with this meter. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and, I guess, level. Oh, I want to get the scavenge so bad. You have no idea, chat. Oh, I actually didn't want to... Oh, I should have leveled TP up, not return formula. But this being cheaper is fine. I'm always okay with that, chat. If I could just instantly go back to town, I'm okay with that. So we are going to... Oh, this is a tough call, what I should be focusing on. I think encounter rate down. Oh, encounter rate down, double. Oh, worth it. Listen, chat, we need to explore a little bit. Once we're comfortable, then we can go in and do whatever we need. But right now, not comfortable. Let's keep leveling Provoke. And eventually we'll get Parry, which is what I'm looking to receive. Kirk is Axe Mastery. Might have him do Head Bash or maybe Stunning Smash. This level is Axe Mastery a little bit. So he's already doing significant damage compared to some other party members. He's able to level that. Speaking of which, Chris now has increased Whip Mastery. His damage is going up, and more importantly, he's just learned Viper, aka the best thing ever. So we're gonna go ahead and level that. And we're gonna go ahead and level that again, because it is just that good, chat. So this is gonna be Chris's main attack skill for, like, the whole game. He already has it. He's basically done as a character. Just need to level him more, and that's about it. So we can see them moving around on the map. So they will just do a set pattern. We have an opportunity to observe, and we should be fine. Now, there is an obstacle to the right of us, but I'm not sure if there's a appropriate icon we can use here. Let's take a look. Any of those really make any sense from what we're looking at? At some point, I should probably mark this, chat. For now, I'm gonna put an X to say I just can't go here. Oh, hello, bunnies. I think these are... Oh, they're just forest hares. I feel like in the future they become thunder hares, because that's a very common enemy in the Etrian series. Oh, Boomerang acts as a long-range attack as well. Interesting. I wasn't paying attention to that before. Sure, we can use Viper just to showcase it. We'll try maybe burn the bunnies. Oh, they used ice. Interesting. Not a bad guess, I suppose. Try is leveled. Excellent. Make sure to just keep leveling him as much as we can. He's going to be very useful for when we're backtracking, for sure, and I'm going to be abusing that the whole time. So I want to get to Scavenge as quickly as possible. If he's going to be there just for item cleanup. I think he will be. So let's just give him more TP in the meantime. Alchemy's not terrible. This is like if I overcap on items, which will be more important later in the game. I'll just get money. So having Try there when we're scavenging is super important. Looking to the sides of the map, I'm not really seeing anything of interest here. Another boss. That's a dead end. Can't do anything there. It's hopping along. I think we can dodge the boss by doing this. Again, our goal is mostly to explore, find the exit, find some gathering points, and maybe we'll take them on after a couple levels. There are a lot of FOEs here. Another dead end, can't do anything there. I'll explore here for the sake of exploring, but let's just go back this way. I guess we'll see if Try's damage is improved. I'm gonna hard focus the other enemies and see if he's able to get a kill by himself yet or not. Oh, unfortunately they hit the other target he was aiming at. But hey, we still killed with elements.
Butterfly.
So I love how it says don't kill it with physical, but we definitely hit it with a physical strike. I go, okay, game, whatever. If you don't want to count that as physical, I'm not going to count that as physical. Another door. Pretty butterflies indeed, chat. So I feel like this exploration is going pretty well. We've taken very little damage. We haven't used too many resources. Try is leveled a few times. So he's getting there, chat. Everybody else is level 5. We need her to hopefully get to parry. This chat, it ignores all physical damage for one turn. So I can make the whole front line immune to damage. That's kind of huge in this game. A lot of the early enemies only do physical, and a lot of bosses early on also only do physical. So being able to completely negate a boss's turn is actually kind of crazy. Yeah. So this is a take to the grab icon. Tiny petal. Mark it for now. Also, I don't think I looked at the other guy to see if he had another mission for us. We should probably go back and see if he wants anything for us. Oh, we got ambushed while gathering in materials. Ooh, that did some damage. I don't appreciate that. We'll boomerang axe him. I'm gonna heal Kirk and hopefully he doesn't die. We'll have, I guess try burn the forest hare in the back row. There we go. He blew up the bunny, chat. Chris with the agility outsped the rabbit. That's the important thing. I can't gather anything else for today. Now, I will warn you, chat. The game is gonna play a very nasty trick on us later. These rocks are not what we think they are, and we need to pay attention to where they are for the future. In fact, I should probably mark them with a different icon, but I'll just leave them as is for now. Ooh, hello. He was right in our face, chat. So we haven't explored too much of the map. Give me 1 second, chat. I want to see if I can fix the slider for the control. I'll figure it out later. It's fun. I'm used to being able to slide around the map, but it's not working for whatever reason. I guess there's some areas to the north we haven't been to. I'm gonna go double check to see if there's any quests I could take. It's also important to note that if you get into combat in front of those bosses, every turn in combat will allow the mini bosses to move, and they will join the combat. And as you imagine, you probably don't want that to happen. Okay, I took a little bit of damage there, but not terrible. We still have a ton of healing items, so I don't have to go back quite yet. But I think I will just to... Oh, this guy's in the way. It's annoying. Do this. Not get into combat here? Okay, good. We could fight here, just not in the open area. We're just gonna go ahead and do some regular strikes.
You're wide open!
Thank you, May, for following. Hopefully you're doing well today. Well, I got poisoned. How unfortunate. Now, fortunately, we are getting a lot of components. Nice. And poison doesn't seem to persist between combat, which is very good. I'm never sure with these games. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. If we could find another gathering point here, I would be very happy. Treasure chest of some sort. Let's see what's in it. An escape thread. Okay. Big Butler here, no idea what the game is, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah, Etrian Odyssey, Untold, specifically the Millenium Girl, is a remake of the first Etrian Odyssey game, the Game Boy Advance, but this one's on 3DS. It's quite a lot of fun. We're playing what would be considered the classic mode, so we have kind of the create your own character approach to the game. It does offer a story mode that will go into what the Millenium Girl actually is, but we've opted to say, hey, we could just build our own party, it'll be fine. Okay, let's go ahead and just auto-battle these things real quick. I think we're doing enough damage thanks to me having a bow that we seem to be doing fine. So here, like, for example, we could probably get away with having, for example, a couple survivalists or other DPS in the back row. We don't technically need a mage. Now, the downside to this, of course, is when we come to an actually hard battle, like the mini-bosses, not leveling a mage, or not leveling a medic, or not leveling a hexer would be a big problem. Fortunately, we don't need to worry about that at the moment. I'm gonna get into an encounter here. I was worried I would get battled right in front of the monster, which I don't really want. Okay, so we cleared that without even getting struck at all, which is perfect. So that's just free money for us at that point. Let's see, how far over does he go? Interesting. How large is my party? I can have up to 5, but I can have up to, by default, 24 reserve characters. Or technically 24 total. So this is the shortcut. Is it just one way forever? Okay, we opened it up forever. Nice. So a big appeal of the game is kind of dodging the monsters and figuring out the little puzzles here and there. I do like that we can map as we go along, so anything you see me touching just below the chat box, I'm doing by hand. So we're just marking where shortcuts are, where gathering points are for materials, and we'll see how far we can get. Another very easy clear. This is good. We're helping try get up to level 4 with very little threat to our party. And I'm trying to explore the map as much as I can here, since it does care about our completion rate. I see another set of yellow flowers here. That's yet another one way. We'll have to see if we can figure out how to return there later. I like that the game gives you visual clues if there's events there, for sure. Though I know there has to be some way to get above where I'm at. Adding it to your playlist, it looks interesting. It's very, very solid. There's quite a few games in the series, so even if you complete the first game, you have a lot to potentially go through. I think they did 6 games. They had Etrian 1 through 5, and then I think there was Nexus, which was intended to be the last game in the Etrian series. So definitely a huge list of games you could play. We also played something called Etrian Mystery Dungeons, so if you like the character classes and some of the techniques in this game, and you like things like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, for example, it kind of combines the two. It is a nice kind of segue into the series as well. Let's see, we triggered some kind of plot here. You walk through the forest, you suddenly come across a tremendously threatening monster. Its shape and form is similar to the beast you previously encountered, but this one is clearly more powerful. Just as you're wondering how best to handle it, the monster notices you and attacks without hesitation. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, it made it sound so menacing. It's just shiny. Listen, it's like a Pokemon shiny. Like, okay. So one thing about this monster is it basically deals double damage, which is kind of annoying, and it also tries to run. So I'm gonna provoke in hopes that it sticks around for a little bit. And I might also bind its legs to stop it from leaving. See if that works. I never paid attention to what it was weak to. He only did 10 to me? That was nothing. Okay, I think Chris bound his legs so he can't run, and we one-shot it with Kirk. Thank you, Kirk. Yeah, he's worth a lot of bonus XP, so I'm happy we killed him instantly. He did not escape. We managed to defeat the fearsome beast. No, it wasn't, game. No, it wasn't. It seems that those bathed in light are stronger than normal. From here on, you must decide carefully whether or not to engage these shining rare breeds. Sometimes encounter special monsters like rare breeds live when you fall. Now, rare breeds are different from their normal counterparts and their strength increases during battle. If you successfully defeat one, though, you earn more experience compared to normal variety. If you think the rare breed is within your means to defeat its advantages, try and vanquish it. Thank you, game. So anyway, I feel like that was very straightforward. I don't feel like that needed an explanation. But for the sake of adding an explanation, I will state it. So, rare breeds are the best way to get XP in the game. Mostly because it enforces like a minimum amount of XP, or at least it feels like that you can receive from combat. Oh, look, Chad, we came across a special event. What's this? You continue into the brush and noise ahead of you draws your attention. An intermittent sound is coming from the brush. Something seems to be inside the tall grass before you. Alright, let's mark this as a big old question mark, chat. You peer futilely, wondering whether to chance it or leave the sound alone. Oh, chat, we're messing with it. Of course we're investigating. Listen, if our big dummy self triggers a trap, then we learn. This is how we learn, chat. Who will investigate? I don't like that it's choosing a specific character. You know what, chat? My big dummy self is gonna investigate. Let's see if I get wrecked or not. As a party leader, Ziggy pushes back the tall grass. Suddenly, Ziggy feels a sharp pain on the hand. The noise seems to have come from a small snake. Rebutting Ziggy's outstretched hand, it slithers off into the forest. Took 5 damage. I think that's okay. We'll do minus 5 HP. So in case we are curious what the events are, we'll take a look later. I'm like almost at the point I would consider using items, but not quite. It was inevitable. We would definitely get jumped by a snake. Now what I'm worried about is we haven't seen the actual threat of this floor yet. So we'll just keep exploring in the meantime. And speaking of which, we haven't found any gathering points. So I would like to go back once we get gathering points. We're gonna focus the rabbit since that thing tends to do damage, where the flies tend to do nothing. I'm not really worried about them. Nice, try leveled, so he's gonna go slightly faster. And since he does melee attack, technically, it's gonna increase his damage. We're going to level TP up so he could get scavenge. So he's gonna be our main resource collector for sure. So basically more items is more money equals better equipment. So he's gonna be super useful for a gathering party. If not mandatory, honestly. Another dead end. The tree standing at the end of the narrow trail, you see a shriveled green fruit. Judging from its color and shape, it doesn't look edible. Really wish you could pluck the fruit and eat it. Yeah, let's eat the green fruit, chat. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be the guinea pig. But let's see what happens. It appears to the contrary, the fruit is fresh and juicy. Oh, it healed us. 15 TP? Oh, that's actually pretty big. This is really, really generous to the game. You look around, you see that there are many fruits that have not yet ripened. These are yet still inedible, but over time they may become readily available. You decide to mark this place in your memory as you return to your investigation in the forest. Okay, so when they say mark it, it's referencing that a quest might explicitly ask where this is. So I should also probably update the note to say, green fruit. In case it's asking for a distinction, it's actually important to put something here. Just in case, chat. That way, if I'm not sure, I could check later. So excellent. That recovered pretty much everybody's TP. I think everybody used TP. I'm really concerned about these, chat. I know what these are, but I will not spoil it. But I'm gonna mark this as a do not go zone for now. But hey, I think we're coming to the end of the floor, and more importantly, that'll let us work backwards. So if we don't encounter anything too dangerous, I say as we encounter something very dangerous. Let's boost, and then I'm gonna provoke. Kirk, I need you to duke the Venom Fly. Chris, I need you to hopefully bind its arms. I need to shoot the thing in the background, and you need to do lightning damage. Okay, we killed the back row monster. We'll use the boost here, why not? Head bash, maybe we'll get a head bind. We'll go for Viper as well. For those wondering, there is a info button, and you can check what kinds of buffs and debuffs you have on a character. At any one time, you can only have 3 sets of buffs or 3 sets of debuffs. So you could kind of take advantage of that to some extent. Like, it is not useful to have a party of like 5 troubadours because there's only so many buffs you can stack. But consequently, enemies can only debuff you so much, so you might purposely leave yourself open to like pretty negligible debuffs. But I'm not sure when that'll come up, but it's just, I figured it'd be worth mentioning. Chris got the poison. Let's see how much poison does. 26. Not terrible. And now we have a reason to heal. This is fine. Everybody's a little injured, but not like terribly injured. So fortunately, we have the luxury of not healing every time we're struck because we bought armor. This will save us in the long run. Coming up to the part of the game, I think I'm a little worried. And if worst comes to worst, I will just use Prize ability to run away. Another potentially tough encounter. I'm going to front guard, so everybody takes less damage here. I'm gonna boomerang next to the back row. I want Chris to probably Viper again. I'm gonna boost his Viper. And we are going to probably Shelter Song. I want to reduce how much damage we take here. And I hit auto battle by accident. My bad. Fortunately, I didn't really get punished for it, so that's fine. Let's try this again. I'm gonna kill the back row. I want Chris to boost. I'm so used to like the L being like the optional button. I have to untrain myself, chat. That was a player skill issue. I'm gonna boost maybe his lightning. Oh yeah, that was a one-shot. Chris's poison did 144. Wow, Chris, your boosted poison is stupid. That did more than like 3 characters worth of damage. That was actually unfair. Well, I think we have our boss killing move, aka poison. So that'll be fun, chat. Nice. Primary party members leveled, and we are getting a lot of resources. I see that we can check something, but before we get there, see what we could do. We'll just keep leveling Axe Mastery. Just free damage. Stunning Smash might be useful. Chris's Viper, I'm like, yes, I would like more poison damage. Poison rate up? Oh man, I'm getting so spoiled, chat. I think I'm just gonna keep, well, I guess for now I don't really need it at the moment. I should be focusing on, I think, defense up. I want to make sure we're as tanky as possible, for sure. So we have a check here. Walk the forest, you discover a soldier resting at the tree trunk in the sunlight. Soldier notices you as well and gives a friendly greeting. Okay. Not sure really what to mark this. Guess we'll put a question mark for soldier. Maybe he's more like an event. Yeah, he's more like an event. Soldier for now. Hello, explorers. How goes your journey through the forest? Must have you tired out coming this far. My duty is to help explorers in the early going of the forest. Radha's instruction. Well, are you tired enough to take a breather and dine with me? Wow, chat, we're already being taken out for dinner on the first date? Wow, we're getting spoiled. With that, the soldier pulls over a large basket sitting beside him. A savory aroma wafts from it, making your stomach growl. The choice is yours whether to take up the soldier on his kind offer or hurry on ahead. Oh, we're whining and dining, chat. Gracefully accept the food, let's go. Soldier nods happily and begins to bring out the contents of the basket. First comes open-faced sandwiches with sliced jerky, cheese, and butter. They're followed by grilled mountain quail, potato and caper salad, bunches of raisins, and wine. Oh, I knew the wine would be there, chat. Knew it. Go on, there's no need to be modest. Eat as much as you like. Tired and hungry as you are, you only nod at the soldier's generosity before reaching towards the banquet before you. ... After enjoying the meal, the soldier is so considerably prepared. You find that your body and mind are healed. Oh, he's a full recovery? Oh my gosh. Oh, we need to denote this immediately. Full recovery. We could abuse this, chat. If he's gonna stay here, I will say it is a little finicky getting it to do that. There we go. I'm just going to put full rest. Looks like that set you were right. Glad I could help you on your way. That the soldier cleans up and stands again. There's no more food, I'm afraid, so I'll be heading back. But I'll be here again at daybreak. Ooh, daybreak. Oh wait, that's more important. I'll do something like this. Alright, sold in case we need to find him later. Do some shorthand there. Good luck in the labyrinth. You thank the soldier and return the investigation with renewed vigor. Wow, that is actually unfair. How good of a restore that is. The game is being very kind after its very brutal start. This is what I was worried about, chat. So those rocks aren't necessarily rocks. As you walk the green paths, a boulder before you suddenly shifts and reveals itself as a beast. Worse, the beast is about to launch a deadly charge towards you. The moment you enter a side path to hide yourself, a giant boar rushes by and slams into the wall. It seems the boar mimics its surroundings until it spies prey, at which point it charges in for a kill. You party cannot hope to outmatch its speed. You cannot be sure it is the only one of its kind. You must be wary of where you step in this place. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and remove that icon. I guess for FOE, I'll put him like this. What I like to do here, chat, is not technically needed, but I like to point an arrow for him, so I know which way he's facing. Yeah, it's a border / boulder boar, exactly, chat. So we will potentially get wrecked randomly here. So we have to be really careful with the rest of the dungeon. Speaking of which, put a little ye old arrow so we can give ourselves a little clue as to how to dodge that in the future. I'm seeing another boulder up ahead. Now we can get past them. I think we will at some point. This is potentially another boulder, but for now we'll mark it as impassable. So we're at the point where I'm thinking about going back. I do not want to fight a boss that is here before we get some equipment upgrades.
This is the Reaper's power.
Show Boldy. Exactly, chat. Guess we'll provoke. We're gonna go for absolute one-shot city. We're gonna hope this kills. This does a lot of damage. I think we'll be okay. I'll also raise our defense just because. And try... We'll just have him fire the back row. This should be fine. So I think Chris one-shot his target. He'll die from poison. I don't need to worry about that. There we go. Thank you, Chris. So she took a lot of damage. I have to be kind of careful here. I boomerang axe that again. We'll have Chris kind of finish off the front row. And because Ziggy's really quick, I'm going to have him heal the front line. And we're just going to have Try just continually do damage. Hopefully this kills. Ooh, not quite enough to kill, but we're fine here. And we got more soft hide. Not too terrible. It's now dark. Let's not do that. So as I said before, it is possible to gain access to new areas. So for example, we go back this way. Now that he's not charging at us, we can see if there's anything over here. But we're at the point where I see an opening and I feel very concerned. Ooh, so he doesn't trigger right away. So see, like, I'm in his line of path where he will charge, but he's not able to reach us. So maybe his range, chat, it could be something like... Oh, I did not mean to put that again. It could be something like... Maybe he can only see 2 spaces in front of him. We could take that knowledge with us. That's actually really important to know. I feel like we're about to get a cutscene or a boss here. Thinking about if it's worth going back. Might be. Okay, we instantly went to town. Amazing. Thank you, Try. I was really worried, chat, that would be a boss, and I'm like, we haven't saved in a while. Oh, so Rada Hall is that way then. Thank you for showing me the way. Oh, she's so beautiful. She wasn't in such a hurry to show her the entire town. What the? How long have you been standing there? It was just spur of the moment. It's nothing, I swear. I was merely given the task of guiding that young lady to Rada Hall. And that's exactly what I did. The job well done. I'm so busy today anyway. Lots of stuff to do. Best of luck to you, adventurers. Okay, so I think the mansion is now unlocked. Oh no, not quite yet. They said Rada Hall, so let's go to Rada Hall then. It will be soon, though.
Huh.
You are the best, was it? Oh my gosh, chat. Every time they say our guild name, makes me smile. We actually have a situation on our hands. Just between you and me, if you have the time. I'd like you to perform a mission for me.
We're all counting on
I
you.
have my reasons to keep this mission from the public. If you're interested, come to me to hear the details. The mission has been made available.
You'll accept the mission, yes?
Ooh, this one I remember being a little tricky. Ooh, I guess I can accept this, but we might not complete it right away. So we should do this before exploring the second floor further, for sure. This is our first boss of the game that we're gonna attempt. We're gonna go try to beat the deer, and if we die, it's okay. We get 1 revive chance, and that's called a learning experience. I might want to bring Bing into the fight, because being able to debuff this boss is kind of crucial. I don't think I need damage with our team.
Ah, so you accept. Well then, well, allow me to explain.
Like, we have 3 damage dealers, and I'm like an ult damage dealer, so we have like 3.5 DPS. So, I think it's a little overkill, chat. Just a little bit. So you'll accept this one. Thank you. Allow me to tell you the details. There was an incident where a noble's son was attacked by a monster on one of the higher floors. Thankfully, the boy had a bodyguard on hand and was not seriously injured.
Huh.
But his parents are enraged and insist that the monster cannot be suffered to live. They have requested us to slay it. Normally, we'd put out the call to all explorers, but it seems they wish to keep the matter discreet.
Now then.
As for the monster that attacked the boy, we've had a report that it still wanders the first floor unchallenged. Though it's not in the best of shape, having lost an arm in the prior struggle, this is the perfect chance to slay it. You are to kill the one-armed monster on the first floor before the chance passes, and bring back proof of death. We'll do our best, chat. I think we're about the right level for this. I expect it to still potentially one-shot us. We'll see. Though you have no great fame yet as a guild, I think that your skill makes you perfect for the mission.
We're all counting on
Well then, we'll be counting on you. Good luck in your task. Okay, chat. So, I will say...
Was
we're
there
gonna hopefully
something else?
cheese this boss. I'm trying to think about
I'll
it. There
bid
is a
you good
strategy to beat this boss. Let me think. How did I beat this the first time I played this many years ago? It is a one-armed monster, so I think binding its arm prevents it from being able to attack with its big damage move. So from what I remember, it will introduce the idea that bosses have different mechanics than normal monsters. So I believe it will charge up a turn, and then the next turn it'll attack. Now, technically I could defend on the second turn, but if I arm bind, I think it can't actually strike me and it loses its turn. But there's also an item we could potentially get at the store. And if we get that item from the store, then maybe we could cheese this boss. We'll see though. Actually, we should check the pub before I do anything else.
Hey there.
Yeah, I think there's something called like the Sound Stone or something like that. It's not really clear what it does when you read the description per se, but what it will do is it will skip the enemy's turn and it will stop him from buffing. It's kind of
What are you
important.
interested in?
Oh hey, we got new quests. Buckle scrolls require Amber Lump in order to make nectar. Reward 3 nectar, sure.
Ah, that one.
This quest is from the goods store. She's been running low on materials to make nectar. Why don't you go ask her what she needs from you?
How goes the job?
Hmm.
Now, which one are you interested in?
Get rich quick. A local merchant would like to know where you can find a place to gather materials through chopping. Ooh, Fire Talisman ×3. I actually really want this for that upcoming boss. So this is really good for us.
That one.
Decided to take that request, have you? Good, I've been hoping someone would. You know a place you can chop in the forest. The client wants to know where it is. He's here in the pub. You should talk to him directly. He has a reputation for being somewhat difficult, but I'm sure you can handle him. Let's do that right now then.
You want to ask around?
Ooh, we have a lot of people we can talk to. We'll do that in a moment though. We'll talk to Portland Merchant first. What is it? What does it want? I don't have time to waste right now. Tell me you accepted the job, yes. Oh, so you're the courageous ones who took on my request. Let's get down to business then. No chat. Every time I see that line, my brain goes to defeat the Huns. Every time, chat. He can't just drop that line on me. It's terrible. As I said, I don't have time to waste. Could you tell me of a place on the first floor where you can chop? Here you can sell what you get from chopping and make a tidy profit. Sorry, you didn't need to hear about that. Anyway, chopping point on the first floor. If you find one, come talk to me and point it out on the map. Yes, we've already found it. Oh, it's you. If you found a place on the first floor where I can chop. Yes, we found a chopping point. Oh, really? That's wonderful news. Come on over here and tell me exactly where it is. Alright, that is a really tiny map. Can I zoom it in slightly? Or maybe not. Anyway, it's this one. There, eh? Fantastic. Someone to scout out the location. You did it. My scout confirmed it. The spot you told me of is most definitely a place to chop. I have to hurry there and get chopping. Left the reward with the pub's owner, so go get it from her. Now excuse me.
Which one are you interested in?
Looking for memories. An adventurer dropped something of value in the stomping grounds of fierce deer on the second floor. Please recover it for reward Bravant. Bravant, I think, is an attack buff item. Not really useful, because we have like 3 characters that can buff, so whatever. We'll still accept the task, though.
That one.
This client is a young lady who often heads into the Labyrinth on business. Apparently, she was attacked by a terrifying deer and had to flee. She did escape unharmed, thank goodness, but she dropped her basket that she uses to collect flowers. If it was any other basket, she'd just forget about it. But this was a present from her grandmother, so... She dropped it in the southwest of the second floor, on the path used by a powerful deer. Might be scary, but as long as you're careful, you should be okay. Good luck. Okay, we'll hold off on talking to those people for a little bit, chat. I want to sub out Try for a moment. I want to make sure Ping gets some XP. Well, I don't want to rest him.
Keep it quick.
So, to explain to the chat what can happen with this game, I don't think we talked about this at all. So, you can potentially change their class if you level them up enough. And what that'll end up doing is it'll let you have, like, bonus stats when you go to level. You could tell them to reset So in case you want to repurpose a character that was mostly for offense for dungeoneering, or vice versa, you could do that. And obviously make them leave, and at any time you can rename the character. You can potentially retire them, and I think that causes a new adventurer to show up. Oh, that's right, in Classic Mode it's slightly different. So in Classic Mode, if you retire a character, a new one takes their place with more skill points. Otherwise, you could just change classes. I forgot. Story Mode is what I was talking about, where you can basically respec them. There's a slight difference between Story and Classic. As a reminder, we're on Classic. I don't think I really need anybody right now, but I guess I could do Ziggy as always, Chris as always, Kirk as always, and as always. We'll leave Try out for a little bit. I think we're gonna go for a boss here.
Alright, hold on a second.
And I could technically have a squad set up.
Alright, hold on a second.
And we'll probably have Try walk around with some new people. So instead of like Kirk and Chris, we might have I think Reen was looking to make a character at some point, so we'll probably have a Ronin just to show them off. But what I'm looking to do before we start making too many characters is there's another component to the game that hasn't been unlocked yet. And what that'll do is basically if you level up a character a lot, you can actually transfer those skills as an equipable item to other characters. So Try's ability to scavenge, he could potentially give to other people, or any of his other passives like TP up, which is potentially useful. But more importantly, if we start leveling all the other classes, we could give ourselves different attack moves, as long as we have the weapon used that can perform the actions. So like, Protector, potentially could have their skills transferred over to the Lance Connect. But anyway, who wants us to turn in the quest? I suppose we should.
Hey there. How goes the job? Hey,
I appreciate those 5 talisman. Now, because it's a quest reward, if we get overcapped in items, there is like a storage in the game. So we're not going to lose these items in case we do overstock. Materials you can obtain through chopping are rare and worth a good amount of money. You should try it out. Still, I wonder if that man will be alright on his own. He's just an ordinary townsperson. He doesn't get reckless out there in the labyrinth. At any rate, thank you. Here's your reward. I think we might see him later on. We'll find out. Ooh, Ping is so close to leveling. That's good. I want his curse rate up so he stops missing curses, chat. I think that's the big issue with him at the moment.
Hello?
Oh, the jump about my nectar. You took it. Oh, thanks so much. That'll be a big help. Nectar is something explorers are always using when they get hurt. I wasn't paying attention to misstock and I ran out of amber lump. Lump is a rare item that can be taken. It'll be easier for folks who are good at taking. Oh, this is gonna take us forever to get because I don't have anybody with that skill. I've seen you do the usual. Get the amber lump and sell it to me. I only need 1. Spoilers, chat. We're not gonna be doing that. We are, however, going to go on a mass selling spree here. Well, look at all that money we're about to get, chat. Beautiful 252. New items available: Bone Axe, Hide Hat, Hide Glove, Medica 2, even stronger healing.
Is that all you came for?
I think it might be worth getting the Hide Glove, because this is just free defense. Yeah, on Kirk, this is just literally damage, so there's no reason not to do this.
There you go.
I think we'll do the same for Chris. I could potentially pass on the shield to another character. Doesn't make him slower, but more damaging. Hello, Koya. Hope you're doing well. We still only have basic armor, though, which is not really super defensive. So honestly, he could just wear gloves and or a hat, and it would be better than what we have. I think it's about time I get some defense here and some TP.
You're wide open!
Thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully you're enjoying the game. I should probably focus on giving him probably the staff just for TP, honestly. Not for the damage. I mean, technically for the damage, but more importantly for the TP.
There you go.
I guess that's okay for now. We don't have a lot of money to spare, unfortunately. So let's see how many healing items we actually have. Actually, pretty large amount still. Bolt resistance up. That'll be useful later. For now, it's not that useful. I'll buy 2 of these.
There you go.
That should be good enough for now.
Thanks for the business.
And hopefully we could get something here. Oh, no, nothing here still.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
I guess I technically don't
Sign
need
in
to
over here,
heal.
please.
Technically. You know what, chat? Let's be a little adventurous. Let's
Come
see
back
how
here whenever you're tired.
able we are to deal with some of the bosses. We're allowed to die once, so it's not a big deal, and we have an escape thread, so it's not the worst thing ever. So why don't we go back into the first floor? I think there will be a boss waiting for us. We save no matter what, so we're allowed to take a few risks here, chat. We have to play totally safe. But I believe we're about to be ambushed. Indeed, we could see the monster. As you step into the labyrinth, you see before you an ornately large mantis beast radiating menace and hostility. Its body is red as if it had been bathing in blood. But although the monster has seen you, it shows no sign of attacking. On the contrary, it turns its back and leaves. It may not have much will left to fight, since it's missing an arm as well. Regardless, you must catch up to the fiend and slay it. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm not gonna go do that. I know where it's going. You can see there's like a little L-shape hook along that hallway. It's just gonna camp there. And when I'm ready, we could go fight it. But I don't really want to. Let's just auto battle. We should be fine here. There we go. Ping level. That could be useful. Eventually, as I said before, I do want Stoning Curse. So I should probably level this so I could get access to it. Oh, only one of them needed to be leveled. Oh, oops, I misunderstood. So it has a very low chance of success. However, it will kill certain FOEs instantly if it can trigger. As I said before, it's a terrible percentage. But technically, it could one-shot any boss we fight, at least in the early game. And that's very cheesy, and I love cheese. So we're probably going to focus on Curse Mastery and some Stoning Curse. We might also improve Sapping Curse, so we take less damage. But I think we're gonna try cheesy, chat. The boss is like, where is he? He's just like walking in circles like, but I thought the adventurers had a mission to defeat me. And I'm like, no. Not doing that. Get out of here. Oh, wow. Nice preemptive there. We're just getting free materials at this point. We're kind of low on money, so there's no reason not to do this. As worst comes to worst, this will just be used to replace the thread. As I said before, at some point we should fight that boss, but I'm not in a big rush because my armor is kind of garbage. Like, I think it is technically doable right now. It's just that level 6 is a little... I think it does help that at least I got some weapon upgrades. At least our damage, I think, is enough for the boss for sure. Just not sure if, without getting a cheesy thing to interrupt the boss, whether or not we're able to do what we need to do. Forgot to see what kind of gathering point that was. Whoops. So I think for now, we'll ignore the boss and push a little further. Because I don't think the game will stop me from doing that, by the way. I mean, eventually I'll get to a point where a soldier will tell me I have to do the quest, but I feel like if we wait a little bit, I might be able to buy some items to cheese this boss. And as I said before, as you get further into the dungeon, you get better and better materials. So I'm just going to take this at the pace that I want. Which is not what the game wants. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Good front guard. Let's see. Oh, it's only a single target. That's right. Hey, Kirk. Hope you're doing well. Oh, hey, it instantly killed. Nice. Thank you, instant kill chance. I love you. Hope you're doing well, Kirk. We made a character for you. We're just playing some Etrian here. Could get TP restored. I guess this is good. I did use some. TP restored. So we're gonna ignore the boss that's there. We're actually gonna go to... Actually, I don't even need to do this. What am I doing? Let's just move to the staircase. Also, I just realized I made a mistake. Okay, so let's go fix our mistake. Maybe Chad has figured out what the mistake was. So you might have noticed that the staircase I clicked on was gold, right? So because we've explored enough in the dungeon, we can instantly teleport to that staircase. I forgot to actually look at the other staircase. I could do that real quick. If we get into another combat here, it doesn't matter. We're so strong that we basically never get hit, so this is just free XP at this point. So if we need to purchase more return items, this is fine. It should trigger, right? Yeah, there we go. So we're just gonna immediately go back into the dungeon. Let's go ahead and click on the map again. We're gonna teleport to the staircase. We're just gonna ignore that boss again, chat. We're gonna wave goodbye to him. We don't have to deal with him. We're like, bye. We actually almost finished this floor up. We might as well just keep going. Speaking of which, this is a set of staircase up. I keep grabbing that when I mean to touch the screen. My bad, chat. Okay. So we haven't explored enough of the area, maybe because we haven't found the first exit. So we're not able to warp back to this floor, because being able to open this shortcut is actually huge for us. So looking at the map, we know that the only correct path is in front of us. We could try fighting a deer here, technically. I guess it wouldn't be terrible to see how powerful this is. As I said before, like, we're gonna get money to revive if worse comes to worse, because we did a couple fights here. Let's get an idea of how powerful we are, if this is even a doable fight. I'm gonna make sure our front row is at least at full health. I think I have enough Medica to do this, technically. So what I'm gonna try to do is probably defense up with Ziggy, use Provoke with Anne, Kirk is just gonna do damage, possibly Headbind, Chris is gonna poison, and Ping is just gonna do whatever Ping wants to do. We'll be fine. Let's willingly engage the enemy. Let's see how hard this boss is, chat. We're gonna Provoke for sure. We need Kirk. Probably, if he gets stunned, that would be amazing, actually. I'm gonna go for Viper here, go for defense up, and we're gonna go for attack down. We got confused, kind of annoying. Hey, we got tanky. So the thing has a lot of health, which is a little concerning. We'll go for Viper, though. Let's raise our attack power and have Ping... What do you think, chat? What are the odds that this will actually one-shot? I think pretty low, but we'll do it anyway. Okay, it had no effect. It doesn't mean it can't be affected, it just means it failed. Well, this guy's kind of tanky. Well, that's a little concerning. I'll do it again, chat. We'll go for it again. Actually, I can extend the duration of their attack down. Let's do that first. Ooh, I got panicked again. Not ideal. Us losing control of a character is kind of annoying. Oh, Chris got the poison. Did 61, so it did as much as an entire character's worth. Unfortunately, I'm not able to bind again. I could try to bind its legs, maybe. It's probably going to charge attack us at some point. Let's get a defense up again. Oh, that did a lot of damage without the buff. Oh no, Ping, I need you to be unconfused immediately. This is a problem. Front row. Okay, we have everything we need. I just need a character to not die. So we're gonna pray to the Medica gods that this doesn't kill. Oh, he didn't actually attack there. We got so lucky, chat. We got so lucky. We're gonna boost for sure. I'm gonna have Kirk head bash this enemy. Hopefully it dies. We're gonna go for a like bind, I think, here. I'm gonna boost and do boosted defense maybe. And Ping, please lower this thing's attack power. Ooh, Chris got one shot. I'm so sorry, Chris. You're with us in spirit, Chris. Oh, Kirk is dead. Oh, rest in peace, Kirk. Everybody died. You died so that others may live, chat. So it's doable. We got a rare item, but at what cost? So I think we had it. It's more like we got the confused ailment and that wrecked us because it went from doing like 4 damage to 50, which was kind of a big difference. So you can see why I wanted ping in here to lower the boss's damage. So definitely the more points we can level to lower its attack power, the more power we have. Chris's damage was definitely very crucial for that because we lost a lot of our attackers and he was doing as much with poison as Kirk was doing per attack. So we know Chris was definitely putting in the work. Everybody died for the Rage Low for sure. So this is fine. Might continue a little further. We're gonna try to avoid encounters though. Be fine. I want to see if we could get that one quest and then run away. Let's get into a fight here. Hopefully it's not big. Oh, that's not too bad. Let's defense up, and you know what? I really hope this works. No, it worked on nobody. It wrecked, apparently. I'm gonna do attack up then, and pray for something to trigger. Okay, we confused 2 out of 3. That's not terrible. The medic at the front line, and everybody else will attack. Well, the panic didn't really do anything, unfortunately. We'll do our best. Ooh, I crit for 66. Nasty. Okay, we're doing fine, chat. We're doing fine. Thing's almost leveled again. That's the most important thing. We gotta get his crit chance up. That said it dropped it in... Oh, did it say southeast? Wait a minute, not southwest. Oh, my bad, chat. I made a mistake. I gotta let this thing go by me. Alright, let's just leave. So we can beat the FOEs. This is what we learned. We got unlucky with the Confuse. So if we get Confuse resist, this would be pretty big for us. Also, Frightful Y'all, thank you for skipping all combat here, by the way. Look how beautiful that is, chat. I've not been attacked that entire stretch of the way back. I might actually make it to the next floor without getting attacked. Indeed, I did. Thank you, y'all. And see, that reset the combat encounter. What's even better about that, chat, is because I got the shortcut here. I just go to the staircase. Look at that, chat. Look how convenient that is. Anyway, let's go revive the party.
Welcome to the Rooster
The
Inn.
party died for my sins. Ooh, that costs 30? Ooh, it scales with level.
Is there anything else I can
But Chris
help?
is still
Be
dead. We
careful out there.
have to get money to revive Chris. Hopefully the Deer Antler will give us something good, though. No, it's not too bad.
Thanks. I got some new goods.
Short sword, staghorn, jerkin. Okay, new equipment, new equipment.
Looking for our tanks quite a bit.
Again, getting tankier here would be nice.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Oh, I'll call this. Is there anything else I can
We'll stay
help with?
until evening.
A quick rest, right? Of course.
That way we let the gathering points reset. Chris is back to
Well,
life.
Be careful out there.
Yeah, we're so early in the game that I think HP up from the store is actually better than armor.
Hello.
But I'll still buy armor
Which
anyway.
one you want?
Ooh, we need more of these. Need monkey bone. That sounds kind of brutal. Staghorn. 31 damage as a melee? That's so much better than what we're using currently. Wow. That's a big damage increase, chat. Short sword. Kirk's not using a sword at the moment. He's using an axe. He could get the bone axe, though. I think that is kind of worth it. He is kind of like the main damage source. Like, Chris's weapon is kind of semi-irrelevant, to be honest, because he's going to be doing mostly poison. And my bow is nice, but I'm not like a primary DPS at all. But Kirk's damage, on the other hand, might be worth doing. Now, consequently, we are taking way too much damage. So, well, this one gives +1 agility. Ooh, we're gonna give this to Chris. That way he doesn't explode to the boss anymore. There you go. Chris is faster.
There you go.
He'll equip it immediately. Ping's speed is kind of slow. I might give this to him as well.
There you go.
In fact, do we have enough for a boot that gives agility? I think he would actually benefit from that immensely. He does. Okay, we're gonna pay for it.
There you go.
Okay, so we fixed Ping's slowness, so he's less likely to lose to the boss now in terms of speed. As we saw before, like, having agility is kind of important. So he got technically a little tankier, which is nice. I mean, I'm not expecting to take a ton of damage in the back row for sure, but Chris being slightly faster in the front row means he's more likely to one-shot things. So it's very tempting to put him with a strength glove so that he can one-shot a bit easier. Did these people want anything else? I don't recall what they wanted.
How goes the job?
Oh,
Now,
Yeah,
how
we're-
goes the job?
I forget where they said. It was definitely the second floor.
Sorry, kiddos. But I'm fresh. Come again, kiddos.
Okay, so we could technically fight the FOE again. I guess we can. I mean, we could just systematically murder all of them, chat. Listen, I'm not above just complete genocide of the species. Just letting you know, chat. I mean, if it gives me points, why wouldn't I want to do that? Yeah, we'll skip the boss, chat. Listen. we're like, no. We're fighting the optional things we're supposed to run away from. Listen, we have priorities. Like, listen, if we can avoid puzzles and also get rare ingredients, because 88 is not bad. It'd be ideal. So Penguin's actually going fast enough that he went before the enemies now, which is a good sign. Ping leveled again, which is an amazing sign. It just means that he is more likely to get probably the Petrify chance up. So I could do that, or I could go for Curse Mastery. Well, this is such a tough call. I feel like I kind of want all of these. Oof. I'm gonna go for just Curse Mastery, I think, for now. Does that all apply to Sapping Curse, Frailty Curse, and Stoning Curse, as well as the Blinding Curse? It's not going to be a huge amount. I want to say by like 10 points, it'll end up being 21% added. Which, you know, it is significant once it's max, but like right now it's not big. Like I think I'm getting like 1 or 2 points every time I put a point there. But 1 or 2% chance of insta-death is kind of big for us. Let's get into a fight here to make sure we have enough money for revives. Actually, it's worth fighting one more time to get the Protector leveled. Because if we could get parry, that's actually huge. Because I could just parry every turn and the boss honestly can do nothing. Unless it confuses. Let's get into fight willingly. Actually, the better way to do it is I just kind of walk back and forth. I'm gonna crab walk, chat. One more battle. We should be good to go. We'll try killing the FOE. Now, they will respawn after a certain number of days, so we can't just, like, kill them forever. It's nice to be able to do some damage. Excellent. So we have 2 characters at level 7. Well, I forgot I didn't really restock my healing items. How much do I have? Okay, I still have an okay amount. 2 skill points. Parry for sure. Activation rate up. Yeah, let's level this. Eventually, I wanted to activate twice, so that way we could deal with groups. Everybody else using all their skill points? I am not using all my skill points. I think I'll improve our defense up. That way we don't just get one shot and explode. I feel like that's kind of crucial. I'll risk not healing Chris here. Let's get into a fight here. We're gonna do we'll do parry. We'll Kirk go for a stunning smash. Chris, I think we'll go for a boosted Viper because it will do a lot of poison damage. We're gonna do defense up and we're gonna go for attack down. Nice. 161 damage. Oh, Chris's damage is absurd, chat. It's so silly. Why does he do so much damage? And we're gonna warrior ourselves, and we're gonna go for... You know what? We'll go for the one shot. Who cares? Let's see if it activates. Didn't activate. That's okay. We now got attack up. Chris did another 158. What a monster. So if we just only fight when Chris has boost, honestly, I think we could kill a lot of the early bosses. I'm gonna go for a Stoning Curse one more time. Didn't get it. Ooh. The poison wore off. That's a little scary. I'm gonna try to heal Kirk here. It looks like the Frailty Curse wore off, so I'm gonna debuff it. Nice. Chris got the poison. We got the debuff. So I finally got a turn, but it's kind of late, so it doesn't really matter. I'll use one more Medica on Anne just in case. Then, I mean, I could try to boost the Stoning Curse, but I'll just do damage. I think we'll fine. Oh, nice. Chris whipped it to death. Good job, Chris. Nice. And that caused everybody to basically level that didn't level before. So we have all the damage we need, as you can see. Chris boost equals dumb. So, chat, of course I want to keep leveling Viper. Is that even a question? Like, who cares? It goes from 8 to 12. Okay, they die faster. Yes, please. So you're more likely to poison and the poison damage is out? That seems fair. We have Kirk kind of leveling Axe Mastery for now. At some point I should level Warcry. But I'll think about it. Oh, I should have been getting triple charge. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna go for triple charge next. It's not a mistake. It just... I could still use Warcry technically, and attack up did help us. But let's get Kirk with more health. He's slightly tankier now. So we're running low-ish on healing items. Like, still enough that I'm not super concerned. But eventually we do have to go back. We've now cleared those enemies out, which is kind of nice. I know we have a full restore, potentially over here. It said he comes back at daybreak, but maybe he's still here at nighttime. Let's go find out. Would take point. Do that for money, chat. Again, all those little materials we're getting will help us refund our items. Tiny Petal, that's all we got. Unfortunate. We're getting low-ish. Make sure Chris is healed. Once we're down to like 2 or 3, I think I'm just gonna retreat. But for now, we'll try to push as much as we can. Speaking of push, let's make sure we reduce the encounter rate. Because I'm looking to make progress in the dungeon, and in order to do so, I need to get to the next floor. So I did unlock that shortcut from last time. Remember that that's there. We never found out how to get to this shortcut, but I'm sure we'll find it soon enough. Also, I didn't check what was over here. Let's see what's over here. Back of the boulder. That time it looks like it's a real boulder. Oh, I really don't want to fight the enemy, so we're going to try to avoid it as best as we can. I think our party damage is so high, we ignore their physical resistance. Well, Kirk took a lot of damage there. They could actually kill Kirk here because they split their damage, which is scary. But I think Kirk made it. That's the important thing. So you can see, like, we're having a medic would be useful because we are running out of items consistently. So I can't do it from this side. That's fine. Let's see if we can make some progress, chat. We're just gonna make sure we reduce that encounter rate as much as possible. We escape this. Really? Man, escape rate in this game is terrible, chat. Can we talk about that? I think I failed almost every... I think I've only passed 2 escapes out of, I think, 9 full party attempts. That's pretty bad odds, I have to say. I'll get Shelter Song, and maybe I'll go for... defense lowering. Okay, this should do enough damage now. There we go. So unfortunately, I think it's gonna make us back again. So unfortunate. I was hoping we would get to the full heal person before we use any more medica. So hopefully that'll keep us tidy. Okay, so he's still here. Okay, so every day I could just get a full heal, which is good. Now Chris can use his TP again, which is good. That's very abusable. But that could be a shortcut back to where we were before, but let's not go that way. Okay, killed both of the hares, that's great. Should be basically a free win. So we're pushing as much as we can, chat. If we have to fight a mini-boss, we'll see what we could do, otherwise I'll just retreat. This frightening yowl needed. 16 more turns. Thank you. I'm enjoying the lowered encounter rate for sure. I'm gonna play peekaboo with the giant boar. Hi, giant boar. Bye, giant boar. We're gonna make some progress here, chat. I want to find the exit. That way we could skip going through this puzzle next time. I'm gonna front guard. Oh, it's only physical damage. That's actually not useful. I'm gonna have Kirk then boomerang axe this to death and hope Chris can kill with a viper. Sure, I'll try to kill one of them instantly. Okay. Yeah, just in case poison didn't stick. It looks like petrify still worked, which was nice. So yeah, insta-kill actually working. I don't trust that at all. I'm glad I didn't trust that. That is an enemy that goes to the right, an unknown amount of spaces. For now, we'll put the double move there. Oh, it went really far. I'm gonna rotate around. Oh boy. Oh no. Right, chat? Oh no. I am so glad we dodged that. I do not want to get into an encounter here. I really don't. As a reminder, every turn I take here is a turn that they get to reset. Oh no. Please insta-kill. Okay, we insta-kill. Thank you, insta-kill. Not enough to kill. Yeah, very scary place to get caught for sure. I'm glad that we ended that swiftly. Speaking of swiftly. Yeah, we are making sure we are ignoring combat as much as we can. Okay, so we almost made it to the exit. We know that this map has to go to the left at some point. I'm gonna check down here real quick just to see what this is. It's a take point, okay. Mark it on the map. More tiny petals. Hey, I don't think I really need to mark that one. This one is so far out of the way. Not gonna go for it. There should be one more thing potentially to get. So worst comes to worst, let's unlock the shortcut because this looks like it would go to the area we saw earlier. Oh, there's the monkey. Zebatherium. Zebra ape. I'm gonna parry so I don't die, hopefully. We're gonna have Kirk bash its brains in. I need Chris to probably just do Chris things. Increase our attack power and we'll go for insta-death on the claw. Nice. Oh, it attacked the back row, of course it did. Okay, there we go. That wasn't too terrible. So we got a monkey bone, so we could potentially get a new item because of that now. More importantly, chat, we are so close to the shortcut. Here we go. Progress made. We don't have to do any of that ever again. Unless we want to. Now, we do know there's an item I'm missing somewhere, so we have to go find the deer in the... I think it's at the southeast or something. I mean, I've kind of killed all the deer, except for one. So, whatever. I could mark them on the map where they spawn, I guess, technically. But let's see if we can get a little further. If nothing else, chat, we unlocked a shortcut, and that will make getting through here very easy. Speaking of easy, make sure if this is a monster, it doesn't do anything. Now I'm paranoid, chat. Mark this as can't cross for now. We're unlocked a lot of the map. A lot of grass that seems different from the ordinary variety growing at a dead end. Look closer? Sure. Just as you reach for the grass, a swarm of wild butterflies comes out of the bushes. Let's go ahead and mark that on the map. Ambush. Right, chat? That way we can remember that in the future, in case we're curious. Well, anyway, it's just 3 butterflies. I think we'll be fine. Oh no, they had bound us while we were auto-attacking. They showed us, chat. Ping's almost about to level again, which is good news. Initially defeat the butterflies, but you still sense any hostile presence nearby. You regret that your FP drawing them in any case you decide to leave it once. Okay. I know, not the pretty butterflies, chat. Anything but them. Okay, so that's another place I can't go into. There should be a staircase around here, because there's really honestly nowhere else we could go. Oh, just as we approach the exit, somebody's blocking it. You're the best guild, correct? You're currently on a mission from Radha. Sorry, but you must carry out your given mission before venturing down to the 3rd floor. Soldier blocks your path to the stairs, clearly not intending to let you through. If you wish to proceed, there seems to be no other way to exterminate the monster, as the hall wishes. Well, chat, we made progress. We couldn't reach the stairs, but we did map basically everything else. I think I'm only missing maybe a side area to the southeast there. That's not terrible. We have enough resources. I could fight the other deer. Maybe. Let's see. But I think for now, let's walk back. So we can skip all the boars. We could go straight to the exit and unlock that. So we're about ready for the boss. I think we've leveled a little bit. We got some rare items that I don't think the game necessarily intended us to have. But because we killed the FOE, it's good. Now, one thing to consider is we need to make sure everybody's boost gauge is full for the boss. So I might do a couple of combats on purpose here. Purposely take the long route here. Forget if you're allowed to see what people's boosts are. Oh, I can. It says boost max. Everybody's actually max, so I'm actually ready for the boss. Fine. Technically I want a couple combats here. As I said before, we need to purchase a lot of healing items. So the more free money we could get here, the better. And if ping levels, that's actually pretty big for us. We're gonna do at least 2 more combat, but I'll do that on the way out of this place, I think. So if I want to, chat, I could just showcase something real quick. If all I want to do is get into combat, it can be a little disorienting, but I could do something like this. So if all you want to do is get into combat, this is what you need. You can hit the play button. Oh, one of the arrows did. Just go in a lovely little circle, chat. So let's have the game do that for a little bit. We'll use the auto walk. Oh, random enemy by itself? Yeah, right. With this party's level, it's not getting a turn. What a fool, right, chat? What a fool. So anyway, let's take advantage of this. This is actually important to do later on in the game, to know that you can just walk in a circle like this without wasting your time. In terms of like actually manually doing it, because there are certain events that only take place at certain times of day. So sometimes it's better just to camp it out if you go there too early accidentally. So anyway, we should be good as soon as we get into combat here. So let's turn that off. So that should level ping, and that should give him pretty much as much accuracy as I'm expecting him to have. And let's start by playing ultra safe. I think if we improve his attack down, that's just gonna let us do even better. I don't think these other curses are too crazy. I actually want to get to relapse curves pretty soon, because that means that the ailments just last longer on him. And that also means that things like Chris's poison last longer. So eventually we want this, so that way Ping and Chris have like a really nasty duo combo going on. But for now, I'll just slightly buff that. But we are good to go, so I think I'll just take a look at the map and go ahead and teleport. such a convenient feature of life chat. Just being able to go straight to the exit like that. Let's save money
Welcome
and
to the
healing
Rooster
and just
Inn.
stay at
Very
the
well.
end until we'll say morning again.
Allow
We'll
me
sleep
to
a
show
whole
you to
day.
your room.
Oh, I don't
Is
have
there
enough money.
anything else? Come back here.
Try
whenever
again,
you're
chat.
tired.
Hello? What you got for me? Thanks.
Oops, probably do this. Okay, I could get some healing items back. Another bone staff,
Take a look.
new ring, interesting. What? How powerful is that shield? Is the question. 3 extra defense. Not too big. I think the hide glove might be good for us. I'm thinking about it. Because Kirk already has it. I might put it on Chris. Thinking about it. I wish the other ones had agility. Like, Leaf Coat here is really good. I'm glad Chris has it equipped. Oh, we could get more bone armor. Nah, this is fine. So what we're gonna do is we need to buy, let's say, at least 10 of these for the boss. Oh, we'll do a couple more.
There you go.
We're gonna have at least 16. That's not a bad amount. We're gonna go heal,
Thanks for the business.
and we're gonna go see if we're ready for that boss. And actually
Welcome
progress
to
the
Rooster
story.
Inn. Very well.
And we'll let a
Allow
whole
me
day
to show you
pass.
to your room.
So again, this will reset the gathering points, so I can potentially get rare items from it.
Well,
And then I
be
think after
careful
this,
out
we'll
there.
bring Try back into the party. That way he can help us just kind of nuke the back row as we try to progress further in the dungeon. I think Try is really good for potentially just pushing further in the dungeon, but for bosses, I'll probably just use the Hexer.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
I'm making sure I save.
Sign in over here, please. Come back
I was
here
paranoid,
whenever
chat.
you're
I was
tired.
like, that would be such a dumb way to lose progress. So right now we're looking fairly tanky. We got at least 50 health in the front line. So Medica will basically be a full heal. Our back row is not looking too weak. I have defensive song buff. We have ping lowering the enemy's attack. Chris will bind and or boost them with poison. Ideally, I'm gonna boost with poison and get arm bind secondary, but we'll see what happens. We have to follow the little springy boss here, chat. Gonna go. It's so happy. As you pursue the sound of the bloody mantis' buzzing wings, you notice the noise has vanished. It have hidden itself somewhere. Here to search, you must begin where you last detected its presence. Yeah, spoilers, chat, we're gonna get attacked. Just search for the mantis, but it's nowhere to be found. Just as if you're wondering if you should pick up the hunt elsewhere, you feel a foreboding presence behind you. Here comes, chat. I don't like that it immediately damaged us. That was kind of nonsense. Just as you turn to see, a monster bursts from seclusion and slashes viciously at you. Party loses 15 health. The cunning mantis seems to have wrought a scheme to lure you here and spring its trap. Unless you've fallen for it completely. Not really. Sure, chat. We fell for it in air quotes. There's not like we could do anything else. Now have no choice but to fight your way out through your wounds. See no way to survive the ambush in the fight. Draw your weapons now and face the horror. Okay. So we're immediately going to start with Provoke. We're going to go for a stun. Chris is gonna go for... Wait, I thought it said he had full boost. Or does boost reset when you leave the dungeon? Ooh. So I did this fight too early, chat. We'll try to bind its arms. I'm gonna raise our defense, and let's lower its attack power. Oh, Kirk stunned it? Kirk actually removed a turn from the boss. Thank you, Kirk. Kirk just stunned forever. It'll be fine. We'll do regular Viper with Chris then, although it's riskier. We'll do Warrior Song and... What are the odds that Petrify still works on it? I'm not sure. It's weakened and can't move. Okay, he lost a turn. Glad I didn't go for a stun there. Yeah, looks like we're doing well. Viper did not trigger the poison, which is kind of sad. So we might have to do this boss battle mostly legit. I'll go for Stone Curse. Who knows, chat? Maybe we could cheese it. Damn, we didn't get the poison at all. Okay. We're gonna attack again. I could parry, technically. Yeah, let me do that to reduce damage to the front row in general. Chris will go for, I guess, arms again. This is where having TP recovery would have been really crucial. At a last chat. It's so far not really getting a chance to do anything, which I'm okay with, chat. I am completely okay with this boss not getting to do anything. We'll go for Stoning Curse one more time, just because. Okay. I'm not gonna go for it anymore. We'll go for, what would be good here? I'm gonna go for Defense Up. How close is the defense buff from wearing off? Oh, it already wore off. Let's go ahead and reapply it. And I'll have him Medica the front line. That should be fine. Oh, it's preparing an attack. So I think ideally here, chat, I'm gonna parry, and everybody will defend in case it doesn't target the front row. We're gonna play it super safe. Ooh, parry made us dodge that attack. Thank you, parry. Protector coming in clutch, chat. Let's get our attack power back up and debuff the boss again. I don't want this thing to ever have full damage. Nice. So we're pretty close to winning at this point. So I feel like those leveled ups paid off. You just got more skill points to use. I really wish I realized the boost wasn't filled. I kind of forgot that was a mechanic. So that unfortunately caused us to take some damage we didn't need to take. Nice, killed it in one try, chat. Blood plate acquired, nice. Monster collapses weakly and is still. You've defeated the atrocious beast just as requested. Only now the fray is over do you recall that you were asked to bring back proof that you'd slain the fiend. Break off its signature scarlet scythe as a trophy of your victory. Acquired the crimson scythe. Okay, that went really smoothly, chat. We didn't have any close calls at all. I think we played it well. Herc interrupted the boss early with the stun. We had the Protector parry when it finally did get an attack out. Unfortunately, Chris's poison never proc, but he did so much damage anyway, it didn't really matter. That's the advantage of level ups. So pretty good. We'll kill these enemies just to make sure we have money for resting again. So we have more than enough money to push for sure. Yeah, the random stun chance was so good. It really was. Because it does take a turn to charge up and then strike, which it did do. So I could react to it with the parry. But yeah, we're too powerful now, as you can see. So we're just acquiring some extra cash. So far, I'm just going to take a walk back. Just because, you know, we are going to have to use the inn again. I don't have a lot of money. Let's hopefully get into a combat here. Eventually, I'll get Holy Gift on the Troubadour, and it'll make leveling a lot easier, but unfortunately, it's kind of locked behind a lot of things. So for now, I don't think I'm going to improve the Yowl. I think right now at its current rank, it's good enough. Come on, one more combat. Come on, do it. One more combat. Right, chat? Just one more. Just one more. Nice. So close to leveling. We'll take this, though. We'll take this. We're not going to get that greedy. I'd rather just heal rather than burn 40 on the medicine. So we're just going to immediately rest.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Very well.
Stay till the next morning? Sure thing. Well, we had just enough money, chat. Perfectly planned.
Well, be careful out there.
So let's go hand in the quest, see if we could get some levels. Then we'll bring Tri back in.
What brings you here to Rada Hall?
Oops.
Was there
report
something
mission.
else? You have a report to make, yes? We are grateful for your hard work.
Let's see how close this levels us, chat.
Well done.
It seems you've taken care of Bloody One Arm. We will have the proof delivered to the petitioner. Now, about your reward. This is out of the ordinary, but we'd like to present you with a tangible gift. Ooh. The petitioner is a nobleman who is active in supporting young explorers such as your The Best Guild. Since you provided him such invaluable assistance, he's insisted that you be commensurately rewarded. And that is why we offer you your own guild house. The deed to a base of operations within Etrian. Oh, this is so good. Woo, chat. This is what I'm waiting for. So for those not familiar with the series, what kind of takes the edge off of the initial difficulty is that you are allowed to have meals before you venture out. And meals will impact what happens during a battle or after a battle. one of the earliest ones you can receive is either HP at the end of battle or HP at the end of a turn. And for a party that has no way of healing itself, this is huge for us, chat. Like, this is so big for us. Like, this actually will satisfy our healing for quite a while. And one of the reasons we might not ever need a medic. It'll cost us money, of course, but it's fine. As long as we make progress, we'll be doing fine. This will be a special facility used only by your guild. I'll need you to register a name for it. Oh no, I have to name the house? The guild's house name may be made public to those you exchange with street pass tags with. Don't worry about that. Is that service even still up anymore, chat? I don't think this matters. Refrain from using personal information, offensive language, or anything that infringes on others' rights. Okay, how many letters am I allowed? I totally forgot you had to name the house. Apparently, chat. I am definitely open to suggestions. I mean, normally we call things like Ziggledies or after the currency. So if I really have nothing else to do, I will put that there. But if chat has a more unique name, I'm more than willing to hear it, since I had not planned for a house name. The House of the Pigster? I'm assuming you're just stating that in general, because that will not fit in the, whatever, 10 or 11 characters it gives me. I mean, I could have called it, like, Pigster Plaza if I had more letters. Or House of Mayhem. I mean, if I use abbreviations, maybe that'll work. It'll be like H.O. Mayhem. That would be kind of weird, I guess. I mean, I could just call the house Mayhem directly. Oh man, chat. I don't think this will fit. Let me check though. Let's spell it out. Oh, there's only 3 characters? I was gonna call it Mayhem Manor. That would have been so good. Plus it's alliteration. McHouse Face. I could call it McHouse, maybe McHouse. I don't think face will fit though. It looks like it only fits 9 letters for some reason. What a weird amount of characters. I might just call the house Mayhem for now. I could call it Mayhouse, actually. That technically works from the suggested list. So, chat, you decide. I'll give you another minute or so. In the meantime, I'm gonna rehydrate. Remember, chat. Pig Lodge. I mean, I think that will technically fit. Also, when I hold the L button, it just hides them for no reason. Mayhouse sounds fun. We'll call it Mayhouse then. Since technically Chris suggested it. Kirk has agreed. I'll assume it just works there. Mayhouse. This name acceptable? Well, I mean, I would have preferred 12 characters, but you know.
Indeed.
Mayhouse, Very well. We shall take care of the rest of the paperwork. The nobleman has already prepared a site and staff to run it.
You are free to leave.
By all means, go to Mayhouse and see it for yourselves. Nice level ups. Okay, let's get Try back in the group. No more missions to accept. We have 4 money to our name. We are super broke, chat. Let's make sure that we get
What'll it be?
do another party order.
Quick, what were you thinking? Make sure you think this through.
So Ziggy should be here forever because he could just skip encounters. Chris should always be here because Poison is stupid. Kirk could be here because he's their DPS.
Is that a monolith?
If we had another frontliner, we could technically swap him in. Indeed, it is a monolith. Let's get Try back in the party.
All right, hold on a second.
Let us make a squad for this.
Party works for you?
We'll make him as the second
All right,
set.
hold on a second.
Eventually, I want to rotate out most of the characters except for Ziggy. So the sooner Ziggy gets Holy Gift, the easier it is to kind of level different groups of people.
See you around.
I guess we'll go to the Mayhouse. Employ the Guildkeeper services, chat. Housevania.
Welcome back.
AB. I think that is sadly too many letters. Yes. It's off by 1 letter, unfortunately. Welcome back, the best. She knows, chat, she knows. I am Rosa. I've been directed to assist the members of the guild at this mansion. I will do my best to be of service to you. The guild house is a place where you can receive aid from the guild keeper in charge of the facility. For example, if you choose to prepare, you can receive aid that grants status bonuses. The guild keeper can also give you requests when you return from the labyrinth or give you gifts. Taking advantage of the guild house functions can make your time easier in the labyrinth. Again, select preparing the guild keeper, blah 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 blah. Receive an item from my master to give to you. Hey, perk. Yes! Yes, this is what I've been waiting for, chat. Oh my gosh, yes. This is gonna be such a big power increase. So for people not aware, I just basically got 3 entire skills for free. So if you think about it this way, every skill point is a level. I basically just got like 4 levels as equipables here. This is so big. Here it is. It is known as a Grimoire Stone. Apparently, it holds a mysterious power that allows the bearer to use skills from other classes. My master has Oops, I didn't realize she was going to talk there. My master has instructed me on how to manage them, so you can trust me to synthesize and equip them for you. So this means, for example, we have Anne as the protector. If we want to have Kirk learn parry, technically we can have him learn parry via the stone. So this allows for a lot more kind of synergy. And if you start power leveling certain characters and maxing out skills, you can forge stones, as you'll see later, and merge them. And potentially this will end up being a full subclass for a character. So we could have like Kirk's War Cry mixed with parry from the Protector, mixed with Chris's Viper, and just murder them. And the best part about it is, chat, is that for the most part, if you stack a skill you already have, it will still improve the skill, even if it would normally have a cap. Generally. Not always, but generally, that is true. So even just 1 point with how it works in another skill will raise the odds and efficiency of the other skill that you have. It's actually really, really nice. So you can either double down or you could be more of a generalist. And I feel like this is it's not a bad system, but I feel like the rate at which you get them is kind of atrocious. You'll see what I mean as we get into it later. Grimoire stones are items that allow you to use skills of others. Anyone could equip them, so you may use them to make up for a character's weaknesses or improve their strengths. Yep, we just talked about that. In order to gain more Grimoire stones, your Grimoire must shine during battle, which is known as Grimoire Chance. Yeah, chat, this is a little RNG, and this is kind of annoying. During a Grimoire Chance, there's a possibility your new Grimoire stone will produce a new stone. The newly created Grimoire will hold skills of the character who had equipped it, or the enemy you fought. It is interesting because you can get boss skills this way. But for those not aware, boss skills in this game are so hard to get. Like, I looked up the formula one time, chat. It, like, basically calculates 6 criteria, one of which being, like, total money, I think number of steps taken, the time of day, monsters killed, the number of guild cards used exchanged, and I think there's one more. And it only calculates if every number of the last digit matches on a particular category, and then it counts towards raising the percentage. And if you only have like 3 numbers matching, it's still less than like a 1%. You basically have to get 5 to even get to like, I think 28%. And if you get all 6, which is not realistic at all to do, by the way, unless you are purposely manipulating it, only when you have all 6 will you get a 100% chance. So that means, generally speaking, boss skills are not ever expected to drop in a run. I think with the exception of the first boss skill, I think that's the only one that doesn't obey that formula. Otherwise, they have atrocious drop rates. Like, we're talking, like, if you have none, it's like a 0.0001% chat. It's like, it's super bad. It's never gonna drop. We're talking, like, PSO territory. By repeatedly fighting enemies, you can collect new grimoires. Getting it from regular enemies is not that bad, for sure. Like, if you fight 100 of them, you'll probably get, like, 10 abilities, maybe 5 to 10. It's not terrible. Yeah. So, we're gonna be looking to gather those stones, and for stones that are, I guess, really good, we could combine them, so that way we could have multiple sets of skills. So, eventually, we'll start focusing on what we think our subclass should be, which is very open to interpretation, whatever you want it to be, and merge those stones together to get a stronger stone. Oh yeah, the boss drops are ridiculously impossible without like purposeful manipulation. Like you literally sell items to make sure you're at a specific money total. Like, it's so ridiculous, chat. And you purposely avoid combat prior to the boss fight. Because even the difference, I think, from 5 and 6 it's like a 80% difference. like that's how bad it is. If you collect any money at all, you're done. Like, you've messed it up. It's so ridiculous, chat. Apparently, though, if the last digit is 7, it increases those odds slightly. So technically, I don't need all 6 to have 100%. I just need to have 5 out of the 6 have 7 in the digit. But it's just absurd, chat. You will not do this in a regular playthrough. I will acknowledge it exists. We are not going to bother maniping it, for sure. I'm sure the speedrun manips that, for sure.
Let me have a look.
Just to get ridiculous boss skills. Evaluated the Grimoire Stones that you attained. Because you have to think about it this way, chat. One of the things that's really hard to manipulate will be the guild cards you receive from other players. Because obviously, like, the service is down. So you'd probably just have to look online and then get exactly 7. like literally exactly 7, and that's it. You would never touch it again. Kind of ridiculous, really.
Hello? What you got for me?
Oh, we can sell the blood plate. Nice. Okay.
Thanks, I got some new goods.
Mantis Axe, Bone Armor.
Take a look. Is
Mantis
that all
Axe could be
you need?
fun. That could be a really big upgrade for Kirk. Let's see if he can get it right now. Oh, I need 300. Oh, and it gives 3 agility? Oh, no, chat. We need to get more money. We need more money immediately.
Thanks.
Also, I didn't end up needing the fire talismans, which was kind of nice. Damn, chat, we need 80 gold. That's a big damage increase for Kirk. And him going fast is super important because he could just potentially one-shot with that damage. So we're going to do a little bit of fishing, I think. I didn't mean to double save there.
Here whenever you're tired.
Speaking of which, I never actually checked out the May House.
Welcome
I got
back.
distracted with the Grimoire Stones.
Who
Let's
would
see
try
what we can
this one?
equip. Raging Edge. Can I see what those abilities do? Resuscitate. I'll probably have Resuscitate on me, because I'm probably going to be the one that ends up healing. Sword gives what? Defense up and Raging Edge. This might actually not be too bad on our Protector, honestly. And I think Try is going to be the one that's going to be holding on to the take. This Try is going to be our looter for sure. But hey, at least we get more items from take points, which is kind of nice. And we also get more abilities to the Protector for the moment. Now, as we go forward, I want Kirk to get really strong abilities, and I want Chris to get really good, I would say, passive stats. So I think Chris's ability is so good. I honestly mostly just want TP up on him so he can just spam it all day long, or TP regen. Both of those would be amazing on him, and I would appreciate it. So let's see what we can prepare.
I am at your service.
Regenerutia. Yeah, I guess. Generitica, maybe? During battle, your party will cover HP at the end of every turn. Chat, this is so stupid. I don't know why we couldn't start with this. It only costs 10. And, like, think about it. Even if it's just 5 health a turn, like, this is a lot of health I end up healing. Like, within 10 combat turns, it's a Medica for free on everybody. Like, that is ridiculously unfair. Like, and that's assuming it's only 5, chat. Like, I know it's more than that. Okay, so we can now just do whatever we want. There's really nothing they could do here. We can store items we don't really need, which I think we'll end up doing, actually. Let's put away, the lenses. I don't really need them offhand.
Very well. Very well.
I'll put away the fire talisman unless we're doing bosses.
I'll look out very well.
That way we can focus on actually having items in our inventory. So now we can potentially go back to the first floor and fight to heal ourselves rather than actually leave the dungeon and get healing items. That's actually pretty key. Let's talk to the Goalkeeper.
Ah, yes.
I'm not sure if it'd be of any help during your exploration, but my specialty is making cordials. Master and Madame Sheldon both praise my skills, and they say that they feel reinvigorated after drinking them. We'll be ready to quickly prepare a batch whenever you would need some.
Have a safe trip.
Yeah, let's talk to everybody real quick, and then we'll go back out.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Oh,
See if they have anything
you
for
wanna
us,
talk
chat.
to me.
Oh, sorry, chat. I'm actually getting a phone call. My apologies. Sorry about that, chat. That was unexpected. But we're still able to continue. Let's not go to Let's Chat. My bad. I gotta fix that button. So we're gonna talk to all these people, and I want to at least get to the 3rd floor, and I feel like that's a good stopping point, I think, for the stream. I want to make sure we get some progress for unlocks, and we definitely need more money. If Kirk can end up with that bone axe, that will be such a big damage increase, because A, he's gonna attack before the enemy, and B, he's gonna be doing upwards of like 5 to 8 more damage a hit. And he's only missing the one-shot threshold, honestly, only by like a couple of digits, like literally like 5 to 10 damage. So that alone might make him become one-shot City McGee. You have to think about it this way: the higher his attack, the more it gets multiplied by things like the attack buffs too. So even just against bosses, this could end up being another 10 to 11 damage every swing, which is pretty big, given that bosses last upwards of like 7 to 8 turns potentially. So I will take that for sure. Have you been certified by the RADA? Oh, very good. Congratulations. Sure, there are many obstacles while you explore, but we at the Rooster Inn will always be ready when you return. I was gonna say, I wish we at the Rooster Inn stopped charging me money, you jerk. Right, Chad? I think I'd like him more if he didn't charge me. Oh, she needs Amber Lump. Good luck with that. I'm never gonna do that.
Next time you should buy something.
Next time I should buy something? Is the shopkeeper sassing me? Wow, chat.
Hey there.
I got sassed so hard. There's
Well,
rumors going around there's a promising new guild in the city. Aren't you kiddos popular? Always good to have more trustworthy guilds around here. Good luck. Let's gather information.
ask around.
Ooh, lots of new people. Man in white coat. Is that a grimoire stone you have there? Surprised to see one here. You ever synthesized grimoire stones before? I can tell you how to do it if you like. Sure. I'm not gonna read this. It's self-explanatory, chat. The base one determines how many skill slots you have, and you just add the second one to the first one. Yeah, you can transfer the equipment bonuses. So we can technically improve our other equipment, but it doesn't really matter. On-clothed mixer. You're an adventurer who does business with us, right? Adventurers are our livelihood. You've been finding materials in the forest. I hear you need certain skills to find some rare items. We already know this. For example, if I had a tiny petal, I could make Medica too. Or Bavant with crab apple. Oh, we haven't come across crab apple yet. With Amber Lump, I could make nectar. Oh, we already know about that. Yeah, we're not going to read all of it. Some of this is more like tutorial in disguise of NPC. But I think we know most of that information. Oh, it's the adventurer in shiny armor again, chat. Oh man, the forest is scary. I got tired of walking around the first floor, so I headed down to the second floor. Suddenly, a forest hare came out of nowhere and hit me with ice. It really hurt. How does a rabbit throw ice? I mean, sure, it could kick me, but ice? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that made me smile a little bit. And then the venom fly got a turn, and it went and used poison dust on me. Didn't hurt that bad, but I didn't have any medicine, so I just kept on hurting. Venom fly, it ought to be named something like Misery Fly. Forest's a scary place. I should have listened to my pa.
You want to ask around?
Okay. Talk to the scarred protector. Oh, you're novice adventurers, correct? I can tell just by looking at your equipment. You're really still not used to being in the forest. If you say so, we're kind of winning. You're only need monsters that are more powerful than the others. Yeah, we murdered like 2 of them. Let me give you a warning. You shouldn't try to take on the Rangelope at the second floor. Chat. Oh, silly adventurers. We already killed 2 of those. Kristen's venom just went, nope, get out of here, and we murdered them. It's of course very strong, but the most troubled thing about it is its baffling step. Okay, so that is a leg move. That is the name of the skill being used on us. So if Chris does bind the leg, it should stop it from using Confuse, technically. Yeah, we already know about Confusion. Yeah.
You want to ask
I know. A poor game. I always love it when it's like... To me, I always feel bad when I either get advice in the game or I get advice on, like, forums. And I feel bad when people are like, run, you can't beat it, or you can't do it at this level. And I'm like... Oh, should I write a guide, chat? like I barely know what I'm doing in this game. Like that really wasn't that hard. I don't know. I felt it was kind of self-explanatory. I guess it's important to know about like debuffing enemies and buffing yourself to take full advantage of the system. Yeah, it's kind of like, do you want to learn about fringing? Exactly, chat. So we'll see. One skill I'm really looking for is, I think it's an ability called Knockdown. I forget who gives it. But I remember it's basically like stun with a more frequent chance of firing, and I almost always give it to the frontliner. It's such a dumb skill. I don't remember who drops it though. It's an enemy skill. That much I remember. Oh, I can't take it anymore. All these monsters are knocking new adventurers down left and right. The clinic's been so busy lately. According to patients, a really tough monster can hit multiple people. Veterans should bind their arms or use ailments to deal with them. Chat, we are so far ahead of the tutorial. It's okay though. Be more careful too. Oh, I just hope the number of adventurers being defeated by Etrian goes down. Oh yeah, I guess that can multi-hit. Not that it really matters. Time to get more rest.
Want to ask around?
So it is neat that it tries to give you like hints, but obviously take it with a grain of salt. Hey you, yo, have you heard? Have I heard? No, I haven't heard. Adventurer told me apparently there's a boulder that runs. Oh, we are so far ahead of this chat. I think it genuinely did not think we would complete the second floor. Right, chat? Poor game. It's like beware of the Ragelo, beware of the boulders, beware of the Venom Fly. We're like, no. We've transcended mere combat encounters at this point. At some point I should fight the boulder, but I want to do that after we get some more items on the third floor. So that way we have Kirk's axe and hopefully do some big damage. Now, the boar I think will do a lot more damage than the Ragelo because it's not going to rely on status ailments. I forget if it has like an AoE. So that would be concerning. Like if it has a stomp move that hits, for example, the front row, that would be really bad because I don't have AoE healing yet. So we'll experiment a little bit to see what it has. I know it'll do really high single target damage. And I think if we bind head, it can't headbutt, I think. But again, Chris's accuracy with the binds is not 100%. Bosses purposely have a fairly strong resistance to it. So you kind of have to specialize in it if you actually want to see it trigger often. Versus like regular enemies, it will generally go off. They don't have great resistances. A bunch of boulders started running at me. Crazy, it's just nuts. Yeah. Okay, so we talked to everybody there. We'll talk to, I guess, the guild,
It's you.
Explorer Guild guy. So, have you completed the mission? Congratulations, the best. You better not stop now.
Keep it quick. See
Okay,
you
good
around.
enough. Yeah, they will say things
What
as we
brings
complete
you
the
here
story
to
mission,
Rada
so it is worth talking to them sometimes. You are now official adventurers and free to use the town's facilities. I wish you the best of luck. Well, too bad, chat. So we should be able to make a decent amount of progress now. As I said before, we have the take up, so I think it is worth seeing if the thing I marked as a hand is actually a take. I think it is. So because we have try in there with take 3, it's very likely instead of just getting 1 item, we'll get up to 2 to 3, I think, with that level of take. And because we have at least 1 rank in take, we have a chance of the rare grab material, which is good. Let's see how much damage we do, chat. Still taking a little bit of damage. Oh, we heal 7? Oh my gosh. Oh, chat, this isn't fair. Wait a minute. They do 12, I heal 7? Okay. Well, I guess I don't need to Medica for a while, chat. If we have any free combat encounters, like, what are they gonna do? So if I end combat, do I still get healed? Okay, I don't still get healed. I was just curious. We might purposely leave a Venom Fly alive just so I can get more healing. I'm thinking about it, chat. I'm sure that's what speedrunners do to get their boost maxed. Oh, this is a chop. This is an intake. So there's just 2 chops here. Interesting. Okay, let's replace that then. We know not to come back here anymore. We haven't seen a mining place yet. That's kind of interesting. That is not what I wanted to do. Game, I know you know what I want. There we go, let's fix it. There we go, I fixed it finally, chat. So we could get TP recovered, but honestly, we didn't even use any TP. I mean, I guess Try didn't use the inn, so I guess we'll use it for Try. Guess? Wow, 8 health, chat. Oh my gosh. I think it scales based on... I think it's a percentage-based heal, so I don't think it's a flat amount, based off of what it was doing there. And it's not based off our level either, so I'm pretty sure it's like 5% or something. What happens if I put my hand in the... Well, I don't want to do that. Let's just get the guaranteed TP. Yeah, try having more TP would be great. Because we could just use him to save us 200 gold this early in the game, which is kind of nice. Also, speaking of which, I forgot to rotate the camera so I could cover that area. Oh, 78 kills. So I really do think Kirk with a little more damage would be a killing spree. Also, as I said before, getting Scavenge might be useful now, because we might stay in this dungeon for a while. Still not sure how to access that path to the right of us. I didn't really see a way to get over there. Also, the reason I'm taking these early encounters, even though they're not worth a lot of XP, I'm actually just building up a lot of boost. That way I don't have to do that on harder enemies. And try also slowly gets levels. So I'm gonna walk sideways to see if I'm missing something. I'm looking for like a certain patch of yellow flowers, just to see if there's another shortcut. I'm not seeing anything there, so there must be another way to get to this floor. Okay. Let's continue the other way. Actually, I don't... Well, we'll get into one more fight, then we'll go forward, I think. Easy clear. So you can see, even with my mediocre bow skills, I am doing a lot of, like, auto battle damage. So I don't need to be really particularly strong, which is nice. Hopefully I'm gonna get into one more combat encounter before the end. That would be ideal for me, I think. That way everybody should have basically full boost. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah. I got a little injured here. But nothing too serious. So I should have full boost now in case I want to fight an FOE. Speaking of which, oh, we still the deer are still dead, chat. We still murdered the bejesus out of them. I could take the shortcut here. This would actually make sense to do. I want to get into one combat here. That way I could check what their stats are. Everybody is boost. Grimoire chance, nice. Nice AoE heal, perfect. Didn't get the Grimoire, though. Sure, we'll fight this random deer. We're gonna go for a very safe provoke. Kirk is gonna bash its brains in. Chris is gonna boost E-Old Viper and hopefully murder this thing instantly. I'm gonna defense us. I'm gonna attack down. Oh, I don't have attack down. Ooh, this was risky to do. I made a mistake here. I will boost lightning. $338 damage from poison. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? What is that damage? We're gonna boost the stun. Actually busted, chat. Actually busted. We'll try different elements. Wow. Chris said that fight was over. GG. I only had to use one item. Yeah, that poison damage is insane. I remember the poison damage in this game being something else. So unfortunately, I do have to heal our protector, but we only needed one healing item. So technically, we didn't need a Hexer there. Hopefully, we could get a good gather here. Tiny Petal by utilizing the Take technique. Amber Lump. Hey, we completed the other quest. And another Amber Lump. Oh, it was just discovered. Never mind. There's one more gather point we could get, I guess. Yeah, poison damage, OP, for sure. Damage is absurd. Completely unfair. Speaking of unfair, let's protect the front row. Just rebuild meter here. I'll raise our damage. This should be fine. We'll do lightning on him. Okay, that did nothing. Goodbye, boss. That was just disrespectful, chat. And again, Try leveled a little more. Let's see, Try. Do you have enough for Scavenge? Ooh, you do. Chat, ooh, raises drop rate from enemies? Yes, please. We need more money. Thank you, Try. Thank you for giving us more money. Even just one rank is important. Anytime I could get enemy parts, so key. Let's go this way. Why, hello, person that wants to do those kinds of things. It sure would be a shame if I deleted it. Oh, look at that. He tried so hard to get followers, chat. He wants us to buy them. Get out of here. We'll do another front guard. I love just Chris's character's profile smirk constantly. Let's get our defense up, and I will lightning bolt this thing. Ooh, not quite enough to one-shot. We're getting close, though. I'll probably guard the front row again. I think that's pretty effective. Yeah, this should die this turn. Try using his magics to get through the defense. Thank you, Try. Another monkey bone. We need a lot of those if we want to unlock a new item. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to go ahead and use that free take 3 and actually complete this quest. Crab apple. Hey, that was one of the things they recommended we find. I like that it also shows you what you get from the take technique. I think that is really good gameplay, because otherwise you're just kind of guessing like what you actually get from it. And you can see I got another tiny petal for free. So right now we're just getting one bonus item, but hey, we got the rare drop already. So we'll take that. Let's all front row defend again. And again, because Chris is fairly tanky and Kirk is fairly tanky and the Protector is obviously super tanky, I don't really have anything to worry about with these enemies. Like, I'm just constantly regenning and there's very little they can do. So we're able to push much further because of that one thing that we got. Like, I might almost have to heal the Protector, maybe. But right now, don't need it. Right now, we should be able to go through here. Now we have floor jump, perfect. Marble Orchard of Soldiers. So remember that boss we fought, chat? What if we fought one that wasn't nerfed? As you descended to a new floor, premonition of bloodshed sends a chill down your spine. Even new adventurers such as yourself can clearly feel the overwhelming sensation. And it is the specter of death looming over you as you prepare to face unknown dangers. Take heed. Beasts red of tooth and claw run rampant here. Fleeing from these creatures is no shameful thing. Disease, death, survival is paramount. Those enemies are actually fairly tough if I remember correctly. Yeah. Without having a hexer there, it'll be kind of risky. However, we have ways to mitigate that, so it's not the end of the world. We're gonna go to the beginning of the dungeon so we can open that warp point, so we could come back here much faster. Sure, I'll use her boosted front guard, why not? Let's do a regular attack here. We'll do defense up, and I'm gonna boost Try's lightning to one-shot the Claw Beetle, maybe? Yeah, that was a good call. One more chance. I'll play front guard again. We'll play super safe. Or if Kirk will just kill it, that's fine. Nice, I leveled again. And again, I'm there to just, as like the backup healer, so I'm the healer slash party buffer slash whatever. Speaking of which, I want to start building towards Holy Gift, so let's go ahead and improve Shelter Song for 1 extra turn. Yeah, that'd be good for us. So I just need to max Warrior Song, and then we could get Holy Gift. So I think it scales up to 20% or maybe 30% bonus XP. It's been a while. It's one of those things where people data mine the game if you're curious. The game itself will not tell you what that percentage is. So I have to trust whatever is out there in the resource guides. I don't think I'll refer to one as I play. It's just that I did refer to it so long ago. Some of it sticks with me, some of it doesn't. So it kind of is what it is. We'll play super defensive here. I'll just do regular attacks, actually. Okay. As long as I kill the Claw Beetle here, I think we'll be okay. And given that we outspeed it completely, I think that's likely to happen. Okay. Dan actually technically gained 2 health that combat. She was at 28, now she's at 30. Floor jump is now available. Perfect. I guess there's no reason not to at least try to continue a little further. I mean, we have tried to kind of bail us out if things go horribly wrong. We could potentially save money. As long as I don't use more of his TP there. I get one attempt at it. Better than nothing, chat. So we have really high defense up, so that might make up for not debuffing the enemy. But as I said before, debuffing the enemy is just another way to take advantage of the system. I don't like that there's 2 hairs here. This potentially will end up being a lot of damage against us. I actually want Kirk to burn TP to potentially kill these things. But these things are actually terrible. I might boost our damage here to hopefully one-shot. Dang, everybody went before me. That sucks. Ooh, Kirk took a lot of damage there, but hey, at least I think I could camp this enemy to some extent, so I'll defend with the back row. Oh, I did too much damage. My bad, chat. I'm too strong. I underestimated how much I was gonna do there. I gotta remember, Chris and Kirk hit like trucks. They care not for like 20 damage attacks. It is beneath them. Okay. So we have to figure out this room real quick. So I think it'll try to match movement with us. Yeah, so it'll cut us off and stop every now and then. So if we walk back and forth, eventually we should outspeed it entirely. Be like, there, I baited it. So I should be able to get past it now. It's reducing counter rate. Okay, where's the actual exit, though? There's a door. Let's go to the door. Yet another fight. Kind of annoying. So this is more of a puzzle. And it looks like we're very close to combat, which kind of sucks. Let's push forward. Should be fine here. Outplayed, chat. Outplayed. Love to see it. Get outplayed. Ooh, keep moving that. Don't do that. Touch screen, no. And immediately another door. Let's explore a little bit. There could be a shortcut somewhere. I don't mind a combat encounter here. It essentially built some meter. Lots of whip flies. Okay. Easy. Okay. Not a bad opportunity to get 4 extra health, right, chat? I'll take that. This floor is going to be a little difficult to map while things are like this. Let's go ahead and map yet again another door. Ooh, where is our goal? There's a chest in the corner. I don't know where the door is. Oh, what's this? We might not be able to come back. Sure. Okay, so that's a one-way. Okay. So if we mess up the puzzle, we now know an escape route. So that's kind of nice. I like that that's there, chat. I don't know what we need to do to dodge this. Yeah, I think I messed up. It seems like such a small room. Do you know what I mean, chat? Like, if I do this, do they notice me right away? They do. I'll reset them then. I think maybe if I stick along the outside, it'll work. Like if I do something like this. Yeah. That'll work. We'll pick up those items later. So I basically understood what the puzzle wanted from me. That wasn't too terrible. Look at that, chat. I'm solving puzzles. You should feel proud. That only took me 2 attempts, and I didn't like catastrophically fail it, so that wasn't too bad. There's a mining point. Hey, we were just talking about this. Oh, we got ambushed. Ooh, defense lowered. Not ideal. I forget if Mandrake, I think we might have to kill it with a headbind, I think, for its special item, if I remember from Etrian Mystery Dungeon. We're not going to worry about that, though. We're just going to make sure it dies. Build up a little boost gauge, because why not? Nice. Try's almost leveled again. Discovered a new enemy. Oh, it doesn't activate every single time. Oh, I want to keep leveling that then. That's mine. Oh, we already did. Never mind. Then let us proceed. So far, I don't really have a reason to retreat from combat anymore. I have healing, but if things get bad, I'll pop my other skill. I think the most important thing is I just kill this enemy as quickly as possible. Ooh, Chris took a lot of damage there. A little scary. Fortunately, he does regen 7. So I think it might be ideal if I just defend with everybody and just kill, like, one of the frontliners. Please don't kill both of them. Not what I wanted. Oh, well. I was trying not to do that. I still did too much damage. I'm too powerful, chat. I actually wanted to camp them a little bit for healing. I leveled again. Probably... Oh, focus is actually pretty good. I'll raise scavenge for now. I do feel like it's having an impact. I'm noticing a lot more items in general dropping. Oh. Hello, Mr. Boulder. Dare I trust you? Okay. There's a door there. Where we came from. But no other waypoints. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and explore those other rooms for sure, because the game will not be happy with us for skipping that.
This is the Reaper's power.
Indeed, it's just a regular Boldy. Chris dodge. Good dodge from Chris. Actually really crucial here. Okay, if Ziggy takes damage in the back row, I don't care about that. They very rarely target me. Oh, hey, we got another Grimoire finally. That sure took a while, right, chat? Unfortunately, I don't think I can equip them mid-battle, if I'm not mistaken. Or mid-field adventure, I mean. Damn, I have to go back to see what I did. So, no matter what it is, I mean, if it's defense up from the Protector, I mean, I'll just put it on maybe Chris, because he needs to be a little tankier. Kirk does not need it. Kirk is barely taking any damage. Ooh, not rollers, chat. Anything but rollers. Let's play real safe. We'll play front guard, and we'll focus one target. Okay, did an okay amount of damage. But thanks to the health regen, I just still don't need a medicine. Not too shabby, chat. Now Kirk and Chris have both simultaneously leveled. Probably attained another Grimoire. So hey, we might actually get new skills. Acquired Gum Hide, sure. Let's see, what can Kirk potentially take advantage of? I think Double Strike is not terrible. It's just unfortunate it needs Sword and Axe to get. A bit unfortunate. What is the final skill of Axe? It's been a while since I played that. Oh, it's the Chasers. I think for now I'll just focus on triple charge, maybe. We'll get a HP up for him and then TP up. That way Kirk could just have more resources later. And then chat Viper. Chat, yeah, of course we're raising the poison damage. What else would we raise with this, chat? Oh, okay, just keep going up. So silly, chat. So anyway, Chris is the major DPS. Unless we're in normal combat, then it's Kirk. You walked into the forest, you come across two female adventurers. Oh! I was wondering when we'd bump into these two. One has black robes and flame hair, while the other bears a fierce look, a katana. Who's there? Demands the hard-bitten woman, one hand ready to draw her katana. The adventurers appear to be veterans and have made no move to lower their defenses. Perhaps they'll relent if you tell them that you're also explorers from Etrian. Tell them you're explorers, yes we will.
I see.
Once you inform them you're explorers, they nod and lower their guard ever so slightly. Ah, Etrian explorers, didn't the Rada notify you? Katana-wielding woman, realizing your ignorance, shakes her head in dismay.
We have orders from the Rada to guard this place.
Says the severe woman with the sword. I am Ren, a Ronin, and she is... Unpronounceable name, the Hexer. Please let me know, chat. I don't even know. I'll call her Tall for now. The other girl cautiously peers at you from behind Ren. Return to town at once and get the details from Rada Hall. Maybe. I mean, it's not a bad point. When we go back, we are definitely stopping for the day. But I think we could go a little further. I think we can afford to scope out some more items and abuse that health regen. Man, that health regen is so good, chat. Seems you should ask the Rada for details regarding the situation. Okay, so will they not let me pass at all? Okay.
What is it?
So I'm gonna put a Ven. I can't do anything there. But it doesn't mean I can't keep exploring, chat. Let's go with Talik. Sure, we could do that. There's a boss. So there's now a shortcut. So we could skip the mantises. That was kind of important that we found that. So I'm glad we checked there. So I do like that, you know, there are ways out of the puzzles. Like, once you do them, I really like the concept of, like, the one-way shortcuts opening up. So, for example, we just have to get to this room, and it's not too terrible. We can see there's a whole room over to the east that we haven't seen yet. We might do battle with them. I'll think about it. I think I'm gonna get into at least one more fight here, though. Or taking some damage. We'll probably have him defend next time. But let's take a look. How many items have we acquired? We're at 58 out of 60. Wow. Yeah, I can't see what these particular items are, but yeah, we've been hoarding a ton of resources. So you can see we're doing pretty well, chat. Explore a little more. Technically look if there's another shortcut. Ooh, one-way shortcut? Okay, that's good to know. Important knowledge, chat. We'll have to find where this is. I'm not too scared of the boss because it goes slower than us. And plus we need to explore the room more anyway. The more we map here, the better. Goodbye, boss. Now I could just map the room. Although I'm about to get into an encounter. I shouldn't be too cocky. Let's not. Right, chat? Let's not blow it there. Fine. I think we'll just do a quick warp out. Actually, can I just... Yeah, can I just select the first floor? I'm trying to remember. Interesting, I can. That's nice. Okay. So I can choose what staircase to jump to, so that makes leaving even easier. We did have a good we can hand over to the store, so let's do that first.
Hello? What you got for me?
Actually, let's safety save in case that's not how you complete the quest.
Welcome to the
Smarter
first
idea, chat. Safety save.
Sign in over here, please.
Okay,
Come
now
back
let's
here
sell
whenever
the
you're
rare
done.
item we got, which will technically net us a nectar.
Hello? What you got for me?
Actually, before I do all of these, let's just sell the amber for now, and we'll check the bar one more time. You never know, chat.
Thanks. I got some new goods. Go on. Take a look. Is that all you came for?
Okay, so now we can collect the pub reward. I guess we could level Try. This is fine. Try earned it. Let's make sure he gets a little XP.
Hey there. How goes the job?
We're still looking for memories.
Hey,
I guess we could do that quest before we end. I don't know where that was. I might cancel the quest and take it again just to see where it was. 3 revives? I actually really don't want that. She's really worried this time, so she's happy to be back in business. Here's your reward. 3 nectar. Okay, decent amount of XP.
How goes the job?
We're gonna cancel this.
Now, what
Just
research
take it
were you
again.
interested in?
We got new things. Okay, where did she say it was? I know it was the 2nd floor, but where? Oh, it was on the southwest. Oh, I just didn't find where it was. Okay.
Which one are you interested in?
I need 3 tiny petals. I think we could do that. Reward Dismemberer. What an item name.
Ah, that one.
If you read the description, you should already know, but I'm the one who posted the job. See, my niece is coming to visit, but I have something of a problem. Well, apparently not. You got something called a Dismemberer. Who just casually has something like that? She really liked the perfume I was wearing when she last visited, and she wanted some for herself. But I ran out recently, and none of the stores have any right now. Ingredients to make more can be found in the Labyrinth, but I can't get them myself. It's a call for explorers. To that end, could you go and take 3 tiny petals for me? Find them at the taking points. Can we talk to her again?
How goes the job?
Ooh, do we not have 3? It's annoying. We must only have
What
2.
are you interested in?
Student of the Cleft Apothecary requests that wood flies thwarting her herb gathering be exterminated. Sure, we'll do that. Oh, local merchant would like to know where you'd find a place to gather materials through taking. We could probably do this one first.
Ah, that one.
This job is from the merchant you worked with before. He's so happy to earn money thanks to the chopping point you showed him. Now he wants to expand. This time he wants you to tell him where to find a place he could take materials. It's right over there. Why don't you talk to him yourself? Or let's do that. Well, that's not talking to him. Try that again.
Wanna ask around?
Oh, there's still more people to talk with. I think we'll leave talking to these people for next time. Let's just hand in as many quests as we can. Oh, I don't have time for this. Oh, you're the adventurers who told me about the chopping spot earlier. Did you accept my job this time as well? Yes, we did. Well done. I expect nothing less from you. You adventurers are so benevolent. And enough small talk. Then I think, have at me. But that's not quite right. I'm a busy man. Need I remind you? Can you tell me a place on B2 where I could take one? I bet you could get quite a lot of money by selling what you take from certain places. Okay, let's show them on the map. I'm pretty sure we have it. Okay, so we're on. Okay, so let's touch the screen. I think this is an example. The importance of mapping, chat. This is like the map check, whether or not you did it successfully. You did it! My scouts returned with good news! Once again, you directed me to a viable gathering spot. Need to hurry and begin grabbing everything I can. Left the reward with the owner of this pub, so see her about it. Now, excuse me. Right, let's just get this immediately.
Hey, thanks.
Chill Mist, interesting item. I don't think we'll be using that immediately, but it's good to have, I guess, damaging items. Still, I hope he doesn't go running into the forest without thinking, just because things are going well so far. I'm a little worried about him. That's neither here nor there. Here's your reward. Chill Mist acquired. Out of room. Oh, it says discard still. Well, that's not fair. I don't want to do that. I'll get rid of sulfide then. I don't know why it didn't put it in my inventory. Maybe that's only a future game thing. Let's go deposit some items so that doesn't happen again. Let's go to the May house and...
Let me have a look.
Oh, we're getting the grimoires identified.
May I have a moment?
I'd like to ask you, one of the vendors that comes to the house is having problems with the forest monsters. Fortunately, cannot get any adventurers to take on the task of getting rid of monsters. I'm always grateful for his services, and I wish to repay him in some way. I was wondering, would you be able to get rid of those monsters? Sure.
Won't you consider this?
You slay Mandrake ×3 on floor 3 of the Emerald Grove. Way ahead of you, already did that, technically. Sure.
Thank you.
I'm glad that I asked you, thank you.
I'd like to speak with
May I have another moment of your time? I have some things for you. Hope this does not seem impertinent, but there's something I would like to give you. Shop owner told me that this comes in handy during exploring, so I decided to get some for you. No, I don't have inventory space. Don't give me items.
you. Please accept this.
Please accept it and I hope you find it useful. No! I was gonna say, please put it away.
Item storage then?
Don't give me more items. Okay, so we have to put away... What was it? I'm gonna put away 1 deer antler
Very well.
and
I'll
a
look
mining
after
spot.
these. Very
Yeah,
well.
we were one
look
tiny
very
petal
well.
away, chat.
I'll look very well.
Ridiculous.
I'll look after these. Is there anything else? Item storage?
So we got new stones.
Who will carry this one?
We learned shield mastery and scavenge. Okay. So Trolley potentially can double down on the scavenge at this point. That's not terrible. I don't technically need resuscitate. Yeah. I'm gonna have Chris learn take, I guess, for now. Chris is always taken. Shield mastery, I guess, is okay on other characters. Not really super important that I have it. I mean, I guess I could give it to Kirk just because. And then I can have the other person learn shield mastery. That way she's just better with the shield. I think it did fortunately put it in my storage, but that was kind of ridiculous, I'm not gonna lie.
Here's the list of requests.
Okay, so because we did it too early, we didn't get the auto clear on it. It's kind of whatever.
Have a safe trip.
Let's go ahead and save. So I have a feeling we're actually going to leave some of this for next time. But we have quite a lot to do potentially from side
How goes
quests.
the job? Now, what'll it be? Which one are you interested in?
Doing the wood flies, sure. Materials necessary to craft a bone armor. I think we already did that, so this might be an autocomplete. Let's see, chat. Getting a free bone armor is kind of good for the protector. And it's always good to have at least one character that can use every type of equipment. So like heavy armor would be for the protector, medium armor would be for like the fighter and potentially Chris, light armor for the back row and or robes, and I can use staves or bows. So I think we have a pretty good spread overall. So no matter what I receive from the quest rewards, I think it'll help me. Okay. Goods stores, this town's only weapon and armor shop. When her grandfather owned the store, he used to gather materials on his own and had a wide selection of goods. But since she took over, she does her best, you know, but compared to the last owner, her selection is, Damn, that's brutal, chat. There's only There's only so much one girl can do on her own. Would you help her out if you get the chance? Ask her what she needs in order to get more weapons made.
I'm counting on you.
We should auto-complete that? Oh,
Welcome
sorry, that's not
back.
the good store.
Don't overstrain yourselves.
So again, this could be a big defense increase for everybody. Just think about it this way. The Protector might end up getting an armor. Well, actually, no, the Protector doesn't have a decent armor. So no matter what, this is a pretty big defense jump for us. The bone armor job. Sorry about that. You already sold me the materials. Okay, I'm glad the game recognized I already did that. I must have forgotten to take down the job posting. But oh well, I'll give you a reward, of course. Lady at the pub has it, so be sure to get it from her. Indeed, we will.
Next time you should buy
Let's level try again with this, because why not? Eventually, we need Ping to level, but I think Ping is mostly where he needs to be, which is good.
Now, what'll it be? How goes the job? Hey, thanks.
But I think for now, since we're just looking to push, I'll keep trying the party. Keep up the space with the other quests too, okay? Bone armor acquired. Excellent. Lots of experience. Try leveled again. So his scavenge level is just going to keep going up and up and up and up and up. So we don't need Try to do a lot of damage. He already does damage by scaling with level. So we're just going to make his drop rate basically insane, chat. So we're going to force the item rate to go up. Therefore, every trip gives us more money. That's how I'm basically viewing it right now. Let's see. So right now she's got 30 defense. What's it with bone armor? 40. Wow. Well, her taking 10 less damage is kind of huge, given the fact that we regen 8 health every turn. So I will gladly take that.
Hello? What you got for me?
I'm not seeing any requests for these items. So let's just sell these and then take the last quest. So 700 money. That's the most we've had in a while. Short bow acquired. Bull whip. New gun. New gun. New armor. New ring. New item. There's a lot of items there, chat.
Came for?
You know what I'm here for, though, right? Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but I think agility +3 is better. Let's give this to Kirk. Ooh, that's so much agility for Kirk. I'm liking it, chat.
There you go.
So he's way more likely to outspeed. +3 agility is huge. Let's see what other damage increases we can get. 34 from the whip. I think that's a big increase for Chris. That's 11 damage. How much is the bow for me comparatively? 9 damage, not as much. The Protector really could use a better weapon or something here. Oh, the Protector can use a bow? I didn't know that. Oh no, they can't. It was just this thing. Can't use the axe. Oh, they can't use staves in this game. That's interesting. Staves are not really important to level, honestly. It's mostly just if you want tech up for tech damage. So we've gotten all I really wanted, which is TP up. I could increase her damage slightly, I guess. I think it's better that Chris's whip damage is up.
There you go. What What you got for me?
So technically we could get these hand-me-downs to other characters, but I think we'll just sell it for money.
Thanks.
Speaking of which... Hide vest. Ooh, that's a lot of defense, potentially. Wow, that is so much defense for the back row, because we haven't been upgrading them. I think Leaf Coat giving the agility up is honestly more important. I'm just gonna state it outright. The shield potentially is very important here. Let's see. The other thing I'm gonna look at, that's that damage though. I guess I can switch Chris over to using the Hide Glove. Because this is technically more defense, but more importantly, it's more damage for Chris.
Here you go.
No, I'd rather do that. Like, sadly, that tweed shirt, I might be better off using a shield if it lets me. Oh, it's actually a decrease. Well, I guess for trying, we could give him a shield. I mean, he probably shouldn't be at no equipment in the back row. So he'll take the hand-me-down for sure. So we're looking pretty good. We got 2 really strong weapons. Our spear is kind of lackluster, but we don't really play the protector for damage.
What you want?
Like, I could technically give her, like, the Basilard, I guess. But that's not a big enough damage increase for me. We'll hold on to the rest of our money, I think, for now.
What you got for me?
Actually, did we have any consumables I don't need? Lessens ice damage, that's not too bad. Let's put away some of these items. I don't think I need this many.
Thanks for the business.
So this is where it starts becoming a little bit of inventory
Welcome
management
back.
because we're getting a lot of
Item
materials.
storage then?
So you'll see me put a lot away over time. Like, I do not need this many items
well.
on me.
I'll look after these. Very well. I'll look after. Very well. I'll look after these.
This many revives, really not
well.
necessary. I think I just need 2 at most.
Very well. I'll look after these.
That frees up
Is
a lot of
there
material
anything else?
space.
Have a safe trip.
Anything else we can do real quick?
Hey there. Which one are you interested in?
Doing the wood flies, sure.
Ah, that one.
Is somewhere in B2 gathering medicinal herbs when she's attacked by wood flies. Oh, we found that earlier. Try going back later, but it seems the wood flies have set up a little nest there or something. Once you get rid of them, so you should safely collect herbs. Herbs grow on the northeast side of the 2nd floor leading down. We're counting on you. Okay, we found that already.
Which one are you interested in?
Herb to Shaleka, needed materials when she can craft a scar and barrette for adventurers. Okay, so free equipment for us. As well see what she wants.
That one.
Go to the goods store and ask what materials she needs. She's really happy about the bone armor job you did for her. We'll be counting on you.
I'm
Okay,
counting on you.
so free equipment. We're not gonna say no to that, chat. Let's see what she wants though.
Hello?
Let's see, I need Andorite. I'll use it to make an accessory that you'll find useful. I'm looking forward to making it. Ooh, we don't have mining
Sam,
skill.
You should buy something.
Ooh, no mining skill, chat. We'll talk to Radwa Hall since we're here.
Ah, you've come.
Ah, members of the best. I'm glad he recognizes us, chat. I've received word that you've reached the 3rd floor. I'm sorry, but I ask you to postpone your investigation for now. It appears there are dangerous wolves prowling the lower reaches of the grove. We considered issuing a mission calling for the extermination of these troublesome beasts. Okay, this fight I remember being kind of difficult if you aren't ready for it. So we're gonna hopefully not trigger this boss battle. I don't want to do it with Try. I think we're gonna be fighting a large number of enemies, which will be kind of annoying. And debuff, I think, is more key than damage here.
Well then.
Till the
we'll
lower
rely on
floors
you.
have been confirmed as safe, abandon all further exploration. The mission has been accepted. We'll accept the mission.
You'll accept the mission, yes?
The Terror of Fenrir. Pack of wolves patrols the bottom of the Emerald Grove. Defeat Fenrir, the alpha of the pack, and perhaps their menace will be no more. So there's kind of like a main boss, and this is just the mechanic to say that like other FOEs can join the battle against you if you haven't seen it before.
Ah, so you
And
accept.
it can be really brutal.
Well then. We'll rely on you.
You accept that.
Allow me to
Very
explain.
good. Now then, let me give you the details. Beyond the 3rd floor, there have been many sightings of forest wolves. This in itself poses little danger. They seem to be organized by a leader. That leader is Fenrir, their alpha wolf, and he awaits explorers on the 5th floor. Okay, we're not going to the 5th floor. We'll just clean up some quests here, chat, and we'll definitely end the stream after this. Our own warriors are capable of defeating them, of course. I believe you've met them. But we can't over-rely on Ren and... Tall. Or Talik, I guess. We're newcomers. We'll have no chances to grow. Their current orders are to provide support to the young explorers.
We're all counting on
We ask they use their help in defeating Fenrir. Well, if you're curious, chat, in the beginning of the story mode, those are the two characters that assist you, and they basically just give you tons of tutorial stuff.
Was there something else? Well,
But in classic
I bid
mode,
you
we
good luck.
don't get to see them as much. Kind of a shame. I mean, we sort of interacted with them, but not like to a great extent. So let's go ahead and go to... Actually, before we do that,
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
let's sleep.
Your mission's going well, I hope?
No, that's fine. Let's sleep
Very well.
until morning. That should be
Then
fine.
allow me to show you to your room. Well, be careful out there.
Let's just go clean up the quests, and then we'll figure out what to do from there.
Hello?
I'll probably give the quest XP to Ping, but we'll have the combat actually go to Try for this one.
Next time you should buy something.
Sassed me again, chat. I accidentally went to her
Welcome back.
instead of the guild.
I am at your service.
This is just so strong.
Prepared over here.
It's just so strong, chat. There's no reason not to do this. As I said before, you can combine the stones, but we'll keep them separate for now.
Have a safe trip.
Bar Centrin, sure, we'll do a quick dip into it again. So we're full health, full TP. We just have to basically go on a killing spree, and we should be fine. We're gonna do the standard collection of materials, and then we're gonna leave. There was a fast way to run. I remember. Maybe I have to adjust it in the options later. Oh yeah, we're doing enough damage they don't get turns anymore. That's a good sign, chat. The perk damage is real, the crit damage is real. We're gonna go for a chop here. And again, I'm not doing terrible damage. Like, I'm seeing the 30 damage in there. Everybody received a Grimoire. Crazy. We might be combining some of those later. I could technically run from combat here, but More importantly, chat, we're building up the boost gauge in case we want to kill a deer. So in case the deer have respawned to go finish that one quest up, we'll go kill them. I feel like with our current team, with the new defense and the new damage and the new levels, I don't technically need the Hexer. Just if I have boost, I think that's good enough. Boost equals like having a whole nother party member. Let's not walk all the way out of here. Let's use the map to teleport. I think we could choose to go to this one, for example. Maybe we can. So it's nice that we technically don't even have to go to the exit of the first floor, because we already unlocked this path. There was a event to the right we have to go to eventually, but it said something about a deer in the southwest. So I'm gonna mash the confirm button to see if maybe I missed something here. So now taking on the boars seems probably doable. We'll take a quick peek at them, and if we don't like them, we just run. I don't know what element to use on them though. I think that's a good question as to what I should be doing there. I think it takes them at least a week, maybe 2 weeks to recover. Like, it gives you a decent amount of time in case you just want them gone for a while. I'm just looking around. I feel like it would be this one. Okay, it's the basket. Recall the quest. Do what she dropped. Okay. Let's go ahead and mark it as the... I guess I'll reserve exclamation mark for quests and E for side quests or something. Also, I have no idea where it just focused on the map. There we go. I'll just put basket for now, chat. In case we do have to go back here for whatever reason. One thing, am I able to see what quests I've taken out? And so we need tiny petals, flies, and I don't know what she wanted with this, actually. Oh, it was like the mining material, that's right. But hopefully we get the tiny petals, and then we can complete that quest as well. Closer we did boost. We're getting there. Not bad, chat. Ziggy's getting close to leveling again. Oh, we got Crab Apple instead of Tiny Petal. Actually getting wrecked, chat. RNG trolled us. We just need one, chat. All we needed. Got one more gathering attempt, I guess. Yeah, these enemies just cannot defeat us at this point. I think we're just literally too powerful. Oh, not enough to kill in one turn. A little risky, I guess. Wow. Absolutely brutal, chat. Are you ready for me to get the 5-level buff and start womping on them? Okay, here's the ambush zone. Oh no, chat, wood flies. Whatever will we do, we'll never defeat them. Anyway, fight's over. That was fair, right, chat? Oh, we're getting attacked by swarms of them? Okay, I guess. I mean, this is why we're leveled, chat. I mean, I'm not really that concerned. We got another Copper Grimoire. That didn't really seem fair. Another swarm attacks us? Oh, is this like a big one? Oh, it's a giant wood fly. Oh, it's like a boss. I guess I'll front guard? I'm not gonna waste my spells on it until I see how strong it actually is. Let's do some buffs. Ooh, it put the front row to sleep. Ooh, annoying. Okay, it's like a real boss. Then it can eat some real lightning then. It one-shot Chris. Oh my gosh, what the heck was that damage? Excuse me? Oh, I don't agree with that at all. I might Nectar Chris, honestly. That was so stupid. It dodged the lightning. Yeah, Chris got murdered for sure. I'll go for Stunning Bash. This ended up being a real boss fight. Let's see if I can revive him. Okay, got the revive. It's almost dead. Any hit will do. I'm just gonna regular attack. Chris got revenge. He got the final hit. That's the important thing, chat. I was not expecting it to do that much damage. Once the third butterfly storm is falling down, there's no indication that any more are coming to attack. Seems to have successfully killed the butterflies that moved into the area. The client should be safe. Remains this report. Sorry about that, Chris. You got whomped. Your defense isn't even terrible. That was the scary part. Oh, I want Holy Gifts so bad, chat. Everything else is kind of nice. Like, I could get healing for the party. Like, I could technically be the party healer. Or potentially raise up our stats. But, spoilers. I want a Holy Gift before anything else. And more damage ups to our front row does more BS damage. Okay. That quest is cleared. We're gonna pray for the take, chat. I might hold off on the boar. We'll see what happens. I am a little concerned that if I start the fight, I'm gonna die if I can't debuff him. That's my only real concern. We'll do front guard, though. And again, if he only does physical attacks, I do have a really good advantage against him. But it really just depends on what kind of damage he's capable of doing. Getting a little injured there, unfortunate. Oop, I'll do that. That was a lot of damage. Getting more grimoires. So potentially we're setting up for alternate characters. Crab Apple again. No, no Tiny Petal. Oh, we're getting trolled. And we're gonna have to come back here later. Okay, let's go fight a boar. See how tough they are. I want to fight them so there's only one of them. You don't have to worry about a swarm of them. Ooh, the AI spread the attack. That kind of sucked. But hey, got the AoE heal at least, I guess. Hands close to leveling, not too bad. So we're at the point where we're gathering so many monster materials that we might consider alchemy. So if we accidentally overflow, we get money no matter what. And my question is, am I allowed to just directly fight this if it's not looking at me? I am. Okay. Preemptive strike, so I get a free turn on the boss. We're gonna go for... boosted Viper, because we've seen how stupid that is. I'm gonna go for boosted defense. And we'll just go for Bolt here and see if this does damage or if he's resistant. We'll find out together, chat. Ooh, immune to poison. That's not good. I'm going to parry. We're gonna go for Stun Bash. I'm gonna try to bind its head. Get some Warrior Song in here. The Lightning did 53. Let's see how much Ice does. 70. Building up strength. We're gonna go ahead and parry. And defend. And defend. And defend. And defend. Ooh, it does hit randomly. Ooh, that's scary. We'll provoke to force him to fight the front line more often, I think. Oh, I can hit the R button to see what items he has. So he does drop an item. As expected. We'll do a boosted Stunning Smash and see if that works. Still gonna go for it. Oh. So Ice did a lot. Let's see how much Fire does. Nice, Kirk got the stun, and we got the headbind. 93 Fire. I think its weakness is Fire, chat. This is excellent. So we've now locked down the boss. I'm gonna go for one more Viper. Go for regular damage here. Let's do a boosted Fire attack. Boar's head has been sealed. Oh, chat, it's trying to charge up, but it can't do it. Oh my gosh, Chris saving the day. Actually trolling the enemy. He's wasting his own turns. Let's see if we can get a nice buff going. We have Shelter Song up, but we have no attack up. Let's get the attack back up. Let's keep using Fire Formula. 91 damage, that's a lot. He wasted another turn. Oh man, Headbind is this boss's weakness, chat. Oh, we got so lucky. So I'm gonna hold off. Yeah, if we could get a boosted Headbind here, it would be pretty big for us. We're gonna keep using Fire Formula. So we're not doing a ton of damage, but Try is actually kind of keeping up for it. Yeah, he lost another turn. Oh my gosh. So Poison wasn't useful, but the Binds were. Oh, he's unbound now. I guess I'll go for one more Bind attempt. Guess it's still worth doing. Okay, he's building up strength. You should probably block. Actually, she should parry. Block. 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 Ooh, 63 damage to the front row. Whoa! That was a lot of damage. We're gonna front guard. I'm gonna heal, and hopefully we can kill this with Fire Formula in 2 turns or so. We're so close, but I have to defend here. Chris almost has boost, but he's got no TP. I gotta just defend this. Oh, it only did 31 to Kirk. Whatever, right, chat? Whatever, I don't care about that. So close to killing it. Ooh, barely got it. Giant rock pinks spooked me the first time we played the game. Yeah, they definitely come out of nowhere. I was thinking they were very suspicious the first time I played, so I was fully expecting combat with them. I wasn't sure what they would be. I did not call a pig, though. I was thinking it was going to be a crab or something. Oh, look at all those Grimoires we got. Nice, easy, clear. Broken Tusk. Discovered a new monster. Discovered a new item. Okay. So we can afford to check what's over here. I don't think we looked. Maybe this is a gathering point. Oh, nothing of interest there. We tried. I don't think there's anything else we could really do. I could get into a couple battles maybe, but I think otherwise that's about as far as I want to go. I think we'll save the Mantis floor for later. Like, our team is plenty powerful. Now Kirk and Chris are even stronger. I mean, Kirk just straight up took the board. It didn't even matter. He's like, I don't need no more debuffs. think we'll just keep going for parry for now. I'll get TP up for Kirk. Him having stun was pretty big. I think triple charge will help us a lot. It basically lets us put all of our damage into one strike. So if we can put that on, like, Chris, for example, it would be pretty stupid. Because if you look at it, chat, it says ailment hit rate up. So pretty much, I think this might guarantee Viper or guarantee things like Blind. So I think we're going to try to use Kirk to get triple charge maxed as soon as possible. We're also going to get Warcry for Strike Chaser, which is just free damage for Kirk. Since we have so many melee characters, it'll probably proc. Hey, chat. We're going to level Viper again. Oh my gosh, I'm really curious how much damage that thing does now. It was doing so much earlier. So unfair. We are going to be dunking on them all day long, chat. I mean, if I go to the 3rd floor, the only thing I would really want from there are the items. I don't really want to fight the Mantis since we just burned out a TP. I mean, technically, I guess I could fight the Mantis by going to the one guy that restores our TP. I guess. But we have so many quests to hand in. Yeah, Viper just keeps leveling. I think I want to get one more level here, and then I think I'm going to bring in, bring our Hexer back in. I'm thinking about, I think the Mantises are weak to ice, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. But binds are extremely useful, and if we could get the bind on them, it's basically GG. Anyway, I'll get into one more combat here. I think we'll just leave. We almost do enough damage to kill them, I guess. That should be fun. I mostly just want to make sure I have enough money. Prize now level 8, nice. How many items do we have in our inventory? 8 more. Potentially grind that out. That's not terrible. Yeah, I think we'll just keep leveling Scavenge. Since he's just there potentially to get more items for us. I feel no remorse. His damage is already pretty high. When he boosts it, it's good. I raise his elemental damage, it's fine. Hopefully I get into one more battle here, please. Are there any other FOEs we can find? I guess there's like 2 or 3 at the bottom. I mean, I guess it is worth seeing what is in the southeast corner. We should do that while I have TP. Right now, we're just rebuilding the boost gauge. Speaking of which, what is our boost gauge at? Max for everybody? Okay, I could technically do a boss here. I believe I just killed this one. I did. So I could go ahead and talk to the one guy. Get the full TP recovery. Bait him. Leave. Please do not get into a fight here. Right, chat? The worst timing. I don't want to fight this without TP. Please die. Have I done the story in the game? I have off stream. I have not on stream. We're just playing the classic mode. I'm really glad we marked this guy. He is so cheesy. That full recovery is so good. So, I think what I should do, I should lower the encounter rate. It's actually important that I get further. Story characters were boring. I feel like it was mostly generic. I'm not going to disagree with you. It was okay. Yeah, I think I was saying that at the beginning of the stream. I feel like the story mode characters are just way too powerful. Like, way too powerful. Like, the Highlander was OP, and the Gunner in particular were stupid. Like, they literally invalidated almost every other class. Like, if you weren't playing them, you were just doing it wrong. Between, like, the AoE clear and, like, the triple neutral attacks and action boosts, just like, one. Way too strong. Goodbye, random enemies. Had to be nerfed to the ground in the sequel. I only vaguely recall it in the sequel. I played Untold 1, 2. I didn't play 3 or 4 because they didn't have Untold version. And I played 5, I think. I guess I can fight this enemy, so I don't have to worry about it. Let's just kill him. If we get the headbind here, we get like infinite turns. So I think we're gonna go for the boosted headbind versus poison. Let's go for it, chat. That was so useful. I'm gonna go for the boosted... Maybe damage? I already know. I'm gonna wait a turn to make sure that he gets boosted before I do boosted fire formula. Oh, we didn't get the headbind. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, we didn't get the headbind. That's annoying. I'm gonna parry, so that way the front row can continue to attack. Just should have 100% activation. I will refrain from using skills for now. I will go for headbind again, though. I'm gonna go for... I think I have to defend with the back row, or they're gonna die. Oh, I got the headbind. Oh, the parry worked, so he targeted the front row. What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. You're right. I got kind of bored of the 5th game. I might give it another chance again. I just accidentally overleveled, like horrendously so, as I found a way to break the XP in that game. Like, I kid you not, I was in the 2nd strata and I think I was like level 50. It was insane. I don't know why they let me do that. They're like, look out. Look out, there's a FOE coming. And I'm like, oh, I have a summon. My summon has 800 health for some reason in Strata 2. Pretty sure nothing's gonna touch me anymore. We're good. I missed if it was charging or not, because I was talking. I'm gonna go for front guard, just in case. And you know what? I'll just do a boosted stun here. That'll be fine. Oh, not poison. Do the gag, and then... How are we doing stat-wise? Don't have any defense ups. Let me do defense up to fire formula. Okay, so... Oh, he does the shake when he's ready. Okay, so I'm gonna parry again, so that way Kurt can do whatever he wants. Oh, he can also headbind. Oh, we'll have Kurt did. We're spamming the headbind. Let's go. I'll defend with the back row so they don't explode. No headbind again. Bad luck, chat. So we're gonna fish for the headbind, chat. I think between two of them we should be fine. Yeah, it kind of had it where there was like the Ronin class that could force encounters, and then I had the thing where the rare breed was up, and then I had a character who scaled with levels. So I just ended up fighting a bazillion rare breed due to how XP works in that game, and that basically just made the cyclically increase in XP to the point where every encounter was a level. Or like 35 levels. So in 2 hours of playing the game, I was like halfway done with the levels. Which I don't think was intended, but it is definitely what happened. I'll front guard. Maybe this will be good enough. I'm still gonna go for the headbind here. We're getting kind of unlucky with the bind chances. Oh, we finally got it. Nice. Oh, they hit the back row. How annoying. So I had like a bird summon and some other summon. I don't remember what it is, but because it scales up a level, it basically had me with like a 600 health party member that could solo every boss in the game, even the FOEs. It's like, okay. Like a kinda good. Kind of unfair. I think what it is though. I get some free fire formula here. Thank you, Try, for doing 91 damage. That is sealed, so he wastes his turn. Excellent. I have an okay amount of TP left over. So if I did not have Try here, this probably would have taken forever. So it's just kind of fortunate he was still in the party here. I forgot if Poison worked on this thing or not. Nice. Dark Grimoire. Ooh, we got an upgraded Grimoire, chat. I'm out of space already. Get rid of some of these, I guess. So if I had taken the alchemy skill, I could have gotten money from that, I think. I think I skipped it though. Damn. Okay, so what was actually over here? Is there anything of interest? Treasure chest. I mean, I could just eat a medica. Fine. With this. Or what's in the treasure? Formaldehyde. What an item, chat. I'm not typing that out. I'm gonna call it Forma. Or Formal. We'll call it Formal. And what does that do in this game again? Let's remind ourselves. Gain all materials from enemies slain that turn. Right, okay. Makes sense. So, there's only that room to the east I haven't explored at all. And honestly, I don't really need to. Doing pretty good. We killed most of the FOEs on the way here. It's mostly just a factor of the fact that we can't recover our TP. It's not that we don't have the health for it. So I'll just do random combat here. But I think we're gonna teleport back to town right after this. Definitely upgrading Kirk's damage was useful, and Chris's damage. Rest in peace, those hides. Okay. Good enough. Let's hand everything in, and we should be good to go. So I will sub out Try for now, as he got a lot of boss XP there.
Ah, it's you.
I always forget which is
What will
which.
it be?
Know what I'm
Keep
looking
it quick. What were you thinking?
for. Come on.
Party works for you?
Go back to squad one.
Hold on a second. See you around.
And let's just go hand everything in, chat. But before we do that, let's not make a fatal mistake. Let's put away some items so we don't discard
have a look.
items on the way there, because that is so
Hello,
dumb.
everyone.
Oh, that's actually true. I guess we hand in the Grimoire stones whenever we go to her, so we always end up with more item space. Okay, so she's giving us an item, Medica ×2. I don't think we fulfilled her request.
The list of requests.
We didn't go to the
Is
third,
there anything
to
else?
the site area, so it doesn't really matter.
Item storage then?
I don't really need one. I'm gonna save the formaldehyde for later.
Very well. I'll look after these. Very well. I'll get them.
I guess I should see what was on the dark stone, I guess. Charge, head bash. It's getting up there, chat. TP up 3. That is really tempting to give to Chris. Just... Oh, wait, more Viper? Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, chat, is it gonna turn into Oops All Viper? Where's it at? Oh, please. Yes, please, chat. Just keep leveling Viper.
Who will carry this one?
Since I don't really care what the Protector does, she can have take for now. It'll be the conga line of who gets what stone.
Don't overstrain yourselves.
Hey there. Sorry, kiddos.
Okay, so nothing new.
Fresh out. How goes the job?
We missed Tiny Petals because the game just refused to drop it for us, even though we had take 3. So that's pretty bad luck. We just got crab apples both times. And we still haven't gone to the site room, so that's fine.
Hey, thanks.
Anyway, let's level up our Hexer. I suppose I don't really need materials. This should be okay. Anyway, she's saying, the forest is a dangerous place, but there are a lot of useful things inside. Just like this are pretty common. I know it's tough, but protecting ordinary townsfolk is one of the duties of the adventurers here in Etrian. Nice job. Here's a little something for me for all your efforts. Take it. Medica 2 × 3. I kind of want you to put that in our bag. I'm gonna make sure we put that away, chat. I don't want to have to discard something because she gave us
Welcome back.
3 of something.
Item
That'd be really
storage then?
stupid. Yeah, I don't need any of these
I'll
right
look
now for
after
sure.
these. Very well. Is there anything else? Have a safe trip.
The thank you health regen, you're so good.
Sorry, kiddos, but I'm fresh. How goes the job?
We finally get a
Hey,
Bravant, whatever.
thanks.
I don't really need this, we have so many buffs. We're not playing a party that's going buffless. That would just be insane. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for finding the basket. I'm sure the client will be very happy to see it undamaged. Give this basket to the client. Here's the reward. A Bravant. Okay. Again, ping's getting a little closer. Not bad. So we just have a couple quests
I'm
that
counting
require
on
us
you.
to go to the next area, which I think we're more or less ready
Welcome
to do.
Item storage then? Is there any grimoire stones? Yes?
Also,
Don't
wait a
overstrain
minute.
yourselves.
Wait a minute. Did it not swap it over?
it's
Hold
you.
on. Wait, what?
What were you thinking?
I just noticed it
Keep
was
quick.
try there again. I thought there's. Oh, that was annoying. Did I not change formations? That's what I'm
Party
confused
works for
about.
you?
Oh, I must have. Oh, I must have reset it by accident. Okay, let's reform
Sure
it
you
then.
think this through.
Annoying chat. I didn't realize I thought I selected it. I didn't realize I saved over until just now. Not the end of the world, but just kind of annoying. Yeah, I thought I had this team selected,
All right, hold on a second.
and I
Party works
thought,
for you?
yeah, that's the problem.
Alright.
I think I chose this thinking formation squads was how you pick
were
the
you thinking?
squad. I forgot it's muster in this game. Whatever.
I'll see you around.
Not a big deal. I'm just gonna sell some items and then we'll probably end the stream here.
What you got for
But
me?
I think it was a pretty successful run today. We had a close call at the very beginning of the game because we had no healers. But since then, I think it's balanced out a bit more.
I got some new goods.
New
Good.
axe.
Take a look. Is that all you came for?
Depends on how much of a damage increase that is, if it's worth it. 55 is kind of high, I'm not gonna lie. I could give myself a bow, but my damage should be tertiary, so I should be thinking about, can I improve like the protector's defense first? Not really seeing great options here. I guess if I want a really cheap upgrade, I should at least go to the harpoon,
There you go.
I guess. Better than nothing, chat. It's better than nothing. That way we have better damage coverage. I have enough slashing. Should be fine. Don't really care about stabs in any of these games. Could technically get more armor, but it's not like... That's a pretty insignificant change for the cost. Oh, I could equip a jerkin. Interesting. I haven't really been taking that much damage, but speed up from this would be very interesting. I think I'll do this not for the defense, but for the agility.
There you go.
I think that's worth it to get +1 agility. Me being slightly tankier is just kind of an offset from that. Yeah, I like the leaf coat, just to make sure I outturn them. Like, I could technically get a Tarj if I really want to, these characters, but... I might just hold on to my money. The only other thing I'd really think of is the hide glove, just for the strength damage. Wouldn't be horrible on me. I think I was using the hide hat. It's 4 TP. It is technically a defense loss. Oh, he just has a free accessory slot. Whoops. I mean, I guess I could get him that, but it's not like, I don't know. I feel like if I'm gonna do one of those things, it would make more sense to give him like the health 20. Just to make sure he could survive a hit. Like, this is actually pretty powerful this early in the game. I'm not gonna do it on the frontliner, but for the back row that already takes reduced damage, not terrible. In fact, I'm gonna do that.
There you go.
Just in case I get targeted, I guess. And I don't think I really need too much else here. I mean, I could buy a couple medicas just in case. Otherwise, we have everything we need. We have a little bit of a surplus.
Thanks for the business.
I can basically rest it off, and then we're good to go.
Welcome to the
We're
Rooster
pushing further. Let's use the stay, I
Very
guess.
well.
Stay until the morning.
Then allow me to show you to your room.
So absolutely perfect, chat. We have pretty tanky characters. Ping actually has more health than me now. So looks like he'll probably survive a hit if something decides to target him. But I think between the Protector and everything else, there's a lot of viable targets. Also, I put Chris in the middle by accident, but that's okay. I think I'll leave it as is for now.
Sign in over here, please.
I think we're good to go, chat. We're good to go.
Be careful out there.
So let's have a little chat before we end the stream. So thoughts and feelings about the game so far. I'm very curious for the people that haven't seen the game, what they think of it from like the short play session we did. Well, not really short, but from the play session we did today. For me, I think the big appeal for the game is I like that even though there is a lot to potentially learn from the combat is really fast, both in terms of having options like auto battle or being able to boost damage or being able to play with those other kind of core features. Once you get kind of comfortable with the party, it goes super fast. I like that when you are in the field, you can see when encounters are going to happen, so you could kind of prepare for it. I like that as a feature. I do like looking around at the dungeon walls and actually actively looking for secrets. And I do like the whole gimmick of drawing on the map. I definitely think that's a thing I'm going to miss as we go away from like the handheld era, as it's definitely a game that's very unique from that standpoint. Now, I would say from a plot standpoint, I understand if it's not the most appealing thing for people, because that is definitely not the focus at all of the game. It loosely weaves a narrative, but it's not going to be very compelling from a, let's say, plot perspective. The fact the party are just icons on the screen is a little disappointed, but everything else in the game seems quite fun and yeah, quite fast. Yeah, definitely, like, I could definitely bump up the options now that I'm getting more comfortable with it, and we can make the combat go even faster, potentially. And I do like that, you know, you have the really fast common encounters, you get your basics there, and you can push forward. You have, like, potentially an exploration team versus, like, the boss team. And I like that each boss has a different approach needed, and I do need to think and observe. And I like that with this game. I don't feel like it's unfair for the most part. I would say outside of maybe the first time you enter the first dungeon, I feel like the difficulty is just right for me. If we're playing on like standard, for example. On expert, it's a little more mixed because I just feel like you start dipping into the, oh, the enemy randomly crits you for 3/4 of your health, you die. And I don't find that the most entertaining, but if you're playing on just the standard difficulty, I think it's completely perfect. Like for me, maybe just like a notch slightly too easy, but at the same time, I'm not looking for it to be crazy hard either. I mean, they also have a picnic mode, which, as I said before, I might abuse for some XP, because there's a couple bosses that they definitely do not expect you to be able to beat. Like, they expect you to kind of view them, then go up like 5 to 10 floors, and then come back. But if you're playing on easy mode, the boss just doesn't do enough damage, and it doesn't matter. You just beat the boss. And it gives you crazy broken items early, and it makes the rest of the game even easier. Who knows? I might ban myself from it. We'll see. I've already banned myself from the item duplication bug. If I do it, I will inform you it is completely unintentional. I know it involves boosting and canceling the boost while after selecting an item. I'm vaguely aware of how to do it. I think I've done it once before a long time ago. But as long as I don't really mess around with the item menu, it'll be a little difficult for me to do that unintentionally. So we'll be avoiding those things. Yeah, the difficulties are picnic, standard, and expert. We're just trying it out on standard. So we kind of got the ball rolling with our party. And we have like an ult character, which isn't too terrible. I will say when it comes to some of the future games in the series, it tends to support having multiple side characters more. So this game will only really let you give quest XP to the people that are there at the time. And there's not really another mechanic to really bring them up to level. Whereas if you continue to play in the series, there's going to be things like, I think, like level stones, or shared XP will go to other people, or there's like a mentorship. It really just depends on what Etrian you pick up, what kind of mechanic they do to bring up those old characters. But I think from the standpoint of usability, I still think it's mostly fine. I'm not really bothered by it that much. We're still very early in the game. And honestly, it's not hard to bring a character up to usability at the moment. I would say as we get to like maybe the 3rd or 4th stratum or area, it's a little hard to just switch people on the fly. But then when you get to the 5th area, then it's like, oh, then you have great areas to level, and you could just kind of do whatever you want. And you could just have them soak XP forever, because your other characters are so strong that they could compensate for not having a good party member. So it's pretty easy to have like one single ult character for the most part. And especially if we focus on Holy Gift early, it just makes that a bit easier, and it makes us reach a level cap. I think this game has a lower level cap, and you have to beat certain bosses to increase it, if I remember correctly. As I said before, I haven't played this, I think, since it came out, and it came out... Actually, good question. When did this game come out? Like, I played literally the first game when it came out, but when did this one come out? 2013. So I have not touched it since 2013, chat. It has been a long time. So I'm going off of, like, very vague memories. I recall certain things that were a bit abusive. I remembered poison damage being stupid. So there's like little hints in there of, I would say, better gameplay. So hopefully I'll remember more as we go along. And so far, I think it's going pretty smoothly. I think remembering to bring a Dark Hunter was a good decision for sure. And we'll be seeing a lot of the Chris Dark Hunter for sure. But I want to make sure to highlight, potentially in an exploration party, characters like the Ronin, just to give them a little time to shine. Because I do think they have some useful skills. And the game is definitely meant to encourage you to keep grinding to get the perfect stones. Spoilers, we will not be doing that. We'll just kind of do whatever we can. Like, there's certain skills I want to transfer, and if it happens, it's nice, but I don't have any build plans that it's, like, required for me to get. Do you know what I mean, chat? So I think from the standpoint of playing the game, I'm not really seeing too many technical issues with it, so I'm pretty happy with it. So if the chat loves it, I think we'll just continue to make this a thing on Sunday, since I think for the most part the game has behaved. So I'm pretty happy with where it is. I might have to touch up the circle to move the map, because there's normally like the circle pad on a 3DS, and that was not quite working with me, so I'm gonna go check it between streams. But it wasn't make or break, because I could touch the map and go to the warp points anyway. So not a huge deal, chat, not a huge deal at all. But definitely, if you're interested in making a character, I think probably next time we'll make at least one character session. I didn't see Reedon today, because he's one of the people we usually reserve a character slot for. And I think we'll get a guaranteed 2 characters from that. But for sure, for people that are interested in potentially being named within our campaign, we'll try to use you to the best of our ability in order to gather those materials and or cleave certain bosses in two. I'm really glad that we got to see a little bit of the Alchemist, and we kind of cheesed the stone boars with the head binds. And hopefully that'll be a thing that continues going forward. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of binds coming from Chris. So the only thing I want to say in terms of the skill preparation that I know of offhand is that Kirk's character with the triple charge, if that can go to Chris, it is basically GG. It is GG. He's going to be vipering everything. He's going to basically always hit. It'll do a lot of damage. I don't remember if it increases poison damage, but it does increase the chance of it being inflicted. So it'll make Chris a lot more consistent against mini bosses like the FOEs or the actual bosses like the Wolf Pack that we'll see eventually. But I think for now, chat, I've rambled on long enough, so I think we could say goodbye to YouTube. So stick around for a little bit more. We'll discuss what we'll be doing next on the stream schedule. But overall, pretty happy with the game. I think it's a good change of pace for me where it requires a little bit of thinking as I go forward with it, but it doesn't require like super intensive planning like a Valkyrie profile, for example. So I feel like this is a good happy balance for me. I can kind of pick this up and kind of see where we go with it. Kind of go with whatever the chat wants to some extent. Anyway, so say goodbye to YouTube, chat. So long, YouTube. Thanks for watching.